जननीं शारदां देवीं Ramakrishna Jagadgurun Padpadme Tayo Sitva Pranamami Muhurmuhu. We will start today's program by holy invocation with Vedic chanting. May I invite the monks, revered monks of the Ramakrishna Mission Mumbai, revered Swami Kshitishanandaji Maharaj, revered Swami Divyashanandaji Maharaj, revered Swami Dayamurtanandaji Maharaj, and revered Swami Dayadhipanandaji Maharaj to come on the dais, please, for the Vedic chanting. Also may I request our revered Bode Maharaj to bring all the revered speaker Swamijis for floral offering to the Holy Trio.
ओम श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः हरिः ओम सहनौ भवतु सहनौ भुनक्तु सह वीर्यं करवावहै तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मा विद्विषावहै ओम शांति शांति शांतिः हरिः ओम शन्नो मित्रशं वरुणः शन्नो भवत्वर्यमा शन्न इन्द्रो बृहस्पतिः शन्नो विष्णुरुक्रमः नमो ब्रह्मणे नमस्ते वायो त्वमेव प्रत्यक्षं ब्रह्मासि त्वामेव प्रत्यक्षं ब्रह्म वदिष्यामि ऋतं वदिष्यामि सत्यं वदिष्यामि तन्मामवतु तद्वक्तारमवतु अवतु माम् अवतु वक्तारम् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरिः ॐ भद्रं कर्णेभिः शृणुयाम देवाः भद्रं पश्येमाक्षभिर्यजत्राः स्थिरैरङ्गैः स्तुष्टुवागं स्वस्तनूभिः व्यशेम देवैतं यदायुः स्वस्ति न इन्द्रो रुद्रश्रवाः स्वस्ति नः पूषा विश्ववेदाः स्वस्ति नस्त्यार्क्षो अरिष्टनेमिः स्वस्ति न बृहस्पतिर्दधातु ॐ स्वस्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरिः ॐ नमो ब्रह्मणे नमो अस्त्वग्नये नमः पृथिव्यै नमो ओषधीभ्यः नमो वाचे नमो वाचस्पतये नमो विष्णवे बृहते करोमि ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरिः ॐ यश्चन्दसां वृषभो विश्वरूपः छन्दोभ्योऽधमृता सम्बभूव समेन्द्रो मेधया स्पृणोतु अमृतस्य देवदारणो भूयासं शरीरं मे विचर्षणं जिह्वा मे मधुमत्तमा कर्णाभ्यां भूरिविश्रुवं ब्रह्मणा कोशोऽसि मेधया पितः श्रुतं मे गोपाय ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरिः ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरिः ॐ
Pranam Maharaj. So after that holy invocation, may I now request our revered Bade Maharaj Ji, Swami Satyadevananda Ji Maharaj, to deliver his welcome address.
ओम स्थापकाय च धर्मस्य सर्वधर्मस्वरूपिणे अवतार वरिष्ठाय रामकृष्णाय ते नमः। जननीं शरदां देवीं रामकृष्णं जगद्गुरुं पादपद्मे तयो स्थित्वा प्रणमामि मुहुर्मुहुः। नमः श्रीयतिराजाय विवेकानन्दशूरये सच्चित्सुखस्वरूपाय स्वामिने तापहारिणे। By the grace of Holy Trio, towards commemorating 125th anniversary of Ramakrishna Mission today, we are commencing a national level seminar focusing on the idea and ideals of Ramakrishna Mission. Interestingly, this is coinciding with the 100th year anniversary of Ramakrishna Mission, Mumbai. This is indeed a historic occasion. Today we shall hear from the speaker, Swamiji, about the immense contribution Ramakrishna Mission have been making over these 125 years upon people at large, irrespective of caste, creed, of religion or religion. I welcome all my revered and dear monks who have come from outside Mumbai in today's program as speakers, and all the monastic members of our Mumbai ashrama. All these speakers, Swamijis, have come to Mumbai ashrama earlier, and some of you might know them personally. Still, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce all them to you. As you all can see, we have 6 eminent speakers, Swamijis, from our order who are illuminating the dais. Firstly, I welcome Revered Swami Vishwatmananji Maharaj, Adhyaksha, Ramakrishna Advaita Ashrama, Banarasi, who has also taken the presidential role for today's program. Revered Maharaj was earlier Secretary of Ramakrishna Mission, Itanagar, Arunachal Pradesh, where he had a long experience of running large multi-speciality hospital. As a speaker, he is eloquent by divine right. As today's president, he will be giving us the presidential address. We all shall be eager to hear from him. He has come to Mumbai to attend our program despite his very busy schedule. I convey my respectful pronouns to him. Now I welcome with my heart's love Swami Suparnanandaji Maharaj, Secretary, Ramakrishna Mission Institute of Culture, Gold Park, Kolkata. Satyoda, as he is popularly and fondly known within the order, has come to attend this program upon our request. I convey my sincere thanks and pronouns to him. He shall he shall be speaking on Ramakrishna Mission's contribution upon India's spiritual culture. I welcome Swami Gopalananda Ji Maharaj, who is currently in Ramakrishna Mission Home of Service, Laksa, Varanasi, who is a very familiar face amongst Mumbai devotees. As many of you are aware, Swami Gopalananda was former head of relief section of headquarters, Belur Math, for many years and steered many relief operations on behalf of Ramakrishna Mission across the country and of various parts of the world. I thank him for accepting our invitation and speaking in today's program on relief work of Ramakrishna Mission and Math. I welcome Swami Achyutashanand Ji Maharaj, Trustee, Ramakrishna Math and Ramakrishna Mission, Belur Math, and Secretary, Ramakrishna Mission, Narottam Nagar, Arunachal Pradesh, who has come in today's program as a speaker. Swami Achyutashananda has great experience of running large education centers under the auspices of Ramakrishna Mission, and we will be keen to hear him speaking on Ramakrishna Mission's contribution to education. I convey my sincere thanks to him. Now I welcome my ex-colleague Swami Shivabratananda Maharaj, Secretary Ramakrishna Mission, Bilaspur, who was earlier in Mumbai in charge of the hospital in our center. A doctor by qualification, he will be speaking on Ramakrishna Mission's contribution towards the health sector. We thank him for accepting our invitation to be a speaker to today's program. I welcome Swami Narasimhananda Maharaj, Secretary Ramakrishna Mission, Kozhikode, Kerala, who is going to speak on tribal welfare in today's program. He is a young, brilliant and dynamic Swami in order, who is also known for his great speaking ability. Earlier he was the editor of Prabhupada Bharat, being based in Advaita Ashram, Mayavati. All will be eager to hear from him today. I convey my sincere thanks to him for coming today. After welcoming all the eminent monks, I welcome all the devotees who have assembled in our program today, either physically or through online mode. You all have come to attend today's program in large numbers, keeping aside your other works. My sincere thanks to you all. Finally, I would like to say that Ramakrishna Math and Ramakrishna Mission is the living body of Bhagavan Sri Ramakrishna, which was made living and consecrated for the people of at large by none other than Swami Vivekananda. In one word, Ramakrishna Math and Ramakrishna Mission is the living idol of Bhagavan Sri Ramakrishna, and Swami Vivekananda had done the Pranapratishtha in it. Our living mother is Holy Mother Sri Sharada Devi. With that kind of spiritual power, it is no wonder that Ramakrishna Math and Ramakrishna Mission is positively contributing to the world in innumerable number of ways of service and spiritual awakening. In the language of Tagore, Ajasra Sahasra Vividha Charitarthata. So, it is not possible in the infinite ways of fulfillment towards the world. So, it is not possible to understand and grasp the contribution of Ramakrishna Mission within a day's program. It is an extensive play of the Lord which He is doing out of His compassion. However, we shall pray to the Holy Trio to give us the opportunity to take a part in this great work of service in any manner that He deems fit. Completing glorious 125 years of service is a matter of pride and glory for an institution. At this juncture, we remember Swami Vivekananda's great prediction on Ramakrishna Mission, where he proclaimed that this organization would serve humanity at large for over 1,500 years to come. From that perspective, we are still at a very early and young stage. I am sure that this organization will celebrate many more centenary celebrations in the centuries to come. We can only feel very blessed to be a part of this organization, either as a devotee or as a volunteer or as a monastic. May Bhagavan Sri Ramakrishna, Holy Mother, Sarda Devi, and Swami Vivekananda bless us all, is my sincere prayer. Thank you so much. Sri Ramakrishna Arpanamastu.
Many pranams, Maharaj, for your inspiring words. We will now go ahead with the felicitation program. But before that, आप लोगों से एक बात कहना है, आप लोग प्लीज़ आप लोगों का सबका मोबाइल फ़ोन साइलेंट मोड में या स्विच ऑफ कर दीजिए, बिकॉज इट इज़ क्रिएटिंग डिस्टर्बेंस इन दिस ऑडिटोरियम. सो मे आई नाउ रिक्वेस्ट आवर रिवियर्ड स्वामी सत्यदेवानंद जी महाराज, अध्यक्ष रामकृष्ण मठ, Mumbai, to felicitate all the revered speaker Swamijis with floral. Firstly, we will do with Swami Vishwatmananda Ji Maharaj, Secretary Advaita Ashram, Varanasi. Revered Swami Vishwatmananda Ji Maharaj. Revered Swami Supurnananda Ji Maharaj, Secretary, Ramakrishna Mission Institute of Culture, Gold Park. Revered Swami Gopalananda Ji Maharaj, former head of Relief Section, Headquarters, Belur Mutt. Revered Swami Achyuteshananda Ji Maharaj, Secretary, Ramakrishna Mission Ashrama, Narottam Nagar, Arunachal Pradesh, and Trustee, Ramakrishna Mutt and Ramakrishna Mission, Belur Mutt. Revered Swami Sevabratananda Ji Maharaj, Secretary, Ramakrishna Mission Ashrama, Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh, and he was our earlier head of Ramakrishna Mission Mumbai Hospital. Revered Swami Narasimhananda Ji Maharaj, Secretary, Ramakrishna Mission, Kozhikode, Kerala. Pronouns to all revered speakers, Swamijis. Now may I request our revered Swami Apadakshananda Ji Maharaj, Ramakrishna Mission Sakhwar, Maharashtra, to offer floral bouquet and felicitate our Bade Maharaj. Pranam Maharaj. So after these felicitations, we'll go to the main lecture session, of the first session. Our first lecture speech will be by Revered Swami Achyuteshananda Ji Maharaj, Trustee, Ramakrishna Mutt and Ramakrishna Mission, Belur Mutt, and Secretary, Ramakrishna Mission, Narottam Nagar, Arunachal Pradesh. Please, Maharaj, please.
ॐ जननीं शारदां देवीं रामकृष्णं जगद्गुरुं पादपद्मे तयो श्रित्वा प्रणमामि मुहुर्मुहुः। ॐ परतत्त्वेषदालीनो रामकृष्णसमाज्ञया यो धर्मस्थापनरतो वीरेशं तं नमाम्यहम्। Respectful pranams to revered Swami Viswatmanandji Maharaj, Swami Suparnanandji Maharaj, Swami Satyadevanandji Maharaj, Swami Gopalanandji Maharaj. Loving namaskars to Swami Sivabratanandji, Swami Narasimhanandji. Respectful pranams to all the monks in the audience, and namaskars to rest. My loving namaskars to all the devotees. We began with a prayer to Mother Sarada, the embodiment of Saraswati, who gives all knowledge. It is with her blessings that we commence our all studies. It is indeed a great joy to be here. I remember the Kathamrita story where Sri Ramakrishna is telling about Mother Nikasa, mother of Ravana, who is trying to live much longer so that she can witness more of Lord's play. Ravana is killed, everything is gone, but she wants. So it is a great privilege to live up to 125 years of Ramakrishna mission, to be present in that occasion, in that very city where the great Swami has set his foot. And another occasion also, this 125 years of Swamiji's triumphant return from the West, this also is happening at this point of time. And I pay my special obeisance to Swami Revered Satyadevanandji Maharaj for organizing this great grand occasion. And it gives me a glimpse of what is happening in Mumbai Ashram with its 100 years of journey. Ramakrishna mission started much before, Ramakrishna's mission started much before Ramakrishna mission came into existence. Ramakrishna's mission started with advent of Sri Ramakrishna. The day he came to this earth, if you just go back to those periods, I understand all of your devotees know the story. So right from his childhood, his sadhaka bhava in Dakshineshwar, then practicing all the religious system of Hinduism, Sakta, Saiva, Vaishnava, Vedanta, and then moving on to Islam and all other sadhanas. And then moving on from there, from Dakshineshwar to Kasipur, forming his own group will carry on his mission, making Narendranath as leader, Saradevi to soothe everything, coordinate everything. And then we see our Baranagar Mutt coming up after his passing away, Nilambar, Alambajar, Nilambar Vagan, and then our journey to Belur Mutt. So this is how this things evolved. And if we connect, there are four aspects mostly. First one at Baranagar Mutt was spiritual aspect, the expansion. The devotees requesting the monks not to go here and there, to have a center where they can come and meet. So from Baranagar, if you see that spiritual aspect, that will be touched later. And then there are two more aspects, like the Seva, which will be perhaps touched by Seva Pratananji, that Nishchayananji and Kalyananji started. And the most important relief work started by Akhandananji. So Gopalananji is going to touch it. But more than that, one more aspect, what was actually in Swamiji's word, he quote, the magic word for him was, not the magic wand, the magic word, he said, education. He brought in Miss Margaret Noble to, when India was not having enough of them, Sister Nivedita comes, Bospada Lane, our experiment starts there in education. And I am asked to touch upon that subject, education, what this journey of 125 years of Ramakrishna Mission, where do you stand? And for that, we have a small graphical presentation there. Actually, please remember the numbers, it is a statistics, and statistics never tell everything. It is just a fraction. It is just saying about the quantity. And if you take quantity, we are not that big. हमसे बहुत बड़ा बड़े काम बहुत सारे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन कर रहे हैं. वहाँ पे दूसरा कुछ स्टोरी है जो अगर वक्त मिले तो हम उसके बारे में चर्चा करेंगे. लेकिन पहले सम ऑफ द ग्राफ्स, यू कैन सी द, प्लीज शो द प्रेजेंटेशन. Please go to that. Actually, slides could not be arranged in the order that I want. So you can see, we are just trying to give you a figure. Ramakrishna Mission, some of the statistics. And see the number of colleges. We have taken the figures from 1950 onwards. We could not get the figures right from the beginning. So you'll excuse me for that. And decadally, we are showing the progress chart, 1950, 1960. And so that you can find out, as in 1950, we are having 11 colleges. And in 2022, we are having 25 colleges. Next, we move on to the students. You can see the pictures. I'm not going to read out everything just to save time. We are having 2,300 plus students in 1950, whereas now it is more than 2 lakh students in 2022. Similarly, if you go to school level, we are having just 187 schools in 1950, whereas presently we are having 1,100 and more than 1,100 schools. And students, you can find, it is more than 2,53,000. It is school level. And you come to hostels. I'm sorry, Supanananji will be not finding his figures. I'm sorry, Maharaj could not take it. Our excellent institute in Hyderabad and Institute of Culture, School of Languages, I could not take them separately. But anyway, here are hostels. 61 students were there only in, 61 number of hostels were there in 1950, whereas presently we are having 116 hostels. Hostel has played a very important role in getting our the workforce. And hostel students, again, we are presently handling 17,800 students. You know very well how difficult it is to handle 1 or 2 children in your home, and 17,800 boys. And we are handling grown-up boys. So training units, like so many training units, see, 1980, even could not get the figure for 1950. Devotees need to know what is happening where. There was some training units, you know, there was also one in Mumbai, you have closed it down, I'm sorry. And perhaps something more is happening in Sakwar now, but there was one in the city where computer training was being given, but somehow it could not be carried on. So, but anyway, it was only 6 in 1980, and 2022, we have got 404 of them, not a small thing. And students, you find how many? It is 65,000 students getting various trainings. Cultural units, from 2010, it was 1,039, and now it has become 2324. And you can see the beneficiaries, it is about 2,41,633 as per 2022 data. So if we summarize it, so total number of educational institutions, it is 1647. And total number of students in that is coming to 3,40,000 plus. And whereas if you take into monetary terms, it was only 59 crore rupees in 2000. We could not get previous figures. And 2022, it is more than 450 crores. This is just some of the things. And next, we see what we have done is some of the premier educational institutions have come up. See, in the college level, we have got one university, RKM Bheri. It has got a very good ranking. That is better than Symbiosis. And then we have, seeing those pictures, please go to the pictures of university. I'm not, just skip this one, I'm saving some time. So this, again, we are going to some of the reputed colleges. You can see the Vidya Mandir, it has a very good NAAC ranking. And residential college in Narendrapur, our college in Vivekananda College in Chennai, Vivekananda Centenary College in Rahada, and some of the schools. This is, you can see Deoghar, Narendrapur, Mysore, Purulia. That are the schools, good schools in the mainland. Now I'll come to one thing here. I remember in one of the conventions, youth conventions somewhere back, someone from the audience, it was a youth convention, one was asking, Swamiji, why all of our centers, Ramakrishna Mission centers, are in cities? And the Swami was replying, he said, ऐसा नहीं है कि रामकृष्ण मिशन का सारा सेंटर शहर में बनता है जैसे मुंबई, दिल्ली, कोलकाता में, लेकिन रामकृष्ण मिशन का जहाँ जहाँ रामकृष्ण मिशन का सेंटर आता है वो शहर में बदल जाता है. तो बात ऐसा है, ऐसा होता है, लेकिन मैं एक जगह में हूँ जो अब भी शहर नहीं है, अभी भी पूरा जंगल ही जंगल है, रास्ता नहीं, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी इज ए लग्जरी, टेलीफोन कभी कभी आता है तो हम 10 किलोमीटर ड्राइव करके जाते हैं, फिर अभी भी वो जंगल में रामकृष्ण मिशन का सर्विस चलता है. हम बाद में आएंगे उस स्टोरी में, विल टेक इट एज एन एग्जांपल, बिकॉज यू नीड टू नो रामकृष्ण मिशन इज नॉट लिमिटेड टू सिटीज. वी नो ओनली द सिटीज, what is happening, what is in the limelight, but what is beyond that. And I know one of the ladies who went once from Mumbai, I don't know if she's here, she's a banker, she went to see our center once and she told that all of the Mumbai people should come and see what is Ramakrishna Mission is doing in this jungle. And you know, even after that, just because she saw one, she wanted to sponsor a child there. So this is how they feel. Again, we'll come back, but then please go to the first slide. We'll just try to know why, you know, people run after UPSC examination, NET, common test, entrance, etc. So why people are running even for Ramakrishna Mission? That is a story behind. And it is not that Ramakrishna Mission, because they get less money. It is not that Ramakrishna Mission is giving excellent quality education and they can get degrees. There are many more who are doing that. But still then, even for getting admission into Ramakrishna Mission schools and colleges, there are coaching centers coming up, flourishing coaching centers, so that they get ready those people who can appear in the entrance and then they can become students of Ramakrishna Mission. Why? The parents perhaps think it is not mere academic education, it is not mere becoming an officer, but having some values. And that values, the professional institutions, the almost business mold it is running. Education has become a business, fermenting money, and then they can have professionals, but there is no life that can infuse a life into their children. That is most important. And it warrants a lot of sacrifice, lot of dedication to bring in that spirit. So this we'll first find out some of the definitions, what educations our professional educationers were trying to give. Maharaj, can you move forward? First slide. So yes, I need to see from here. Perhaps I'm not being able to see. This is some, okay. I'm sorry. So this is how it started. Our educational system earlier was Gurukul based, but then, you know, time doesn't permit that. We have to move on. From Gurukul system, we have to move on to a modern educational system because no, that's for you. I can see from my phone. It is small, but I can manage. You know, angle नहीं मिल रहा है. ठीक है, फिर मार लो. नहीं हो जाएगा. Okay, this is done. I'm getting it. So in ancient Gurukul system, it was a close-knit group. But then we went for English education. You all know we blame Macaulay for whatever is happening to us, but I don't blame him. Because with this education, please let us take things positively. With this education, we have moved from the Stone Age to the Satellite Age. we are conquering the West. We are perhaps in the top positions in the different field of IT and all those sectors. But then, what they missed is the Indian ecosystem that was perhaps missing. And we should not blame them. After 75 years of freedom, you still, if you go on blaming Macaulay and all those people, that will be wrong. We always have that in our capacity. Fortunately, after that, Uttar Pradesh board came off, and then 1929, and then 1952, CBSE came up. That is how school education was formed. This was everything in our control. Even then, we're keeping blaming. We ourselves are responsible for that. What kind of education we try to put in. Fortunately, this NAP 2020, I am fortunately a member of that committee for the Arunachal chapter, so I know a bit of that. If it comes and implemented properly, I think we'll have a very good blending of values, of vocational training, of practical-based learning, what Swamiji wanted. And in fact, they took, before forming this Kasturiangan committee, also took our inputs, how it has to be done. So this is Maharaj, please move on to the next comparison. Ancient versus modern educational system, yes. So perhaps you'll not be able to read everything. You can please see the screen. And this is how it was happening. Education was imported mostly by oral tradition. All our Vedas, our Vedangas, our Shruti, everything came by oral traditions. They're remembering. And they were so close to teacher. But then, see, modern education system, we have to go to schools and colleges. We cannot have those systems today, but we can bring that one. That will using, but we need to use it. Why need to use it? You remember what happened to Sri Lanka? They thought they will not use any of the fertilizers. They'll feed with orthodox system, and their economy collapsed. Population has grown. We have to adapt to the modern day system. We have to take the technology, but then our values. This was something very important. NAP 2020 I have already told, and how the system is going. You can move on to the next slide, NAP 2020. I should have controlled this one better. Okay, sorry. Problem karta hai. Okay. After and what are the challenges we are facing? Most importantly, the challenges we are facing is unequal access of education. See, why Manipur is burning now? The problem is here. We do not have equal access to education. In 1980s, there was Mandal Commission, so much of riot everywhere. Why? They need money. They need jobs. But if we provide education, make everyone ready, reservation is for education, not for getting jobs. So if people make people ready, let them compete and the best people come to serve. Unfortunately, I missed that. Next year coming to some of the important quotations I took. There are so many commissions has been made regarding education, but where do we stand? Abdul Kalam said, please read, this is very serious. They have contributed to our education system. Education has to build the capabilities of the spirit of inquiry, creativity, entrepreneurial and moral leadership among students, and become the role model. We are not. Aristotle and Plato, they were great educationists of those days. Aristotle said, educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. Mahatma Gandhi, said, by education I mean an all-round drawing out of the best in the child and man, body, mind, and spirit. They'll come close to Swamiji. Body, mind, and spirit. Albert Einstein said it is the supreme art of the teacher to awaken joy in creative expression and knowledge. We'll find out how Swamiji have fine-tuned these things. Rabindranath Tagore is saying the highest education is that which does not merely give us information, but makes our life in harmony with all existence. We'll come to Vivekananda then. See, all these people mostly were from Western education or materialistic education, except Rabindranath Tagore, who is a natural observer. So their level of consciousness was mostly physical and mental. Or you can say, so we have 5 kosas of existence. 5 kosas you have heard. Annamaya, Pranamaya, Manomaya, Vijnanamaya, and Anandamaya. If you compare this first two, Annamaya and Pranamaya, this is our physical existence. If you go to next level, Manomaya and Vijnanamaya, it comes to our mental level, psychic level. But the Western thoughts were never going beyond that. There is nothing like spiritual. At best, it can be moral. And moral and ethics, it come in the different plane. Religion begins where morality ends. Swamiji's statement. So the spiritual consciousness, this is Anandamaya, is coming much higher, and this is what Swamiji is trying to tell. Our scriptures used to say, 2 types of knowledge, Paravidya and Aparavidya. Aparavidya is all this what science and grammar and whatever we are studying, this comes under Aparavidya. So Paravidya is by knowing which, this is most important thing, we are very proud of our achievements, but small things derail us. Somebody tells something wrong about us, we are so upset. Somebody offends little bit, we are having such a thin skin. So how do we, this building, see, in normal condition this building can stay, but how does it sustain itself during an earthquake? This is the test. So in the life, this problem will come. Knowing what, you know everything. Knowing what, you sustain yourself. That is called Para Vidya. And this is where Swamiji wanted development of everything. Body, mind, and soul. Soul, actually, he says, the ignorance has to be removed. And body, you have to take good food. You have to go to gym. You have to play. That is why he told, better to play football than read Gita. But he never said, don't read Gita. He wanted a physically weak person can never take value of what is reading Gita. The value of Gita. Ranganathan used to tell, a unemployed person can never understand what is the value of a holiday. Because he's unemployed, So, similarly, Vivekananda wanted that the best of physical education, this Western science and technology has to be blended with the Indian ecosystem. And then only we can have the best thing of the world. So he gave 3 things, Shraddha, believing in ourselves, purity, and perseverance. He told about 3 hearts, 3 H, head, heart, and hand that can execute the ideas. I think, please move on to the next things. Yes, Swamiji's, yeah. It is a man-making religion that all we want. It is man-making theories that we want. It is man-making education all round that we want. So what is that man-making? Man has to develop himself in all its spheres, physical, mental, and spiritual. If we are strong physically, then we can think of strong mentally. Physical strength may weaken during our old age, but our mental strength will still sustain us. And spiritual strength will sustain us even if our body falls. So physical, mental, how much we may be, but we know that we are that Amritasya Putra. I am that, he's telling, Atmana Bindyate Viryam. This gives is strength. Strength is life, weakness is death. So this life, the message of strength, has to percolate every part of the society. Please move on to the next slide. Please go. Please move on. Okay. Please move on. Please move on. Please move on. It will take time. We'll skip this. Okay. Please move on. Okay. So yes. Next, please. Next. We have done this. Go to the end of the slide. Okay. So I will now we have shown these pictures. Please go to the next PowerPoint rather. The second one. कुछ दिन पहले एक स्टोरी हम बोल रहे हैं जो how these people, why they get attracted. It was a time when our predecessors were going to get children, because Swami said Jiva Gyana, Siva Gyana, Jiva Seva and all those. हमारे प्रेडिसेस जब जा रहे थे बच्चों को कहीं से लेने के लिए, वो लोग भगाते थे हमको कि हमारे बच्चे नहीं हैं, हमको पढ़ना नहीं है, please don't come. You know, the tribal area particularly, because the tribal area serving is so difficult. Tribals will put a pig, they'll kill a pig and hang it. If the blood is falling, then you won't get in there. This is simply, they are trying so that you do not come. Outsiders must not come. They won't come outside, they need only salt. So they were not coming to mainland. Why I am telling this? Now it is time, unless we people, men from the plain land, go and observe them, you are going to lose them. If Ramakrishna Mission was not there in Arunachal, I think some years back, I don't know if now Arunachal would be in India or it would be in China. We do not know if they have got to speak Hindi, they ever would be feeling proud of being Indian. Army cannot do that. It is the magic word. The word is education. Education, education, education is the panacea for all the problems. Swami said this about women education. And we have really neglected the masses. We have women where it is convenient, where it is comfortable, and that is why I remember once in Ceylon, I was there for 16 years, and one Christian lady who is a Padma awardee, she was telling me, Swamiji, had you come here 50 years back, we would have never been converted. So, the feeling there in Arunachal, you will really be surprised. That slide is ready. Those families who were reluctant to allow their children. A few days before I was telling, Amit Saji was there, and जब हेलीकॉप्टर में जाते कहीं कुछ देखने को नहीं मिल रहा है, जंगल ही जंगल, miles and miles jungle, no road, somehow he got down, even driving, it is not potholes. The road has to be found out. Where is the road? So finally he has reached, and he finds thousands of people standing there to attend to his meeting. And he says, आप लोग कहाँ कहाँ जाते हो? स्वामी जी थकते नहीं, रुकते नहीं, और इनको इमेजिन नहीं कर पा रहे हैं कि ऐसे जगह में कैसे आ गए. So just please play that slide. Well, just this 4-minute presentation showing as an example the centers what Ramakrishna Mission is doing. You can do these big things in Kolkata, in Bangalore, in Hyderabad, but even in remote areas where even reaching there is difficult, even there what is happening. Please say, please चालू कर दिए इसको. No, it must go, and there is nothing more to do. Please. There is some music, audio you can give. You can listen bit of Khandana in the background. So this is a new road constructed, and Amit Sai unveiled the statue. This is the gate point right from the. I am proud to be an Indian. This is a prayer hall where Swamijis pray, because prayer halls are different for children and Swamijis. And this is the old place where all the senior monks stayed, like Bireswarananji and Gaminanji. This is a confluence of rivers. Location is beautiful, 300 acres of land in a confluence of 2 rivers. And you see different places where we have statue of Vivekananda, small statue. This is, you come, you can stay in this guest house. Invitation stands. And this is, yes, higher secondary hostel, secondary section. You see in the forest what they have done. Teachers' quarters, bachelor teachers' quarters rather. And you see there coffee plantation, tea plantation, and every bit of this. Shiva is standing there, big statues of 18 feet. I think our Bishop was there during Shiva statue installation. Maharaj was there. This central office. This is how we are inspiring the children. Be rooted in your culture. And residential school. This is for them, for immediate neighbors, maybe 10 kilometers away. See, they are doing in this jungle. They are doing tabla, computer, and all those things. And there are some of them even now the first generation they're coming to school. And this is this gentleman who told kahan kahan pa jate ho. After reaching there, he found Ramakrishna Mission has reached here. ये हमारा दोस्त है, कैंपस में रहते हैं, कभी कभी रास्ता डाल देते हैं, अजगर, pythons, elephants, and some village work. You see that Chang, you can see how village work people are doing, and so you have almost relief work. You can see how the tribals look, and this is again you are taken together all the pictures that recap of what we did, everything. I'll end up just with a small story. ये जो हमारा एजुकेशन सिस्टम है, इसमें एक बड़ा बात है कि डिसिप्लिन. एक जगह है जहाँ पे एक कुछ दिन पहले का घटना है कि एक सीनियर मैन इज कमिंग एंड आस्किंग द स्वामी इंचार्ज देयर, स्वामी जी मेरे को but then see the thing, he has come to admit his child. Then there is an old Swami who could recognize that fellow. That fellow is in the hostel and he ran away from there 7 times. And every time he'll go, they will give again some excuse, he'll say, they'll pardon him, he'll be asked to stay back. Once, twice, thrice, and finally he was gone. 7th time, he's removed. Some years later, he has come back to admit his own child in that same very hostel. तो एक महाराज ने पता कर लिया, अरे क्या हुआ तुम इधर? हाँ महाराज ना क्या हुआ ना, क्या हुआ? नहीं मैं थोड़ा बेटा को थोड़ा एडमिशन करने के लिए आया था. तुम तो बोल रहा था ये तो सेंट्रल जेल, वो सेंट्रल जेल बोला था. रामकृष्ण मिशन जो है ना, इतना रूटीन सुबह से 4 बजे से रात को 10 बजे तक पढ़ाई करो, खेला करो, कल्चरल एक्टिविटी करो. सब लोग समझते हैं बहुत ज्यादा पढ़ाई करते, ये नहीं. कुश्ती भी करना है, कल्चरल एक्टिविटी करना है, स्पोर्ट्स में जाना है, बाप रे बाप रूटीन. ये तो बोल रहा है ये रामकृष्ण मिशन का हॉस्टल नहीं, ये सेंट्रल जेल है. वो भाग गया उधर से. तो महाराज बोल रहे हैं तुम सेंट्रल जेल, तो सेंट्रल जेल बोला इसको, फिर तुम क्यों आया? बोले महाराज बाहर जाने के बाद वही पता चला, अगर जिंदगी में आदमी बनना, इफ यू वांट टू बिकम ए मैन, आई हैव टू बी इन दिस सेंट्रल जेल ओनली. प्लीज पुट माय सन इन सेंट्रल जेल. थैंक यू, नमस्कार.
Many pranams, Maharaj. That was really informative, elaborative, and illuminating discourse with glorious facts. So now, the next lecture, next discourse we will have on the topic health. So may I now invite revered Swami Sivabratananda Ji Maharaj, Secretary, Ramakrishna Mission, Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh, to deliver his address on health.
जननीं शारदां देवीं रामकृष्णं जगद्गुरुं पादपद्मे तयो श्रित्वा प्रणमामि मुहुर्मुहुर्. नमः श्री यतिराजाय विवेकानंदसूरये सच्चित्सुखस्वरूपाय स्वामिने तापहारिणे. रिवर्ड स्वामी विश्वात्मानंद जी, रिवर्ड स्वामी सत्यदेवानंद जी, रिवर्ड स्वामी सुपर्णानंद जी, revered Swami Achyutishanand ji, and senior monks present here. My humble pranams to them. My sincere love to Narasimhanand ji and the junior monks who are present here. My love and namaskar to them, and my loving namaskar to all the devotees present here. Today, I had been asked, Maharaj called me over phone and he said, "Hey Jawar, तू लेक्चर दे भी?" तो बोले हेल्थ पर लेक्चर दे भी। ठीक আছে দেখা যাক, এখন হেলথ তো আমাকে ছাড়ছেই না, and health is not and a living being. Actually, when I joined the Ramakrishna mission, I wanted to run away from the health. Being a medical professional, Maharaj had asked me to give the lecture on health. And I to Arogya Bhavan, then Seva Pratishthan. Then from there to Mumbai, and Mumbai to now I am in Bilaspur, where there is no health. So we know Ramakrishna mission. We are running around 8 big hospitals, and almost all centers are having topic. We will discuss what basic health is, rather than going in all data and other things. We'll see what will help us in our life. So yesterday I was listening to the news in Aaj Tak, in black and white. They were mentioning that gradually this whole India will see, again they are giving the data that we are having work with population between 15 to 59 age group, they are working population, and it is around 13.9 crores, and it is maximum in the world. It is great. It is more than China. But what is problem has come? They say that gradually our population, working population, getting sick. They are having mild to moderate diseases, and the work efficiency of theirs is getting down. It has come down to 50 to 60%. So this is the scenario of health today in our country. So let us see what basic concept of health we have in our, actually, in our medical literature. We see what is basic concept. So we know human body it's a primary instrument for fulfilling our duties in life. It is a primary instrument, human body. And without good, able human body, we cannot achieve anything, either in this world or in the next world. Even our Shastra says, Shariram Adyam Khalu Dharma Sadhanam. This Sharir ही धर्म का मुख्य साधन है. Or this body indeed is the means of righteousness. Suppose if we see the Upanishad also, Upanishad says, Nayam Atma Balahinana Labhya. You cannot realize God or Atman without sound mind and body. And we all know, Swamiji is already told, Maharaj is also mentioned before, कि Swamiji said, rather than reading Gita, it is better to play football. Why? To getting sound mind and body, we will able to understand the spirit of Gita well. So, even if you read this Gita, Bhagavad Gita also says, idam shariram konteya kshetram iti abhidhiyate. What does it mean? This body is a kshetra. This is agriculture ground. Whatever you want to achieve in this world, you get through this body. So body is very important. The physical body is also important. And we see what is the concept of physical body. Now, we know what physical body is. Traditionally, we mean health is, I don't have any disease. But this is not enough. Most of the physicians or citizens also consider body, when the body gets ill, get treated and leave it. but it is not the right thing. So, right definition of the health was given by WHO, World Health Organization. It says it is a state. It is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not mere absence of the disease. Now, it is a state has been maintained. We should have physical, mental, and social well-being. When all the three features are met in our life, then we can say we have good health. But it is not a static. It's not a state. It's a dynamic process. Dynamic process where we ourselves, in a dynamic way, try to adjust, try to cope up with what are the changes comes in our life and try to adjust it. It's a dynamic process. So we are having three working definition of health that we see. First is health is the absence of disease. Second is health is a state that allows the individual to adequately cope up with the demands of the life. And third is it's a state of balance within himself and surrounding environment. When this balance is achieved, we can say we have a good health. Now, to have a good physical body, to have a good physique, what we required? Mere three things. Diet, if we are particular about diet, exercise, and sleep. Diet means we say we should not too much eat. We should not stuff our stomach with much food. So we should have a regular diet. Ayurveda says, fill your stomach with half food, 1/4 with water, and let 1/4 remain for movement of the air. So as a general rule, we see we should not be hungry more than 6 hours, or at least 3 hours gap should be given between 2 intake of meal. So this much is enough. And along with that, we should have a quality of food which is easily digestible. It is proportionate in protein, fats, and carbohydrates. So these precautions we have to take. And second thing, regular physical exercise, then sleep. And sleep is, medical science says, 5 hours to 7 hours is maximum of 7 hours sleep is enough for us. And maintaining hygiene. So this will, if we alert about all these things, then we can have a good physical health. Even Gita says, Yuktahara viharasya yukta karmasya chestachu yukta sapnava bodhasya yogo bhavati dukkhaha. If you are regulated in diet, in creation, regulated in performing actions, and regulated in sleep and wakefulness, then the yogo bhavati dukkhaha. So moderation is required in all the three things, diet, exercise, and sleep. If we have, then we have a good body. And with this good body, is it enough for us? No. Nowadays, it is not enough. I was sitting in an Arogya Bhavan discussing with a monk there who said me, in our initial days when we were brahmachari, we used to serve in the Vrindavan hospital, and there we used to clean the wards, make the bed of the patient, clean the bed pins, and etc. And there was much struggle for us. I was sitting quietly and then told, Maharaj, it is all right for you. You have physical struggle. But nowadays, we have a lot of mental struggle. Lot of mental struggle. Is it not? We are mentally, yes, physically we are getting food and everything, but we are having lot of mental struggle. How to keep our mental balance? That is more important for us. If we see the number of suicides in a year, it is around 7 to 8 lakhs throughout the world. It's too much. And one social psychologist has written one book, Erich Fromm. He has written the book titled Sane Society. He begins with giving the number of and statistics of prevalent crimes, rape, murders etc. in our society, and ultimately concludes that the whole society has become insane. And he says that we are not living in a mentally healthy or sane society, but in an insane society. He concludes like that. So, along with physical health, we need mental health also. So what does this mental health mean? WHO, World Health Organization, has given a definition. That definition says, it's a state of well-being in which individual realizes his or her ability. Second point is, he can cope up with the normal stress of life, can work productively and fruitfully, and is able to make a contribution to the society or community. So this is the health. The 4 points are there. We have seen, that means he should know his ability, cope up with normal stress of the life, have work productively, and for this make some contribution to the society. This is the definition given by WHO. But many psychologists or physicists or doctors, they try to explain what WHO wants to tell in a different way. One case that physician has given, published one paper on the mental health, and he said there are 3 domains of health: emotional well-being, psychological well-being, and social well-being. But it differs with the other doctors. Ultimately, they found that there is no proper definition of mental health. Mental health, so why this is so? In different cultures are having different concept of health. Different countries are having different culture, different concept of health. And also social background, different social background have a different concept of the health. Ultimately, a group of doctors, physicians, and psychologists sat together and proposed a definition of mental health. Very nice, beautiful definition. If we see that definition, it will fulfill our all aspects of our psychology. And it is, I feel it is a very correct definition of the health. So it has 6 components. We see one by one. 6 components. First component is a dynamic state. It's a dynamic state of internal equilibrium. That means internal equilibrium. We have to maintain our equilibrium. We see, generally we see even normal, healthy, he becomes sad, he becomes angry, he becomes angry. Sometimes emotions plays in his life. But what is to we are suffering from grief many times. Sometimes it's depression. But in spite of all these things, we are able to maintain our internal equilibrium. That should be done, and it is given in the definition. And second, many life events. Suppose you are a young boy, becomes adolescence, then goes to college, then get married, become parent, and ultimately he retires. In all stations of life, he should able to maintain equilibrium inside. Once, a few days back in Bilaspur, one professor of geology, he got retired. After a few days, he came to me and said, I have to show the psychologist. Everybody used to respect me, talk to me, listen to me, but you just say, this is my condition. Now I have to see the psychologist. I said, no, don't go to psychologist. This is a temper time, positively, productively, go here and there, read some good books. If you go to psychologist, he will give medicine, and throughout your life, you have to take the medicine. So this adjustment, this inner adjustment is required in our life, and that is dynamic state of internal equilibrium. And they have included here also, very beautiful principle here. This is a dynamic state of internal equilibrium which enables individual to use their abilities in harmony with universal values of society. That means we should have internal equilibrium along with that harmony with the universal values of societies. What are universal values? Here they are mentioning. That means respect and care for oneself and other living beings. Second, respect for one's and others' freedom and recognition of connectedness of the people. This is a good Vedantic concept. What else? If you have respect for oneself, respect for others, it's a Vedantic concept. If you are care for the freedom of yourself and others, it is again Vedantic concept. And there is a connectedness of the people. This is a good Vedantic concept given in the definition. This is the first point, first component of the mental health. Second, we see this says one should have basic cognitive skills and social skills. What is basic cognitive skills? You are able to pay attention, remember, and organize the information. We have to read many things, but we should be able to organize it. Organize properly, and then able to solve our problems and make the decision. This comes under basic cognitive skills. And socially, we should be able to communicate with others. That is social skill. Then third thing, we should have emotional regulation. Emotional regulation means we should be able to recognize, express, and modulate one's own emotions. And this is a great quality for removing the stress. It is in stress management, it is very important to regularize our emotions. And if suppose we don't have such, what will happen? We will have a depression. Then it is a risk factor for all psychological disorders. So emotional regulation is one of the important component of mental health. Then says, fourth one is empathy. What does empathy means? That is ability to know or understand with what others feels between oneself and other. That means I should able to know myself and I should able to know the society around me. What will happen if suppose I know this thing, I able to know all myself and society, then what will happen? We can effectively communicate with the others. And second, more important, we can predict others. We can predict the intention of others. And we will have a feeling for others. So this is empathy. If suppose it is not there, then we will have an antisocial character. We will become antisocial because I don't know myself, I don't know society, then I will behave vaguely and it will become antisocial. And it's a risk for violence also. And it impairs our interaction at all levels. So empathy should be there. And last and fifth one is flexibility. Suppose I do not have flexibility in my personality, then what will happen? If suppose I am flexible, I have taken one course of action, and gradually I find there is much difficulties, much obstacles have come. So I should have enough flexibility to change my course of action. Then we are fixed to one idea. We are fascinated by one idea. If suppose in a evidence against it comes, I should be able to change my opinion. This should be important in our psychology. If suppose it is not there, then what will happen? We will become obsessive. We will have a psychological disorders. So this we have to avoid. And fifth one is I should be able to contribute to the society in a positive way. So these are the criteria. about mental health. And if suppose we have all these criteria, if suppose we analyze it, we think over it, are we have such type of mental health? No. So who has this? This is ideal. This is the highest degree of mental health. This is a sound mental health, which is possible only in realized soul. Which is possible only, Swamiji says, na, Buddha was a sanest person ever born. Swamiji had such type of mental stability. Sri Ramakrishna Dev had, Sri Holy Mother had such type of sanity. Why? Such type of high degree of mental health. But we see it is not possible without true knowledge. It's not possible without true knowledge. So what is true knowledge? Gita says, Kshetra Kshetraga Yog Jnanam Yatyaj Jnanam Matam Mama. He says, who knows the self, who knows the Kshetra, that means the field, that means the body, and he knows the Kshetragya, that is individual soul. Gita himself says individual soul is God himself. So there is a harmony. He had known the Kshetra means this body along with its modifications, this physical body, mental body, we can say intellect, all these are the modifications. They are all matters, and we have to think this matters we can able to change. I am not a matter, I am the spirit. It is one with the God. If suppose this type of knowledge comes in our mind, then we can able to have such type of mental health which will able to prolong us in our life. Now, how it will come? How this health will come, mental health? It's a very difficult task. How it will come? So we should have some virtues to develop in our life. Some virtues we have to develop. What are they? First is we should have discrimination. Discrimination, we should able to reason our observation, events, what is happening in our life. And we should have analytical study of every event in our life. That will give us insight what is there in our psychology. And philosophical discrimination, we know, Thakur says, Ekmatra Bhagwani Satya Baki Asatya. Or ki chai, ki only God is real, other else is unreal. Hai na? Unreal means they are temporarily present. They are not permanent. So we have to catch hold of that permanent thing in our life. These are the virtues that we have to develop. If suppose we will not disturb by the events in our life. Somebody scolds us, somebody disrespects us. This will not disturb by all these things. Then we should have minimum detachment. We see all our mental problem, all our instability comes from where? We are too much attached to the persons, places, things, or even one type of work also. So this is not good for us because it disturbs us. It takes our peace. So minimum to live peacefully in our life, to positively in our life, we should have minimum degree of detachment one should have in our life. Then third one is, we have seen the discrimination, detachment, then comes the devotion. Devotion is a very good factor which will keep us calm, quiet. Devotion and faith to God, or one's own guru, or we can say one ideal, or any scripture, or any great personality. If you have such type of devotion, this devotion has a tremendous sustaining force against all various types of challenges which come in our life. So devotion one should have. And lastly, discipline should be there. Discipline, that is, there should be physical discipline, mental discipline, even in thought. Everywhere we should be disciplined. So our goal is to build the sound mental health. So all these virtues are required to develop in our personality. Then we will have a good mental health. So lastly, we see the mental rest also be required. Mental rest means rather than reading trash literature, seeing all the scenes which is not supposed to seen by us. In that way, if suppose we feed ourselves. Like physical body requires what? A good nutritious food. In the same way, our mental aspect also required good mental food. We should have we should read the elevating literature, we should have a good company. All these things keep us, our mental health in balance. So ultimate aim of our life is to remain swastha. So what is swastha? We are established in the self. If we are swastha, that means established in the self. If we are established, if we know the true knowledge, if you read all these things and analyze any things, develop some virtues in our life, it will help us to lead our life peacefully, fruitfully, positively, and it will reduce all psychological disorders. In present society, we require some sane person, some mentally balanced person who will inspire, who will lead his life. Along with that, he will inspire us who are around them. With this, I am concluding my lecture. Thank you. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Sri Ramakrishna Arpanamastu.
Many pranams to revered Swami Sivabratananda Ji Maharaj for delivering an in-depth, informative and comparative study on how to achieve overall health. एक संपूर्ण स्वास्थ्य को कैसे हम लोग प्राप्त कर सकते हैं, बहुत सारे जगह पे हम लोग कैसे सामंजस्य हम लोगों को क्रिएट करना है, इसके ऊपर बहुत ही विस्तृत एक सुंदर बट बहुत संक्षिप्त में उन्होंने बहुत अच्छी तरह पेश किया है. इसके लिए उनको बहुत प्रणाम. नाउ मे आई रिक्वेस्ट रिवर्ड स्वामी नरसिम्हानंद जी महाराज, सेक्रेटरी रामकृष्ण मिशन, कोझिकोड, Kerala, for delivering his address. He is a very known face in Mumbai. Actually, he comes for regular lectures in educational institutes. He has come here many times. He was also earlier editor of Prabuddha Bharat, so you must be knowing. So Maharaj, may you please come to deliver your address on tribal welfare.
My pranams to revered Swami Satyadevanand Ji Maharaj, revered Swami Vishwatmanand Ji Maharaj, revered Swami Suparnanand Ji Maharaj, revered Swami Achyuteshanand Ji Maharaj, revered Swami Sevavratanand Ji Maharaj, and all the revered monks present here, and my namaskars to all the devotees and other guests present here. In fact, on the dais, we have 3 monks who have spent a considerable part of their lives, monastic lives, serving the tribal population. As we saw, the first talk was by revered Swami Achyuteshanand Ji Maharaj, who was earlier serving in our Shillong center, and now he was also heading Shillong center for some time, and then now he is heading our Narottam Nagar center. And we have revered Swami Vishwatman Ji Maharaj, who also was heading Itanagar center, and Swami Gopalanand Ji Maharaj. My pranams to him. Gopalanand Ji Maharaj did pioneering work in Ranchi, Morabadi, serving the tribal population there through many activities, including Krishi Vigyan Kendra. So, they are rightfully qualified to speak on this topic. But since Satyadevanji Maharaj asked me to speak on this topic. Maharaj, you also were in tribal, this thing, in Shillong. Ranchi Morabadi, yes. I think you were together. Sakwar. I will come to that, of course, in the talk. So here, we all know that Sakwar in the Palghat district serves Maharashtra tribal population, and now it has become an independent center. So, but when Maharaj said, there were two boys who used to make stories, like spinning stories. Gappod bolte hain unko na Hindi mein, gappod. So one boy said, "Arey, my mother can talk on any topic you give. My mother can talk for hours together." Another boy said, "That is not a big thing. My mother can talk without any topic for hours together." So, relating to that story, when Satyadevanji called me and said that your topic is, Maharaj did not ask me. He said, because Maharaj knows, give him any topic, he will speak something anyway. So he said, tribal health. And when I came here, I realized that I'm going to speak in front of great giants who have been doing tribal work, and with all of whom I have gained a lot with their personal companies, starting with Chuteshanji Maharaj, Gopalanji Maharaj, and everyone here. So in law we say anticipatory bail. So I first seek an anticipatory bail if I do any mistake, because I have not been fortunate enough to do tribal work. We in Kozhikode are trying to do something in the adjoining district of Wayanad, but I would be speaking in front of these masters. Right away going to the topic, this very word tribal, it bothers me. This is not in the nature of Sanatana Dharma. If you study the Ramayana or you study the Mahabharata, in Ramayana we come across Bhil and Kol and Gond tribes. Bhil Raja met Rama, Sri Ramchandra, and Shabari also was in fact a princess of the Bhil community. This othering of tribal population is not in our nature. That happened because some people who came outside of Bharat or India, I mean the South Asia, which is not the political India today, but which was much larger than that, they instilled this idea that certain tribes are different. But in reality, each living being is a tribe in oneself. Every human being has unique characteristics, and so do every community. So does every community and every religion, every linguistic tradition, every faith-based tradition. So there's no point in segregating them. This work was done by one of the governor generals, then they were called viceroys. There was this person called Thomas Baring. This person was the first Earl of Northbrook. This person in 1874, rather it is quite recent, he brought out something called as the Scheduled Tracts Act. With an idea, Britishers are famous for this, and now all historians, interestingly, including British historians, acknowledge this. Divide and rule. With an idea to create a different community and telling them that, see, you have not been accepted by the mainstream, so we will give you some other religion, we will give you some other way of life and adopt it. And that has worked. Just like Macaulay's thing has worked. Achyuteshanji was saying, after 75 years of independence, there is no point in pointing fingers, but that's what we are doing. And Macaulay's thing has worked. Now, if anybody wears dhoti and speaks in an Indian language, he is considered or she is considered less educated. One has to wear trousers and shirts and speak in English, though you may speak it incorrectly. So that worked. And that's why even now when we come across people, our brothers and sisters from other parts, particularly from the Northeast. We call them Chinese, and we don't say, are you Indian? And that has been a topic which has been brought up increasingly and repeatedly in the popular media, but of not much benefit. So how did this start? All work of serving living beings in Ramakrishna Mission, we trace to two things of Sri Ramakrishna. One is, we know once when he was talking to his disciples, he said that in Vaishnava Dharma, it is that you have compassion, daya, towards living beings. He said, who are you to have compassion? It is rather Shiva Jnane Jiver Seva. You serve all living beings with the idea that every living being is Lord, Shiva. And so in Ramakrishna Mission, we don't do any social service. We try to serve God in living beings. That's a very important point we need to remind ourselves. And then also, Sri Ramakrishna once when he was on a pilgrimage, he stopped at Devgar and said that these people should be bathed, they should be given oil, and then they should be given clothes and fed. And also Swami Vivekananda, towards the end of his life, once fed the Santal tribes who were working in the construction of the Belur Math temple. So that is where, this is our root. This is where we take our lessons of service from. And also, Swami Vivekananda repeatedly said that this order is based on love. Love is the basis of this order. Swami Achyuteshanji was talking about how Ramakrishna Mission institutions are based on discipline. Yes, they are. But that discipline does not come from regimentation, but it comes from the love for living beings. Some monks have. See, we are all monks from different cultural family backgrounds, all come together for a single purpose. And that purpose is to find God. And find God not only in oneself, but around us. And so that is the cause, or that is the basis of all work that we do. In Ramakrishna Mission, tribal work, we generally trace it to an illustrious monk whose pre-monastic name was Ketaki Maharaj. His monastic name was Swami Prabhananda. And he, from Sylhet, he went to a place in Cherrapunji called Shela in 1924. And there he started a small school. He brought economical healthcare alternatives like biochemical or homeopathy medicines, started giving them, started teaching them songs, etc. And he became very famous. And that led to the starting of our center there. In 1931, it was officially affiliated to the Ramakrishna Mission. Swami Prabhanandaji Maharaj, along with another famous Swami whose bhajans you all are familiar with, Swami Chandikananda, did pioneering work there. Chandikanji wrote songs in Khasi dialect, Khasi language, on Thakurma and Swamiji. And that place grew up to be one of the major centers in Northeast of Ramakrishna Mission. There now we have many schools which act as feeder schools to the one higher secondary school we have. We have 16 high schools there. We have 9 upper primary and 14 lower primary schools. These are all, unless one goes there, one does not understand the extent of the work. These are all spread in remote locations under inclement weather and very difficult, as Swami Achyuteshanji was saying, very difficult to reach. And Swami Prabhanandaji Maharaj influenced the public so much with his unconditional love that there are songs which are dedicated to him, Ketaki, Ketaki, in that manner. And Swamiji passed away at a young age of 38. In fact, those who saw him, they reminisce that his body itself shrunk because of so much of physical labor that he went. As I told in the beginning, the goal of Ramakrishna Mission in doing tribal work is to remove any kind of ideas of segregation, to bring the idea that all are one, and to bring the integration, and also to remove any attempts to culturally invade tribal population or to remove their culture or their customs. And so Ramakrishna Mission takes great care to preserve their culture. For example, in Khasi, Garo, Jaintia, all these tribes, you will find that their customs, their rituals, their dances are all preserved. From northeast, if we just go down south, very south, to the state of Kerala, where now I am working, we find that very early, people like Swami Aghamanandaji, who was a disciple of Swami Brahmanandaji, started centers, and there was this other Swamiji, Swami Ishwaranandaji, who started the center in Thrissur, and Swami Aghamanji started a center in Kaladi, where it is the place of Adi Shankaracharya. There are tribal hostels where children are brought from tribal districts of Wayanad and Idiki. Exams are conducted and they are brought and they are given education. Going to Odisha, in Puri, there is a city center where there is a tribal hostel, students' home, and at least I know at least of one monk who was a student there and who has now become a monk, a senior monk in our order. And when Ramakrishna Mission went to the northeast, particularly Arunachal Pradesh, it was on the request of the government of India. Now we have 3 centers in Arunachal Pradesh, 3, and also another center, Lamdang. So 4 centers we have in Arunachal Pradesh, Alo, Narottam Nagar, Itanagar and Lamdang. So in Alo, you are all aware of revered Swami Gautamanandaji Maharaj. So Gautamanji Maharaj, when he went to Alo, he found that people did not have the habit of wearing any clothes. So they were in the nude. And then slowly those ideas were taught. And even now, that is a difficult, culturally as well as geographically difficult terrain. But we are still working there. Tremendous work is done there. And there are publications in the Adi dialect. In fact, even in Narottam Nagar, I remember when Ishatmananji was the head of the Narottam Nagar, who is now heading our Chicago center. When he was the head of Narottam Nagar, he used to come to Kolkata often because he is a much in demand speaker. And then at that time I was serving in Advaita Ashrama, Kolkata. And then he brought out some books in the dialects there. I believe they are still in circulation. And so this is another way that the local dialects or local tongues are preserved, and literature on values, moral values, and also the ideas of Ramakrishna, Sri Ramakrishna, Swami Vivekananda and Sri Sarada Devi are printed in those languages. In fact, Arunachal Pradesh, we see a demographic shift there. Like when, as I told you, when Gautamanji went to Alo, he found that people were not wearing proper clothes, or they were not wearing any clothes at all. Now if you go to mostly any office, Maharajas will be better to share the experiences. We find that many people who are in reputed posts are from Ramakrishna Mission schools. In fact, some ministers, MLA, MP, they were all ex-Ramakrishna Mission school students, our alumni. I now go to central part of India, from where our Seva Vratanandji is coming. He is from Bilaspur. He is now in Bilaspur. In the central part of India, in the early 80s, Ramakrishna Mission entered into tremendous tribal work there. You are all aware of the place called Narayanpur in the Abujmad area, Chhattisgarh, which was earlier part of Madhya Pradesh, now Chhattisgarh, we have schools in various locations. In fact, we have 5 areas where we have schools, we have fair price shops, we have medical centers, and recently we have started care for the prenatal stage and postnatal stage of maternity, early mothers, and also their infants in association with UNICEF. So there is tremendous work going on, and there is dairy, beekeeping, fishery, poultry training, painting, music, carpentry, automobile repair training, and all that. And also, one thing I want to just mention, if you look at the history of India, even before independence, and you look at the history of Ramakrishna Mission, which was started in 1897, you will find many parallels. In fact, the history of Ramakrishna Mission kind of mirrors the history of India. It was in 1897 when Swami Vivekananda famously said that for the next 50 years, India should be your center of attention. And exactly after 50 years, in 1947, we got independence. Most of the work in rural development, tribal development, in agricultural innovation, etc., was done by Ramakrishna Mission. And later on, many of our programs have been adopted by the government of India. So this we have to understand. In deep pockets, also another thing, in deep pockets across what is now famously known as the Red Corridor, or the corridor which is influenced by or affected by Naxalite activities, almost through those corridor, you can see a significant presence of the Ramakrishna Mission. Another thing is, because people support us, since we try to better the life or standard of living of people, Naxalites or Naxalite activists, they don't interfere with our work. And that can be seen very much in Abujmad, where there were no roads. And there was great Naxalite opposition to create roads. But then when Ramakrishna Mission started doing, creating roads, they were not only, they wanted to oppose it, but when they found that people are supporting, they did not create any problem. These are the areas where even army, CRPF can't enter. Police can't enter, government officials can't enter. And it is in these areas that monks, of course without any much security or any security, are doing work for almost a century. That is because more places more than a century. That is because, as I told, we try to bring out the ethos of love. Now we have to understand, particularly in Chhattisgarh, Abujmad, we have to understand what is the kind of life they live. These tribal members whom we have segregated. Swami Vivekananda said that when you segregate a person from the community, it is not that the person becomes separate from the community, you are actually creating an enemy for the community. So we have done that across centuries now. What is the kind of life? I'm giving you an incident which happened in Abujmad. In fact, in one of the areas which we in Ramakrishna Mission, Narayanpur, serve. And one of our volunteers recorded this event. The event is like that. A lady, a woman, she went to pick, twigs which fall from trees. They use that as firewood. So she went to pick those twigs, and she went, and she was pregnant. And when she went with a basket for picking those things, branches, etc. And then suddenly she felt labor pain. She sat under a tree, did her own delivery, put the infant in the basket, and returned to her home. We cannot even imagine this. Okay, particularly coming from an urban or semi-urban place or even a rural place where women are afraid to go through the pain of delivery and always go for what is called the cesarean section. We cannot imagine this at all. That is the style of life. And this incident happened 6 years ago. So it is not very far away. Okay. So we have to understand that is the kind of life they live. And that is the place where we try to increase the quality of life that they have. And the students of Narayanpur have excelled in sports. It has been studied now that tribal population have some kind of skills across the world, one being physical activities, mainly sports. And so they have won many cups, particularly in football. Now, coming to Ranchi Morabadi, as I told you earlier, which is now in Jharkhand, earlier it was in Bihar. Agriculture, horticulture, gardening, agricultural implements, how to maintain them, beekeeping, sericulture, all these things are taught to tribal communities there. And as I told you here, we have Gopalanji Maharaj and also Satyadevanji Maharaj who worked there some years ago. And there has been much influence and so much of knowledge has been imparted in terms of how to do innovation in agriculture. And in our own Mumbai, we have, as you know, Sakwar. Swami Aparokshanandaji has come from there, and our dear Swami Tattvarupanji is now the head of that center in Palghar district. There is a polytechnic. Is it not, Mara? There is a polytechnic? Vocational training center. Vocational training center, and there are many other activities where I had the privilege of going there once, and I saw that all these people, they participate in prayers, and most of them don't even understand Hindi. So that's a tremendous work happening there. Also, if you go down south again in Karnataka, there is a place called Ramakrishna Mission Kutira in BR Hills. Their health and education work is done. In rural Bengaluru, there is a place called Shivanahalli, where Swamiji, one has to go and see that center. It is so developed, one would be confused where we have come. Like Achyuteshanji was saying, "Aap kahan chale jate ho?" So that place, a tribal population is taught education. They have up to junior basic school, they have junior high school, and then there is education, there are values, and he also conducts workshops for teachers, etc. And on environmental education, relief, so much work is done. As I was telling you that we have a strong presence in the Red Corridor, the Maoist or Naxalite affected area. One place, such place is called Rampachudavaram. It is in Andhra Pradesh, and there we have a center, an outreach center, where we do health activities. It is part of the activities of Rajamandri, which is now called Rajamahendravaram. And recently, much recently in 2008, 100 acres of land was given to us by the Odisha government, and there in Hatmuniguda, in Rayagada district, which is again a tribal district, and also it has been affected by some mining. And so that place, we have 100 acres place where we have a school which starts from 5th standard to 12th standard. And that school, there are 700 students who are from tribal families. And you will be surprised, most of them are first generation schoolgoers. That is in their family, none of them had gone to school. And 300 are from non-tribal background. And if you see these kids, you will be surprised how they learn and how fast they learn. I have seen them participating in some of our competitions conducted by Ramakrishna Mission. And the way they speak English, I should not say this because as I started, English should not be an indicator of education, but still how they have learned English and how they speak and how they conduct themselves, it's a joy to see. Just look at. Recently, the most recent intervention in tribal work that Ramakrishna Mission has done is our center in Jhargram, which was officially started in 2017, where we have 405 students from the tribal population, of which about 50% are girl children. So we have a great work going on among the tribals. But as Swami Achyuteshanji told in his speech, if you were to go only by numbers, you probably would have organizations which have greater numbers. So these are not numbers we are looking at. We are looking at, of course, quality and also the ethos of integration, unity and love. And at this point, I want to tell something, that the fact that on a Sunday in Mumbai, which is many times called the Maya Nagari, I don't know why, we have a small auditorium packed full of people, and surprisingly not only old people. Some youngsters are also there, middle-aged people are also there. Come here to witness the deliberations of 125 years of Ramakrishna Mission Mumbai and Ramakrishna Mission itself. I'm hopeful that this is a good sign, a very good sign in fact. And so we have to keep in mind that Ramakrishna Mission is not an organization which runs because of the buildings. As I said, it's an organization based on love, and as Swami Gambhiranandaji, who was the 11th president of Ramakrishna Math and Ramakrishna Mission, said, it's because we have good people. So, it is my prayer to all of you, most of you parents and grandparents, some of you would-be parents, it's my prayer to all of you to create more such good people in society. Swami Vivekananda says that you have given so many lives for so many things. Why don't you sacrifice one life for this work? And a life, if we see a human life, it will be maximum 100, or if you are born in China, maybe 120. But that is no period of time at all. If you zoom out and see the magnificent universe at the larger picture of things. So, why don't we have more and more people who think only of renunciation and service, as Swamiji said, are the ideals of this nation. We want more people for this sacrifice, for this yajna. Ramakrishna Mission right now has only 1,600 people, monks, monastics, including brahmacharis who are in training, of which around 500 or 600 are not active. So, out of which, then there are so many. So, if you see the active monks, there will be like 700 to 800. And we have around 300 centers around the world with this 700 to 800 people. We need more people. We need this idea of Tyaga and Seva integrated in our lives. I would like to end this. I would like to thank Swami Satyadevanji for giving me this opportunity and end this by sharing with you a historical event which many of you or most of you don't know. To just show you how severely we have wronged those we call the tribal. And not only we have wronged them, we have ostracized them, we have segregated them, we have labeled them. And that is from the place where I am. Adjoining district is Wayanad. So, in the early 18th century, 1700s, when the Britishers were just entering into India, the East India Company, you know, these people, they have allergy with heat. So wherever they have gone, they have developed a hill station. Ooty, Shimla, Darjeeling, Mussoorie, etc., etc. So they wanted to develop a hill station in Kerala also, and Wayanad comes very nice. But only thing is know how to oppose. There were no roads to go there. So they contacted a tribal leader whose name is Karindandan. We don't know actually whether it was this name, but that is how he is known today. He belonged to the Paniya tribe. And the officer, the British engineering officer, found the way. This person led him and showed him the way. And you know what he did after he found the way? He made a road, of course not so elaborate road as we see now, and then he shot this tribal leader. This incident has some supernatural elements to it, and I am surprised all historians agree on this incident. So when he was shot, what he did was he wanted to protect his tribe. He was a respected, loved tribal leader. So he did not allow anybody to pass by the route which he had discovered or shown to that engineer. So he, as a spirit, stopped everyone entering there. Then they brought all big priests. You know, Kerala is a big place for Tantra worship, and they did huge sacrifice. And then they bound this spirit with chain on a tree, which is now a tourist spot. And he said that anybody, if they come there, they will lose their way, they cannot go back. But then after this prayer, now everybody goes to Wayanad as a tourism exercise. This is one example how we have wronged the tribal community. And as long as we think of them as the other, as different, so long we would be causing further wrongs to them. And the only way to really serve any community or any human being or any living being is to find God in them and have love for them. Thank you.
Thank you and pranams Maharaj for your excellent and inspiring words. अभी हम लोग प्रश्नोत्तर पर्वों के लिए सभा को ओपन करेंगे. तो in the question answer session, it will be very brief, very crisp and very short. So please, we have some request for the devotees. आपकी जो प्रश्न होगा वो आज के विषय के ऊपर हो और टू दी पॉइंट हो, एकदम संक्षिप्त हो, विषय के बहिर्भूत ना कोई प्रश्न किया जाए. हमारे जो वॉलंटियर्स है वो माइक्स लेके आपके पास आएंगे. आप लोग कृपया आप लोगों का यू कैन रेज योर हैंड्स टू आस्क क्वेश्चंस प्लीज.
हेलो
पहला प्रश्न.
नमस्कार.
आपका नाम बताइए और प्रश्न पूछिए.
मेरा नाम नंदिता काव है. I want to ask one question. Is that while we are integrating the tribals into or raising them from whatever culture they have,
He's standing.
is it possible to still integrate them while maintaining their own culture? Because we find that whenever there's any change or any kind of progress, culturally many things change, and the culture which they maintain is not does not remain as it is because of the progress in education, whatever, English or Hindi or whichever language, you know. So how is it possible to maintain their own culture integrated in a system where they progress and their own culture is maintained?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. And yes, it is possible. We have to only remember that when we say culture, these are the beliefs and practices which they have. So if somebody was living in a thatched hut, it is not necessary that they continue living in that. They can have access to all modern technological development in terms of health, shelter, or medical care, and also education. And at the same time, they can preserve their folk rituals or cultural practices and also their family systems. So if you go to Northeast, you will see this is happening there. Also in Ranchi, if you go, you will see this is happening. In fact, we have been supporting, Ramakrishna Mission has been supporting the preservation of these cultural, also food items. I remember once when I went to Ranchi, I found that there is some food item, but it was not available, because everywhere you go, you get this Lay's chips and Pepsi and all this, but not the indigenous. Somehow they are simply uprooted because of lack of demand. So I found it out. Not only that, I put it on Google. So there are many things which are being done silently, and yes, it is possible. It is possible, and it can be done, which we have seen across the world also.
मेरा नाम दिलीप कुमार दवे है। आई जस्ट वांटेड टू नो कि ये जो टीचर्स है मतलब ट्राइबल एरिया में, हाउ वी आर एबल टू इंस्पायर टीचर्स, या कैसे हम वहाँ पे टीचिंग स्टाफ ला पा रहे हैं, एंड आर दोज बिलोंग टू रामकृष्ण मिशन इटसेल्फ, मतलब जो ब्रह्मचारी है, या अदर्स आर ऑल्सो देयर, एंड इफ समवन वांट टू सर्विस देयर, व्हाट इज द पॉसिबिलिटी और प्रोबेबिलिटी? थैंक्स।
It is a wonderful. I think due to paucity of time, we could not touch that topic. The challenges we face, rather, perhaps is the biggest thing is getting teachers. Teachers who can motivate. Teachers are willing to stay in a jungle where there is no cinema hall, there is no mall, and they only can have the right to ask the boys. See, our being in a jungle is protecting us from the addictions, from the other habits, drinking and all those things are coming. It is a blessing in disguise. But that is again a big challenge that today, in today's time, getting teachers who are willing to stay in a forest. And that also we cannot pay like the government people pay. And we want them to work a little hard to motivate them, really tough. And that is why we always what Narasimhan is telling, we need men. He was asking about men of monastic thing. I think even the people who are willing to serve for few months or a year, it is not that we don't pay, but then we pay very nominal sum that we can afford to. So it will be a very good offer. That is what I was trying to appeal you, that come and see that many ways you can contribute, motivating people to become teachers there, to have some morality. Yes, because now they are moral because there is a compulsion. They cannot do this, they cannot do that. Even it happens that sometimes people belonging to, who are given the responsibility, we find out they have taken something and we have to drive them out. That is happening. That is happening. So it's a very important question, and we need people. So that we need to be connected. Perhaps you'll feel happy to serve them, and we'll also get person to help us out. Thank you.
I'm Partha Chakravarti. I have a question in line with the same topic. Whether Ramakrishna Mission is having any platform where people who can do voluntarily, as you are requesting, whether after retirement or retirement, after post-retirement, but physically fit, willing to do service, whether any platform available where they can approach. Like me, being an engineer from BIT Ranchi, born in Ranchi, now stationed in Thane, retired 10 years back officially, but still active till COVID time. But now I find I can do something provided I know the various options available with my line of specialization and expertise.
Engineering from which background?
I did it, my master degree from electronics from BIT Mesa.
No, stream, or civil, electrical, mechanical? Electronics.
Quantum electronics from BIT Mesa.
Okay.
That is laser physics. Thank you, sir.
Yes. So, thank you for the offer. Again, I say one thing. When Amit Shah came, and even the Chief Minister was staying there, I told him, you have put us in a place if somebody falls sick, before the reasons the roads are bad, 2.5 hours, but then it is the most accessible center. Now it has become, for our case, 2.5 hours. At least there is 30 minutes of terror, you can say. The road is so bad. What I'm saying is, the offer is welcome as long as you not become a liability. The thing is, your health should be good, because in remote regions, when you are too old, you perhaps cannot render service. But you're fit and fine, if you can think of exploring the opportunity for a month, a year, as it happens, coming you, we do have that platform. Even sometimes we take visiting faculties who give some talks to our students. Suppose they're teaching physics and chemistry, and these people, our boys are getting bored, same teacher coming twice a day to teach him physics. So, so some teachers can come and do that. And since, again, as you're an engineer, we have a big campus. We don't find people to help us in electrical, electronic, and all those subjects. You can be a resource person for even our teachers, even, yes. Yes, yes.
That is what we would like to pass on to the new generation. This is the things, because when
We'll welcome you with open hands, but you have to go and explore. How do you fit
I want
in?
to know that platform where we can make some this thing. Then now I am stationed in Thane. I used to be in Calcutta, originally from Calcutta. Sotada was my son's teacher. My son was from Narendrapur. So I am.
पहले तो सक्वार में हो जाना चाहिए.
I am initiated by Swami Ranganathanji Maharaj. In fact, my entire family. I would like to go to Thrissur, to go to his hometown. That is my personal thing. But I wanted to still, because I find that I am able to do something, may not be too much physically, but this thing.
Thank you. So we can contact and then we can explore.
Thank you. Next question, please.
Pranam Swamiji, I'm Yash Agrawal. I wanted to ask the question, how do you address the issue of maintaining the quality and continuing the work while you work in like tribal population or rural population?
Thank you for the question. The basic rules of Ramakrishna Mission have been laid out by Swami Vivekananda himself. And to a great extent, unless when some changes in law demanded that there may be some technical changes in those rules, we are following those rules, not just in letter, but also in spirit. So all centers of the Ramakrishna Mission across the world have to do reporting to the headquarters. Particularly those which are in India, they have to do serious reporting. And also we are, I can say, without any compunction or hesitation, that we are the most transparent organization, because we don't think it as an alternative, that there can be an alternative of not being transparent. You see, this whole thing of much cry of transparency comes when people think that there can be a way without transparency. So that ensures quality. And that's why people, when they have some issues with Ramakrishna Mission, generally they don't approach any external agency, they go to the Ramakrishna Mission itself. I remember an incident when some unfortunate thing happened, and the person went to the senior monk saying that we have so much faith in Ramakrishna Mission that we know that you will give the maximum punishment or you will take the most stringent action. So that is our benchmark of quality, and we try to maintain that. But all people being human beings, of course there is scope of further growth. And I would like to address what Parthoji was saying. belurmutt.org is the website of Ramakrishna Mutt and Ramakrishna Mission. If you go there, there is an option centers. You can see the activities of all the centers, and there are phone numbers and email IDs. You can write Okay, so not only Narottam Nagar, even Kozhikode can get volunteers. That's what I'm saying.
One last question, if anyone wants to ask. आप हिंदी में भी पूछ सकते हैं, ये साइड से कम क्वेश्चन आया है। बड़े महाराज बोल रहे हैं कोई इधर आप उधर से इधर
My question to you is, did you face any opposition trying to get the tribal children educated?
No, not now. No more.
Oh, okay.
No. Rather, they are queuing up to get admitted.
Okay.
It was.
ट्राइबल लोगों को अगर हेलो कैन यू हियर मी? ट्राइबल लोगों को जब हम लोग कुछ एजुकेशन देते हैं, शिक्षा के बारे में हो, एग्रीकल्चर के बारे में हो, तो सबसे बड़ा अपोजिशन हमको सोसाइटी से आता है। वहाँ लोकल जो बड़े लोग होते हैं, ज़मींदार होते हैं, वो नहीं चाहते कि इनको पढ़ाए ताकि उनका लेबर कम हो जाएगा। तो इसीलिए हम लोग क्या करते हैं कि वो आदिवासी लोगों में से ही कोई थोड़े से स्मार्ट, लिखा पढ़ने में, नॉट इन एजुकेशन, थोड़ा हम उन्हीं को हम चुनते हैं और उन्हीं के माध्यम से ये गांव के लोगों को हम लोग समझाते हैं कि हम लोग क्या करने के लिए आए हैं। सबसे बड़ा अपोजिशन हमको गांव से होता है, गांव से। और वो बड़े जमींदार जिनके घर में लोग मजदूरी का काम करते हैं, तो उसका एक ही उपाय हमने देखा है कि इनको किसी के दिन में लेक्चर देने से नहीं समझता है। शाम के समय में गांव के आदिवासी लोग ही वहाँ अपने कम्युनिटी को समझाते हैं कि ये रामकृष्ण मिशन क्या करने आए। यहाँ तक कि रामकृष्ण मिशन क्रिश्चियन संस्था है और ये कन्वर्सन के लिए आया है करके बायकॉट भी कर देते हैं, ज़मीन भी लेने के लिए आते हैं। बहुत अपोजिशन होता है, लेकिन इसका उपाय है कांटे से कांटा निकालना। ठीक। अभी बोलेगा? ऐसे तो मुझे लास्ट में बोलना था, मगर अभी प्रसंग है। क्वेश्चन आंसर में जो महाराज ने जवाब दिया और जो मैं देखा हूँ, क्योंकि मैं ट्राइबल एरिया में 31.5 years सर्विस दिया अरुणाचल प्रदेश में। तो ट्राइबल एरिया का भी आपका प्रश्न का उत्तर एरिया स्पेसिफिक होता है। ये एरिया प्लेन्स एरिया में है, ट्राइबल एरिया, रांची एरिया। अभी मेरा जो एक्सपीरियंस है और महाराज का एक्सपीरियंस है बहुत सालों का नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न रीजन का, वहाँ ऐसा कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं था। वहाँ बच्चे लोग को मैं जब गया तब फर्स्ट जनरेशन स्टूडेंट्स हमारे पास में आते थे। मैं नरोत्तम नगर में भी था स्कूल में। तब उन लोगों को लालच देना पड़ता था जी हमारे पास में जो बच्चे आएंगे ना वो डीसी बनेंगे, ऑफिसर बनेंगे, इंजीनियर बनेंगे, डॉक्टर बनेंगे, ये लालच से पढ़ने को आते थे। नहीं तो बच्चे लोग तो घर का काम करते हैं, शिकार का काम करते हैं और लेबर का हिसाब से होते हैं। मगर सोसाइटी से कोई ऑपोजिशन नहीं था, फैमिली से थोड़ा सा प्रॉब्लम आता था, उन लोग को समझाना पड़ता था। और जब बात आई है तो मैं बोल देता हूँ जी, ये बच्चे जिन लोग को हम फर्स्ट जनरेशन में लेके आए थे और उनको रखना कितना डिफिकल्ट था। मैं हॉस्टल चीफ वार्डन था और हमारा तो डिसिप्लिन है, डिसिप्लिन में रखना पड़ता है। बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग है जानना। तो जैसे जंगल के बाघ को लेकर के एक बेड़ा के अंदर में बांध दो, फिर उस बाघ को संभालना कैसा डिफिकल्ट होता है, ऐसे ही हमारे पास में हॉस्टल में जो बच्चे फ्री बर्ड्स थे जंगल के, उन लोगों को संभाल के डिसिप्लिन देना वो कितना डिफिकल्ट काम है। ये तो जो किया है वही समझता है। मगर ये डिफिकल्ट काम करने के बाद में जो बोले थे जो कोई आदि एरिया गौतमानंद महाराज का बोले थे। मैं नरोत्तम नगर एरिया जो नोक्ते और वांगचू है, वन ऑफ द मोस्ट प्रिमिटिव एरियाज जहाँ नंगे ही रहते थे। मैं वहाँ गया तब 45 इयर्स के पहले, हमारे स्टूडेंट्स के साथ में वेकेशन में उनका एरिया कैसा है देखने के लिए गया था, मैं और एक दो टीचर और हमारे स्टूडेंट्स। तो लामडिंग बोल के गांव है, लोंगडिंग एरिया में गया है, वहाँ नेकेड ही रहते हैं। लड़की लोग को कमर का कपड़ा उस समय में दिया जाएगा जब उनको मेंस आरंभ होगा, वहां तक उनको कोई कपड़ा पहनने का नहीं होता। पहनने से अनकल्चर्ड हो जाएगा, वहां नहीं पहनना वहां का कल्चर था। मैंने कैसा उल्टा कल्चर होता है। तो ऐसा एरिया का एक लड़का जो हमारा नरोत्तम नगर में पढ़ने को आया था, वो डॉक्टर बना। इसके बाद में पौंडीचेरी में गया, वहां रेडियोलॉजिस्ट हुआ। फिर रेडियोलॉजिस्ट में भी सुपर स्पेशलिटी इंटरवेंशनल रेडियोलॉजिस्ट बना, और वह इंटरवेंशनल रेडियोलॉजिस्ट को वहां नौकरी भी मिल गया था। उस समय का में उसको 1.5 लाख रुपया महीना मिलता था। फिर ये बच्चे लोग बाहर में रहना नहीं चाहते क्योंकि उनको अपना एनवायरनमेंट और अपने लोग नहीं मिलते, तो अरुणाचल में वापस आना चाहता था। तब मैं ईटानगर में हॉस्पिटल देखता था, तो हमसे कांटेक्ट किया जब मैं आ जाना चाहता हूँ। मैं बोला, अरे तुम तो इंटरवेंशनल रेडियोलॉजिस्ट है, होल नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न रीजन में 3-4 इंटरवेंशनल रेडियोलॉजिस्ट है, तुम यहाँ आएगा अरुणाचल प्रदेश में? बोले हाँ, मैं वहाँ नहीं रह सकता हूँ, हमारा लोग वहाँ पर नहीं है। उससे हाफ सैलरी में यहाँ आ गया। फिर मैं निकल गया था, वहाँ पर डॉक्टर हिसाब से आ गया और रेडियोलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट में सीटी स्कैन और एमआरआई और बाकी सब रिपोर्टिंग करता था। अभी अरुणाचल का गवर्नमेंट में चला गया। ये प्रिमिटिव एरिया से इंटरवेंशनल रेडियोलॉजिस्ट तक का जो प्रोग्रेस होता है, इसमें रामकृष्ण मिशन का अनुदान है। हाँ, ये अरुणाचल प्रदेश, अभी अरुणाचल का बात निकला तो मैं 5-10 मिनट ले लूंगा क्योंकि मेरा दिल में अरुणाचल है। एक चीफ मिनिस्टर रामकृष्ण मिशन का स्टूडेंट था, एक स्पीकर मेरा ही स्टूडेंट था, रामकृष्ण मिशन का स्टूडेंट था, नरोत्तम नगर का स्टूडेंट था। अभी भी कुछ मिनिस्टर्स और एमएलए अरुणाचल प्रदेश में हमारे ही स्टूडेंट्स हैं। कितने इंजीनियर्स, आईपीएस ऑफिसर्स, डीसी, डॉक्टर्स और अदर ऑफिसर्स रामकृष्ण मिशन के स्टूडेंट्स हैं। ये हम लोग अरुणाचल प्रदेश में इस समय में गए थे जहां एजुकेशन प्रैक्टिकली 0 था, और हमारा फर्स्ट स्कूल वहां खुला था एलोंग में, जहां गौतमानंद महाराज बाद में सेक्रेटरी बन करके गए थे। ऐसा प्रैक्टिकली 0 एजुकेशन का जगह में आज अरुणाचल प्रदेश में शायद 70-80% एजुकेशन होगा। और अरुणाचल का जो भी डेवलपमेंट है, उस डेवलपमेंट में रामकृष्ण मिशन का कंट्रीब्यूशन बहुत ही बड़ा। पूरे भारत में जितने स्टेट है, ये सब स्टेट्स में अरुणाचल प्रदेश में रामकृष्ण मिशन का कंट्रीब्यूशन इज द ग्रेटेस्ट। और फिर उस अरुणाचल प्रदेश जो चाइना की तरफ जाने का अभी भी मेंटालिटी है, उसको इंडिया के साथ में इंटीग्रेट करने का जो भाव देना, वो भाव भी रामकृष्ण मिशन से उन लोगों को मिलता है। और ये एक ही ऐसा स्टेट है जहां पर हम लोग इस तरफ में गुजरात राजस्थान में मिलने से राम 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 बोलते हैं, वहां अभी भी इंटीरियर एरिया में जो उन लोगों को संस्कार दिया था, जय हिंद करके बोलते हैं। ऐसे स्टाइल है, जय हिंद। हम कोई भारतवासी जय हिंद नहीं बोलते हैं, मगर वहाँ अभी भी जय हिंद बोलने का प्रचलन है, मगर धीरे धीरे जा रहा है। क्रिश्चियंस वहाँ बहुत पावरफुल हो रहे हैं। क्रिश्चियंस में जो अपना रिलीजन के प्रति भाव होना चाहिए, प्रत्येक क्रिश्चियन ये मानता है जो दूसरे को क्रिश्चियन करना मेरा धार्मिक कर्तव्य है। मगर कोई हिंदू ऐसा नहीं मानता है जो दूसरे को हिंदू में लाना वो मेरा धार्मिक कर्तव्य है। ये हमारी कमजोरी है, इसको हमको निकालना पड़ेगा। वी ऑल्सो शुड बिकम मिशनरी टू प्रिजर्व हिंदुइज्म एंड हिंदू संस्कृति।
Pranam Maharaj. So we end the question answer session now for the next program. Now may I request our revered Bade Maharaj ji to take all the revered Swamijis to the auditorium side so that we can prepare the stage for the next program.
खाने के लिए चौकी का अरेंज करने का मेन बड़ा क्या हाँ आ रहे उनको बोल।
Hello. So, ऋषभ, सब लोग शांत हो जाइए। हमारा अगला कार्यक्रम जो है भक्ति संगीत बाय रेस्पेक्टेड म्यूजिशियंस, हमारे श्री शरद किलपाड़ी जी म्यूजिशियंस का परिचय करा देंगे।
Namaskar to all the sadhus on this very auspicious occasion of centennial celebrations of the Ramakrishna Math and Ramakrishna Mission. We have today Bhakti Sangeet by Shri Sandeep Suresh Patil and his troupe. Please give him a big hand. I request Secretary of Ramakrishna Mission Khar, Mumbai, Swami Satyadevanand Maharaj to felicitate the artists on the stage. Shri Sandeep Patil. On harmonium. Sorry.
Please come.
On the harmonium is Shri Vinod Mishra ji. And on percussion support on tabla and pakhwaj is Sandeep Sakpal. A brief introduction of the artists on stage today. Sandeep Patil is a recipient of the Best Music Director Award, State Drama Festival, Government of Maharashtra, 2005 and 6. He is a first-rank certificate holder in intercollegiate folk dance competitions. He has participated and awarded certificates at state level at the Youth Festival in Tabla competition. He has worked as a judge for youth festivals and is a lyricist and cultural program coordinator. On the harmonium is Shri Vinod Mishra ji. He is a very accomplished singer himself. He has offered his seva at the Mumbai Mart, as most of you might have heard him, at our festivals and especially during the Mahashivratri Puja. On tabla and pakhwaj is Sandeep Sakpal ji. He is a Sangeet Visharad from Ajivasan Music Academy. I would like to quote Swami Vivekananda. He says in one place, there is a science in Dhrupad and Khayal, etc. But it is in Kirtan and other like compositions that there is real music, for there is feeling. This is one such. Thank you.
हेलो, सभी उपस्थितों को मेरा नमस्कार। आज यहाँ पर मुझे संगीत सेवा देने का अवसर मिल रहा है, ये मेरे लिए बहुत ही सौभाग्य की बात है। ये जो प्रोग्राम तय हुआ था, तो मुझे गुरुजी ने कहा कि संदीप हमें परफॉर्म करना है रामकृष्ण मठ में। तो मैं इतना ही कहूँगा कि तैयारी कुछ की नहीं है, लेकिन अगर कुछ है जो आपको पसंद आए तो वो गुरुजी का है, और अगर कुछ गलती होती है तो वो मेरी है। वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा। पहले ध्यान श्री गणेश का, पहले ध्यान श्री गणेश का। पहले ध्यान श्री गणेश का, पहले ध्यान श्री गणेश का। मोदक भोग लगाओ, मोदक भोग लगाओ। भक्ति मन से कर लो भक्तो, भक्ति मन से कर लो भक्तो। गणपति के गुण गाओ, गणपति के गुण गाओ। पहले ध्यान श्री गणेश का, पहले ध्यान श्री गणेश का। द्वार द्वार घर आसन सब पर, द्वार द्वार घर आसन सब पर। शुभ प्रभु की है प्रतिमा, देवों में जो देव पूज्य है, गणपति की है गरिमा। मंगल अति सुमंगल है जो, मंगल अति सुमंगल है जो, मंगल अति सुमंगल है जो। उनको नयन में बसाओ, उनको नयन में बसाओ। भक्ति मन से कर लो भक्तो, भक्ति मन में कर लो भक्तो। के गुण गाओ, पहले ध्यान श्री गणेश का, पहले ध्यान श्री गणेश का। आरती स्तुति भजन प्रार्थना, शंखनाद भी गूंजे। आरती स्तुति भजन प्रार्थना, शंखनाद भी गूंजे। मंगल जल दर्शन से गणपति, तन मन सबका भीजे। सब भक्तों का मंगल कर दो, सब भक्तों का मंगल कर दो। मन सबका हर्षाओ, मन सबका हर्षाओ। भक्ति मन से कर लो भक्तो, गणपति के गुण गाओ, गणपति के गुण गाओ। पहले ध्यान श्री गणेश का, भोग लाओ, मोदक भोग लगाओ। पहले ध्यान श्री गणेश का, पहले ध्यान श्री गणेश का, पहले ध्यान श्री गणेश का। मैं ज़्यादातर मराठी गाता हूँ, तो जी जी, तो एक मराठी अभंग आपके सामने पेश कर रहा हूँ। अबीर गुलाल उधळीत रंग 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 अबीर गुलाल उधळीत रंग 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 अबीर गुलाल उधळीत रंग अबीर गुलाल उधळीत रंग. अबीर गुलाल उधळीत रंग 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 अबीर गुलाल उधळीत रंग. नाथा घरी नाचे माझा सखा पांडुरंग नाथा घरी नाचे माझा सखा पांडुरंग नाथा घरी नाचे माझा सखा पांडुरंग. उंबरठ्यासी कैसे शिवू आम्ही जातीहीन उंबरठ्यासी कैसे शिवू आम्ही जातीहीन उंबरठ्यासी कैसे शिवू. आ उंबरठ्यासी कैसे शिवू आम्ही जातीहीन उंबरठ्यासी कैसे शिवू आम्ही जातीहीन. रूप तुझे कैसे पाहू त्यात आम्ही दीन रूप तुझे कैसे पाहू त्यात आम्ही दीन. रूप तुझे रूप तुझे कैसे पाहू त्यात आम्ही दीन. पायरीशी होऊ दंग 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 गावूनी अभंग पायरीशी होऊ दंग गावूनी अभंग. नाथा घरी नाचे माझा सखा पांडुरंग नाथा घरी नाचे माझा सखा पांडुरंग नाथा घरी नाचे माझा सखा पांडुरंग. अबीर गुलाल वाळवंटी गाऊ आम्ही वाळवंटी नाचू वाळवंटी गाऊ आम्ही वाळवंटी नाचू वाळवंटी गाऊ आम्ही वाळवंटी नाचू. आ वाळवंटी गाऊ आम्ही वाळवंटी नाचू वाळवंटी गाऊ आम्ही वाळवंटी नाचू वाळवंटी गाऊ आम्ही वाळवंटी नाचू. वाळवंटी गाऊ आम्ही वाळवंटी नाचू वाळवंटी गाऊ आम्ही वाळवंटी नाचू. चंद्रभागेच्या पाण्याने अंग अंग न्हावू चंद्रभागेच्या पाण्याने अंग अंग न्हावू. विठ्ठलाचे नाम घेऊ, विठ्ठलाचे नाम घेऊ, विठ्ठलाचे नाम घेऊ. विठ्ठल 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 विठ्ठल. 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 विठ्ठलाचे नाम घेऊ, विठ्ठलाचे नाम घेऊ. होऊनी निसंग नाथा घरी नाचे माझा सखा पांडुरंग, नाथा घरी नाचे माझा सखा पांडुरंग, नाथा घरी नाचे माझा सखा पांडुरंग. अबीर गुलाल, अबीर गुलाल उधळीत रंग, नाथा घरी नाचे माझा सखा पांडुरंग, नाथा घरी नाचे माझा सखा पांडुरंग. आषाढी कार्तिकी भक्तजन येती, आषाढी कार्तिकी भक्तजन येती. रे ग ग रे ग ग रे ग रे ग ग रे ग ग रे ग ग प ब ग प ब ग प प द द प द द प द ग प ब ग प ब ग ग प द स रे ग रे स सा द प ग रे सा. आषाढी कार्तिकी भक्तजन येती, आषाढी कार्तिकी भक्तजन येती. पंढरीच्या वाळवंटी संत गोळा होती, पंढरीच्या वाळवंटी संत गोळा होती. निवृत्ती ज्ञानदेव सोपान मुक्ताबाई एकनाथ नामदेव तुकाराम. 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 आषाढी कार्तिकी भक्तजन येती, पंढरीच्या वाळवंटी संत गोळा होती, पंढरीच्या वाळवंटी संत गोळा होती. चोखा म्हणे नाम घेता, चोखा म्हणे नाम घेता, चोखा म्हणे नाम घेता. भक्त होती दंग नाथा घरी नाचे माझा सखा पांडुरंग, नाथा घरी नाचे माझा सखा पांडुरंग. अबीर गुलाल उधळीत रंग, अबीर गुलाल उधळीत रंग, रंग रंग अबीर गुलाल उधळीत रंग. नाथा घरी नाचे माझा सखा पांडुरंग, नाथा घरी नाचे माझा सखा पांडुरंग, नाथा घरी नाचे माझा सखा पांडुरंग, सखा पांडुरंग, सखा पांडुरंग. एक मराठी नाट्यगीत गायचा प्रयत्न करतो. माता गंगाजी त्यांचं वर्णन करणारं, त्यांचं स्तुतीपर वर्णन करणारं एक नाट्यगीत आहे. नाटकाचं नाव होतं जय 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 शिवशंकर, मला वाटतं नाव आहे त्याचं. विद्याधर गोखल्यांनी लिहिलेलं आहे. जय जय गौरी शंकर. धन्यवाद. जय गंगे भागीरथी 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 हर गंगे भागीरथी हर गंगे भागीरथी हर गंगे भागीरथी हर गंगे भागीरथी जय गंगे भागीरथी जय गंगे भागीरथी हर गंगे भागीरथी चिदानंद शिव सुंदर तेची चिदानंद शिव सुंदर तेची चिदानंद चिदानंद शिव सुंदर तेची पावन तेची तू मूर्ती पावन तेची तू मूर्ती जय गंगे भागीरथी जय गंगे भागीरथी जय जगदाधारा तव जलधारा जगदाधारा तव जलधारा जगदाधारा 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 तव जलधारा जगदाधारा तव जलधारा अमृत मधुरा कांतिमती अमृत मधुरा कांतिमती अमृत मधुरा अमृत मधुरा कांतिमती अमृत मधुरा कांतिमती शंकर शंकर जय शिव शंकर 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 लहरी लहरी त्यानी नादती लहरी लहरी त्यानी नादती आ जय गंगे हरे भागीरथी आ जयंगे भागीरथी आ जयंगे भागीरथी आ जय गंगे जय गंगे जय गंगे भागीरथी उसके बाद एक मेरा खुद का लिखा हुआ एक भजन है, उसे आज तक एक्चुअली धुन नहीं लगाई थी, लेकिन इस मंच पर मैंने सोचा कि एक बार चलो ट्राई करते हैं। कुछ गलती हुई तो माफ कर दीजिएगा। ni re ni da da ni re ga ma ga re ni da ni da ni re ga ma da ma ga re ni da re sa ni re ga ma da ma ga re re da ni re ga ma da 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 ni da ma ga re ga ma da da ma ga re ni da re sa ga शंकर शंकर गावो शंकर शंकर गावो बजावो डमरू त्रिशूल नचावो शंकर शंकर गावो बजावो डमरू त्रिशूल नचावो शंकर शंकर गावो शंकर शंकर गावो बजावो डमरू त्रिशूल नचावो भजो उमापत गंगाधर हर भजो उमापत गंगाधर हर पावो हर सुख पावो पावो शंकर 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 गावो बजावो डमरू त्रिशूल नचावो शंकर शंकर गावो बजावो डमरू त्रिशूल नचावो ओमकार के आदि बीज से नाद अनाहत प्रसव शुभंकर ओमकार के आदि बीज से नाद अनाहत प्रसव शुभंकर कर्पूर कांति भस्म विलेपित मकारोद्भवम महेश्वर काल जयी बन महाकाल के काल जयी बन महाकाल के चरणन शीश झुकावो चरणन शीश झुकावो भजो उमापत गंगाधर हर भजो उमापत गंगाधर हर पावो हर सुख पावो गावो शंकर 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 गावो बजावो डमरू त्रिशूल नचावो शंकर शंकर गावो बजावो डमरू त्रिशूल नचावो भजो उमापत गंगाधर हर भजो उमा उमापते गंगाधर हरे, भजो उमापते गंगाधर हरे, पावो हर सुख पावो, गावो शंकर 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 शंकर, गावो बजावो डमरु त्रिशूल नचावो। शंकर शंकर गावो, शंकर शंकर गावो, शंकर शंकर गावो बजावो डमरु त्रिशूल नचावो। एक मराठी अभंग शायद आप लोगों ने सभी ने सुना होगा, बहुत ज़्यादा सुना हुआ अभंग है। कानड़ा राजा पंडरीचा सबको शायद पता होगा। जी जी जी। वेदा नाही कळला, वेदा नाही कळला, अंतःपार याचा कानडा राजा पंढरीचा, कानडा राजा पंढरीचा, कानडा राजा पंढरीचा। वेदा नाही, वेदा नाही, वेदा नाही, नाही कळला, अंतःपार याचा कानडा राजा पंढरीचा, कानडा राजा पंढरीचा, कानडा राजा पंढरीचा। निराकार तो निर्गुण ईश्वर, निराकार तो निर्गुण ईश्वर, निराकार तो निर्गुण ईश्वर, निसद निसद ग मग स न स ग म ग म द स नि स ग नि स ग नि स ग म ग स ग ग। निराकार तो निर्गुण ईश्वर, निराकार तो निराकार तो निराकार तो निराकार तो निर्गुण जो है भगवान विठल, इनको प्रभु राम जी का और कृष्ण जी का दोनों का रूप माना गया है, क्योंकि बेसिकली पालनहार जिन्हें हम विष्णु जी मानते हैं, उन्हीं का अवतार माना गया है महाराष्ट्र में। और बहुत बड़ी लंबी परंपरा है जिसे हम लोग पंडरी की वारी कहते हैं। परब्रह्म है भक्तासाठी, मुके ठाकले भीमे काठी। परब्रह्म है भक्तासाठी, मुके ठाकले भीमे काठी। उभा राहिला भाव सावयव, उभा राहिला भाव सावयव, उभा राहिला भाव सावयव, उभा राहिला भाव सावयव। माऊली माऊली माऊली, माऊली आमची ज्ञानेश्वर माऊली, माऊली ज्ञानेश्वर माऊली, माऊली। उभा राहिला भाव सावयव, उभा राहिला भाव सावयव। जणू की पुंडलिकाचा कानडा राजा पंढरीचा, कानडा राजा पंढरीचा, कानडा राजा पंढरीचा। हा नाम्याची खीर चाखतो, चोखोब्यांची गुरे राखितो। हा नाम्याची खीर चाखतो, आ आ आ नाम्याची खीर चाखतो, नाम्याची खीर चाखतो। हा नाम्याची खीर चाखतो, चोखोबांची गुरे राखितो। हा नाम्याची आ नाम्याची खीर चाखतो, हा नाम्याची खीर चाखतो। हा नाम्याची खीर चाखतो, चोखोबांची गुरे राखितो। हा नाम्याची खीर चाखतो, चोखोबांची गुरे राखितो। पुरंदराचा हा परमात्मा, पुरंदराचा हा परमात्मा, वाली दामाजीचा कानडा राजा पंढरीचा, कानडा राजा पंढरीचा, कानडा राजा पंढरीचा. वेदा नाही कळला, वेदा नाही कळला, अंतःपार याचा कानडा राजा पंढरीचा, कानडा राजा पंढरीचा, कानडा राजा पंढरीचा, राजा पंढरीचा, राजा पंढरीचा. जी जी तबला पण तबला गाडी जमला आहे का? स्फटिक रचित पीठे रम्य कैलास शृंगे विकच कमल पत्रे अर्चयन्ति महेशम् करकृत घनवाद्या पीतवर्णायताक्षी सकविभीर्यमुक्ता भैरवी भैरवश्री मैं धरूं तिहारो ध्यान, मैं धरूं तिहारो ध्यान, मैं धरूं तिहारो ध्यान। माँ मैं धरूं तिहारो ध्यान, मैं धरूं तिहारो ध्यान। ज्ञान मोहे दीजो है काली, ज्ञान ज्ञान मोहे दीजे है काली, ज्ञान मोहे दीजे है काली, ज्ञान मोहे दीजे है काली। मैं धरूं तिहारो ध्यान, मैं धरूं तिहारो ध्यान, मैं धरूं तिहारो ध्यान। मुख में बीड़ा पान बिराजे, मुख में बीड़ा पान बिराजे, मुख सोहे लाली, मुख सोहे लाली है काली, मुख सोहे लाली। मुख में बीड़ा पान बिराजे, मुख सोहे लाली, मुख सोहे लाली। नाकन में नक बेसर सोहे, नाकन में नक बेसर सोहे, नाकन में नक बेसर सोहे। नाकन में नक बेसर सोहे, कर्ण फूल वाली, कर्ण फूल वाली। मैं धरूं तिहारो ध्यान, मैं धरूं तिहारो ध्यान, मैं धरूं तिहारो ध्यान। ज्ञान मोहे दीजे है काली, ज्ञान मोहे दीजे है काली। मैं धरूं तिहारो ध्यान, मैं धरूं। पर्वत बांस तिहारो, ऊंचे पर्वत बांस तिहारो। धौलागढ़ वाली, धौलागढ़ वाली। नीचे शहर बसाया जामे, नीचे शहर बसाया जामे। बिजली की उजियारी हो, बिजली की उजियारी। मैं धरूं तिहारो ध्यान, मैं धरूं तिहारो ध्यान। ज्ञान मोहे दीजे है काली, ज्ञान मोहे दीजे काली, मैं धरूं तिहारो ज्ञान, मैं धरूं तिहारो ध्यान। ऐसा तुम्हारा रूप भयंकर श्याम वरण वाली, श्याम वरण वाली है काली, श्याम वरण वाली। ऐसा तुम्हारा रूप भयंकर श्याम वरण वाली, श्याम वरण वाली। काली राम कहे सुन धन्ना, काली राम कहे सुन धन्ना, काली राम कहे काली राम कहे, काली राम कहे सुन धन्ना, कलकत्ते वाली ओ काली, कलकत्ते वाली। हाँ मैया कलकत्ते वाली, कलकत्ते वाली। मैं धरूं तिहारो ध्यान, मैं धरूं तिहारो ध्यान। ज्ञान मोहे दीजे काली, ज्ञान मोहे दीजे काली, ज्ञान मोहे दीजे काली। ज्ञान मोहे, ज्ञान मोहे, ज्ञान मोहे दीजे काली, ज्ञान मोहे दीजे काली। काली काली महाकाली, काली 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 महाकाली। मैं धरूं तिहारो ध्यान, मैं धरूं तिहारो ध्यान। ज्ञान मोहे दीजे काली, ज्ञान मोहे दीजे काली। मैं धरूं तिहारो ध्यान, मैं धरूं तिहारो ध्यान, मैं धरूं तिहारो ध्यान। जैसा मैंने पहले ही कहा था, जो भी आपको अच्छा लगेगा वो मेरे गुरुजन का है, और कुछ गलती हुई है तो वो मेरी है। आप बड़े हैं, मुझे माफ़ कर देंगे, मुझे पता है। धन्यवाद।
That was a wonderful, soul-stirring bhajan by Shri Sandeep Patil. Please give him a big hand. On the harmonium, Vinod Mishra ji, and on the tabla, Sandeep Sakpal ji. We had a wonderful session of Bhakti Sangeet. Thank you so much.
अभी समय है भोजन प्रसाद की। हम लोग सब वापस आएंगे 2 बजे तक आज, तो उसके हाँ उनको भी भोजन के लिए शरद जी लेके चलेंगे। तो एक चीज़ आप लोगों को सबको बताना था from the ashram side, that is for the devotees basically. On the registration, when the ashrama is requesting you for registration, kindly do the registration beforehand. That helps the ashram to make the proper arrangement. तो आप लोग कृपा करके रजिस्ट्रेशन कीजिए, बिकॉज इस बार भी काफ़ी लोगों ने रजिस्ट्रेशन किया नहीं है, ऑन स्पॉट रजिस्ट्रेशन किया है. तो आप लोगों से विनंती है, आप लोग पहले से रजिस्ट्रेशन करिए. प्रसाद इज बीइंग सर्व्ड इन द हॉल. हॉल में जाइएगा प्रसाद के लिए और 2 बजे वापस आइएगा.
एक्चुअली
स्थापकाय च धर्मस्य सर्वधर्म स्वरूपिणे अवतार वरिष्ठा स्थापकाय च धर्मस्य सर्वधर्म स्वरूपिणे अवतार वरिष्ठाय रामकृष्णाय ते नमः.
May 1st, 2022. Like every other day, the golden sun rising from
you all are here for the second session. So शांति आजकल आप लोगों को तो पता ही है, एक तो मोबाइल शांति, kindly switch it off, and also we are hearing that a lot of people in the backside are speaking and that is creating disturbance to others. People have come and complained to us. So kindly try to reduce your speaking whilst the program is going on. Now we will start our second session with a very nice documentary film which was produced jointly by Ramakrishna Math and Ramakrishna Mission and ABP Ananda, which is a media house. It was produced in May 2022, so it's quite recent, and it's only 45 minutes. So ये संक्षिप्त है, but बहुत ही ज़्यादा informative है, और रामकृष्ण मिशन को एक 45 मिनट्स के अंदर समझाने का प्रयास है. तो प्लीज स्टार्ट द डॉक्यूमेंट्री फिल्म.
Ramakrishnaय te Namah.
May 1st, 2022. Like every other day, the golden sun, rising from behind the holy waters of the Ganges, touches the crest of the Sri Ramakrishna temple at Belur Mott. The flowing Ganges, bathed in the rays of the sun, has been witness to the 125-year journey of Ramakrishna Mission. As the mission reaches a historic milestone, we remember the prophetic words of Swami Vivekananda. The spiritual impact that has come here to Belur Mott will last 1500 years. Sri Ramakrishna had affectionately told Noreen that he was ready to go anywhere with his favorite disciple. I will go and live wherever it will be your pleasure to take me. On February 27, 1898, Swamiji carried the holy ashes of his master from Nilambar Mukherjee's garden house to the site chosen for the establishment of Belur Mott. The land was located on the western bank of the Ganges, diagonally opposite the Dakshineshwar temple. On December 9, 1898, the Mott and Mission were formally shifted to this land. Today, the worldwide activities of the Ramakrishna Mott and Mission, spread over 24 countries, are monitored from its headquarters at Belur Mott. The 256 branches that include 119 Mott centers and 137 mission centers spread the gospel of Sri Ramakrishna. The 191 branches within India, spread over 27 states and union territories, are known for their several service projects. A monk's main goal is to attain moksha through self-realization. Influenced by the ideals of his master, Swami Vivekananda fused this age-old idea of monasticism with the concept of organized service. A monk's life will be for the good of many, for the happiness of many. Bahujana Hitaya, Bahujana Sukhaya. Therefore, the motto of Swamiji's monastic order became Atmano Mokshartham Jagat Hitaya Cha, for one's own salvation and for the good of the world. It was from Sri Ramakrishna that Narendranath had first heard that Brahman or God is manifested in the world in every being. One must serve one's fellow beings as living gods. Shibo Gane, Jibo Sheba.
ব্রহ্মতে কীট পরমাণু সর্বভূতে সেই প্রেমময় মন প্রাণ শরীর অর্পণ করো সখে এ সবার পায় বহুরূপে সম্মুখে তোমার ছাড়ি কোথা খুঁজিছ ঈশ্বর জীবে প্রেম করে যেই জন সেই জন সেবিছে ঈশ্বর.
This constitutes the essence of Swamiji's concept of practical Vedanta, which he wanted the monks to implement in the order through their every thought and action. Sri Ramakrishna always said that truth was the austerity of the Kali Yuga. Swami Vivekananda would say, everything can be sacrificed for truth, but truth cannot be sacrificed for anything. In their search for the truth and the ideal, both the master and the disciple have sometimes chosen paths different from others. An incident from Sri Ramakrishna's childhood stands out in this context. Young Godadhar had promised Dhoni Kamarni, the midwife who had helped his mother give birth to him, that during his sacred thread ceremony, he would accept the first ceremonial alms from her only. 186 years ago, it was unthinkable for a young Brahmin boy to receive his ceremonial alms from a woman of a lower caste. Naturally, there was much opposition, but the 9-year-old Godadhar was able to convince his family that his inability to keep his word given to Dhoni would mean for him a serious deviation from the ideal of a Brahmin. The close society of almost 200 years ago conceded defeat to a 9-year-old child. Sri Ramakrishna's sadhana led him to declare, Joto mot toto poth. As many faiths, so many paths. Sri Ramakrishna's life and message transcend all boundaries of race, region, and religion. Sri Ramakrishna always said that the ultimate aim of all religions was the realization in different aspects of one and the same truth. The early life of Narendranath also has many instances reflecting his search for truth. Every day, several people would come to see his father, attorney Vishwanath Datta. Each of them were provided with a earmarked hookah, separate for different castes and religions. Narendranath was curious to learn what misfortune would befall a person if he smoked a hookah meant for another person. One day, he took a whiff from all the hookahs. He was satisfied that nothing untoward happened to him by this act of breaking caste. Not only has Sri Ramakrishna's life provided the ideology of the Ramakrishna Mott and Ramakrishna Mission, but he has also played the most active role in bringing into existence and giving organizational shape to the Ramakrishna Order, the mother institute of both the Mott and the Mission. Swami Vivekananda's most important teaching was the divinity of man, and based on that divine identity, oneness of all. The Ramakrishna Mission is based on this ideal. That is why, though it is a spiritual organization, it is engaged in extensive service irrespective of caste, creed, and religion. Ramakrishna Mission's object is to help people attain self-realization, fulfilling their physical, mental, intellectual, and spiritual needs.
Like in South Africa, in Fiji, in Mauritius, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, many countries in which the Ramakrishna Mission is active, where both are done. There is spiritual teaching, the transmission of India's ancient spiritual wisdom, but also educational services, medical services, poverty alleviation programs, increasingly in Africa. not only in South Africa, but in Lusaka, in Zambia, and other areas we are considering expanding our activities, where there is a lot to be done in terms of service to suffering humanity. If you go to America, you will find the emphasis is on the transmission of spirituality, on the teaching of Vedanta, on yoga, teaching of bhakti, which people there probably need more and more.
Sri Ramakrishna ended his mortal activities in 1886. For 5 years after this, Vivekananda travelled extensively through India, sometimes by train and sometimes on foot, sometimes going without food for days and sometimes receiving royal hospitality. This travel gave him an opportunity to know his country with all its strengths and weaknesses. But underlying all diversity, there was the oneness of spiritual vision. On September 11, 1893, Vivekananda presented his first lecture at the Parliament of Religions in Chicago. The spirit of universality in the lecture completely captivated the audience. Overnight, he became famous. But that night, sleep eluded him. Lying on the floor in his luxurious room, he cried all night, thinking of the poverty-stricken masses of India. Swamiji realized that all the wealth in the world could not help one little Indian village if the people were not taught to become self-reliant. He also realized that the only way for the nation to move forward was through education. Swamiji's catchword regarding education was Western science coupled with Vedanta. Swamiji strongly believed that equal opportunity for education had to be made available for all. Today, besides a deemed university, the Ramakrishna Mission has 540 schools and colleges, 1,056 night schools, non-formal schools and coaching centers. Swami Vivekananda had handed over to Sister Nivedita the task of making the status of Indian women at par with the best he had seen in the West. The Ramakrishna Mott and Ramakrishna Mission have carried this forward by admitting girls in many of their educational institutions. In 2020-21, the total number of boys receiving their education at a Ramakrishna Mission institution was 83,331. And the total number of girls was 50,220. The total cost incurred by the order to run these institutions in 2020-21 was 452 crores INR. Besides this, the Mott and Mission regularly hold workshops, technical training programs and seminars through which several thousand people are benefited. The Ramakrishna Mott and Ramakrishna Mission also run non-formal educational centers in rural and inaccessible areas as well as in the tribal belts.
It was a time when Ramakrishna Mission sadhus approached them to provide them education, provide them health facilities, but they'll be chasing down. That is their nature. They don't accept anybody from outside. Now, after 50 years of service, instead of sadhus, the monks going to their hamlets somewhere deep inside forest, these people come back to Ramakrishna Mission and be in line that somehow take my son to your institute, because that is providing the best. That has brought in education, that has brought in culture, that has brought in patriotism, that has brought in development. They feel without Ramakrishna Mission, in Arunachal I am telling, they feel without Ramakrishna Mission, Arunachal would have never become what it is today. There are mostly 15 centers in Northeast. Out of that, 8 centers are dedicated exclusively for tribal people. 1 in Manipur, that is in Imphal, 4 in Arunachal, another 2 in
Meghalaya in form of Shillong and Cherrapunji. They have sub-centers, but this is how it is going on. And also one center in Tripura, it is Vivekanagar, that is also dedicated for the tribal people.
The light of Swamiji's vision has today spread across the world. As one enters the gates of Belur Mott, one comes across this modest building on the right. This is the headquarters of the Ramakrishna Mott and Mission, the nerve center of their worldwide activities. The organizational structure is headed by the President Maharaj, and the administrative functions are managed by a governing body and a board of trustees represented by the General Secretary. Sri Ramakrishna trained a group of young disciples to be torchbearers of his message, and through them laid the foundation of the new Ramakrishna order. The seeds of the Mott and the mission were sown in Dakshineshwar. The plan gradually received clarity at the Shampukur and Kashipur houses. Sri Ramakrishna reached Kashipur on December 11, 1885. Most of his young disciples came to Kashipur to stay with the Master and serve him. He poured into their hearts the fire of renunciation and the thirst for realizing the truth. One day, he distributed saffron robes worn by monks and rosaries of Rudraksha beads to 11 of his future monastic disciples. To enable Narendra to shoulder the arduous task of being their leader, the Master gave him special training. Not only that, 3 or 4 days before his passing, he also mysteriously transmitted his powers to Narendra. Sri Ramakrishna later told him affectionately, "Today, giving you my all, I have become a fakir. With this power, you are to do great things for the good of the world." After the passing of Sri Ramakrishna, the disciples had to leave the Kashipur garden house. Thus the budding monastery at Kashipur, that was nurtured by Sri Ramakrishna with great care and attention, seemed to be nipped in the bud. One day, Sri Surendranath Mitra, a lay disciple of Sri Ramakrishna, received a divine command from the Master to provide rent for a house in Calcutta where Narendra and his brother disciples could shift their monastery. A dilapidated building at Boranagar, infamous as a haunted house, was rented for the purpose. 2 other disciples, Balaram Bose and Girish Chandra Ghosh, also came forward with financial support. Taraknath and Buro Gopal were the first among the disciples to move to the monastery. They were followed by Narendra Rakhal, Kali Prasad Sharot and Shoshi. Niranjan, Baburam, Shubodh, Sharada Prasanna, Jogin, Latu and Gangadhar also joined them. In January 1887, Narendra, along with 9 other disciples, took formal monastic vows at the Boranagar Mott. At the newly established Mott, the young monks lived a life of severe austerity, meditation, study and prayer. The monks would meditate through the day and sometimes late into the night. They lived on what chance brought them. There were days when they had nothing to eat. For months, they lived on the boiled leaves of the bimba creeper and rice. But these inconveniences mattered little. They were swept away by a wave of ecstatic love and devotion for the Master and the ideals he had preached. A few days before Sri Ramakrishna's birth anniversary, on February 29, 1892, the Boranagar Mott shifted to 59 Ramchandra Bagchi Lane in Alam Bazar. Swamiji wrote several letters to his brother monks from America, urging them to stand by the poor and oppressed. He asked them to first ensure that people did not suffer from hunger, and later provide them with education so that they could become self-reliant and stand by others. As America awakened to the Vedantic spirituality of Swami Vivekananda, who they dubbed as a cyclonic monk from India, he continued to instill in his brother monks at home the gospel of practical Vedanta and Seva through his inspiring letters. In these letters to his brother monks, he explained the need of an organization to carry out service activities and relief work in an organized manner. He also allotted duties not only to the monks but also to the lay disciples for smooth functioning of the future organization. He asked Rakhal, now Swami Brahmananda, to identify land in the surroundings of Calcutta as the permanent site for the mott. In addition to establishing a permanent center in Calcutta, Swamiji wanted to open a center in Madras also. He wrote to his disciple Alasinga Perumal to look for land for the purpose. Swamiji sent Shashi, now Swami Ramakrishna Nanda, to Madras to explore the possibility of starting an ashram there.
He was the first to organize community dining, irrespective of caste, color or creed, on special days like Sri Ramakrishna's birthday. He himself would sit among all the common people belonging to all castes and communities. All without distinction were served with great reverence as the manifestation of God, Naranarayanas. It was the first time the South saw such a liberal spirit where a spiritual man like Swami Ramakrishna Ananda sat with the common men and ate with them. The Swami initiated the process of breaking down the caste barrier in the South by bringing together all people under the liberal teachings of Sri Ramakrishna.
Swamiji's vision was that the mott should be a purity drilling machine where developing the strength of character would be given utmost importance. His mantra was, have faith in yourself, all power is within you. Be conscious and bring it out. Swamiji had great faith in his brother monks to carry forth the message and work of the Master. He instilled in them discipline, far-sightedness and the need to always work with truth. Both his love for his brother monks and the discipline he instilled in the order have made the Ramakrishna Mott and Mission what they are today. This twin organization is a divine instrument to carry out all spiritual and humanitarian work with utmost devotion and sincerity. After Sri Ramakrishna's passing away, Sharada Devi was the source of all spiritual inspiration for the young monks. They took her advice as the words of their master. She was the embodiment of universal motherhood. She always stood by them and became a refuge for all. Since the passing of the Master, she was Swami Vivekananda's rock support, and he never took a decision without consulting her. Swamiji returned from America to Calcutta on February 19, 1897, amidst a tumultuous welcome. A few days after this, he went to visit Sri Ma. He expressed his anguish to her for the delay he was experiencing to set up a Sangh to spread Sri Ramakrishna's message. Holy Mother replied that Thakur would soon show him the way. Her simple answer put his mind at peace and he felt encouraged. Soon after Swamiji returned to India, he called a meeting of his brother disciples. The meeting was held in Balaram Bose's house in Bagbazar on May 1, 1897. There Swamiji explained the aims and objectives of the organization he had in mind. He said it would preach Sri Ramakrishna's message of the divinity of mankind and also show by its work how that divinity could be realized. At the second meeting on May 5th, the new order was named Ramakrishna Mission Association. Swamiji became the General President and Swami Brahmananda was the President of the Calcutta Center. 4 years later, the Ramakrishna Mott was registered through a trust deed and the Ramakrishna Mission became a registered society on May 4, 1909. The monks of the Mott had an inclination for service even before the formal inception of the mott or mission. Looking after the master during his illness, standing by each other's families in times of need, or being of service to the lay disciples whenever needed, had sown the seeds of service in the hearts of the monks. Among Swamiji's brother disciples, Swami Akhandananda responded most to Swamiji's call to serve the poor as God. When Swamiji founded the Ramakrishna Mission, Swami Akhandananda was travelling towards the district of Murshidabad as a wandering monk. A famine was raging in Nadia and Murshidabad districts, and he was shocked to see the misery and utter helplessness of the people. He settled down in the village of Mahula, 10 kilometers from Berhampur, which was severely affected by the famine. Within a few days of this, monks moved to Birol village and began relief services there. The people of Dakshineshwar village were also supplied with rice and other materials when they were marooned due to excessive rains. In 1898, exactly a year after the formation of the Ramakrishna Mission, Calcutta saw an outbreak of plague. Swamiji, who was recuperating in Darjeeling, rushed back to Calcutta, convened a meeting of the monastics at the mott, which was then at Nilambar Mukherjee's garden house. Swamiji emphatically told his brother disciples, "We have assembled here in the name of God. We will have to nurse the plague-affected patient without caring for our lives. If necessary, we are ready to sell the mott premises or give up our lives for nursing and treating the plague-affected." The plague subsided that year, but reappeared with severe fury the next year. The management of the relief work was placed in the hands of Sister Nivedita as President and Secretary, and Swami Sadanand as the Officer-in-Chief. The dedication and sacrificing spirit of the relief workers served as a glowing inspiration for posterity. In 1900, a few young men started their service work in Kashi, extending help to the helpless widows. Swamiji himself went to inspect the work being done there by these men. He was satisfied and named the organization Home of Service. Swami Kalyanananda and Swami Nishchayananda went to the dwellings of the ailing sadhus in Hardwar and started serving them. This service by the monastics of the Ramakrishna Mission was not at all accepted by the orthodox sadhus of northern India. But the monastics of the Ramakrishna Mission did not retreat. They continued to serve the old and infirm sadhus, treating them with utmost care. The famine at Mahula and the neighboring villages left behind some orphans who had to be taken care of. Swami Akhandananda readily took charge of two of them, who formed the nucleus of the future Ramakrishna Mission ashram at Shargachi. Initiated at the end of 1897 as an orphanage, the ashram turned to educational, philanthropic and spiritual fields in stages. This was Ramakrishna Mission's first branch center. Swami Vivekananda's words, "We believe not only in universal tolerance, but we accept all religions as true," is lived out by the monks of Ramakrishna Mission every day through their service activities, which are extended to people belonging to all faiths. People also come forward, irrespective of their religions, to support Ramakrishna Mission's activities. The mott at Alam Bazar suffered severe damages on June 12, 1897 due to an earthquake and needed extensive repairs. Plans for the establishment of a permanent mott were underway but was getting delayed due to fund constraints. On February 13, 1898, the mott was shifted to the garden house of Nilambar Mukherjee at 48 Lala Babu Sayar Road, which was closer to the land chosen as the permanent site for the monastery. On February 3, 1898, an agreement had been entered into for this land. The plot was ultimately secured for Rs 39,000 on March 4, 1898, with money donated by Swamiji's Chilean-British disciple Frances Henrietta Mueller. The land measuring 7 acres was a furlong to the north of Nilambar Babu's garden house. The supervision of all new construction work at the new premises was done by Hari Prashanno, later Swami Vijnanananda. There was a one-storied building for dwelling purposes with 2 rooms on the northern side and another on the south, connected by a veranda facing the Ganges. A few trees surrounded the building. These included a mango tree, which till today is always referred to as Swamiji's mango tree. The 3 Devdaru or pagoda trees on the southern side of the land, on the northwest of Swamiji's temple, also stand witness to the 125-year history of the mott. Swami Vijnanananda's task was to remodel the main building by adding some more rooms above as well as one on the southern side. In this room, Swamiji spent the last few years of his life. Another building with a couple of rooms above to serve as a shrine and a few rooms below for housing the kitchen, store and refectory had to be constructed before the monastery could be shifted here. In 1901, Durga Puja was celebrated for the first time at Belur Mott. 4 or 5 days before Durga Puja, Swami Brahmananda had a vision of Mother Durga coming across the river from Dakshineshwar and stopping near the Bilva tree in the Mott compound. Swamiji too had a vision of Durga Puja being celebrated at the Mott. The worship of the goddess was conducted in strict accordance with scriptural injunctions. The poor were sumptuously fed on all days of the puja. As a result of the celebration, the orthodox members of the Hindu community in the neighborhood lost their animosity towards the monks and became convinced that they were truly Hindu sannyasins. That year, Lakshmi Puja and Kali Puja were also celebrated, and the tradition continues at Belur Mott till date. In 1899, Sri Ramakrishna's birth anniversary was celebrated for the first time at Belur Mott. A few disciples had begun celebrating this auspicious day from 1881 when Sri Ramakrishna was living at the Dakshineshwar temple. In 1897, Swami Yogananda had arranged a Havan and prayer celebration for the Holy Mother on her Janam Tithi. Since 1920, after she left her body, the festival is organized every year at Belur Mott and at the Holy Mother's house at Bagbajar. On this auspicious day in 1921, the temple of Sharada Devi was inaugurated at Belur Mott. On July 4, 1902, after concluding all his activities for the day, Swamiji sat down for meditation in the evening and gave up his body through Samadhi. On January 20, 1903, Swamiji's birth anniversary was celebrated for the first time at Belur Mott. On February 5, 1905, the Vivekananda Society of Calcutta organized a mass meeting on the grounds of Belur Mott, in which the main speaker was Rabindranath Tagore. On festival days, particularly Durga Puja and Kali Puja, and on the birth anniversaries of Sri Ramakrishna, Holy Mother and Swami Vivekananda, special spiritual programs are arranged at Belur Mott and all branches of Ramakrishna Mission, in which thousands of people participate spontaneously. Another kind of spiritual service offered by Ramakrishna Mott and Mission are talks and discussions given by the monks on spiritual topics. Retreats and religious gatherings are also organized at the centers for the benefit of devotees. Several branches conduct programs for the youngsters through recreational, spiritual, and service activities. Books on Vedanta, the message of Sri Ramakrishna, Holy Mother and Swami Vivekananda, spirituality and world religions, published in all major Indian languages and important languages of other countries from 18 publication centers, are of immense help to spiritual seekers. Devotees in large numbers also join the festivities at all branches. Distribution of Khichdi Prasad is an integral part of all occasions. The monks are always alert that no devotee should return without partaking of prasad. The kitchens are equipped with modern amenities for this purpose.
Khichdi become a bhog. It is and prasad. It's a combination of the place, the environment where you have it, along with the combination of the spirituality. In Ramakrishna Mission, for ages we've been having it, and it's really unparalleled taste. It is served in an environment where you have the richest of rich and poor people sitting together, and parallelly sitting together and having it, serving it, the seva bhav in that, the bhakti bhav in that, in the service itself, with the taste combination, it's unique and actually divine. They also make one particular dish which is the paesh, which is payasam, in the form of kheer, but that is divine.
Even a few hours before his passing, on July 4, 1902, Swamiji expressed his desire to initiate Vedic studies at Belur Math and in the Ramakrishna Mission. To fulfill his dream, a Vedic Vidyalaya was founded at Belur Math in 1993 to provide Vedic knowledge to students from school level. Like the ancient Gurukul, the Vidyalaya is fully residential and students are provided education free of cost. The subjects taught here are wide-ranging and include grammar, poetry, figures of speech, spirituality, philosophy, science and English.
Swami Vivekananda established the mission in 1897. In 1902, after 5 years of its establishment, he passed away. So naturally, one may wonder, is this the same Ramakrishna Mission which has traversed long 120 years after Swamiji had passed away? Ideologically, we have not changed in the least. The spirit with which we offer our services, there also we have not changed in the least. But externally, surely, we have changed. But we have changed for the better, because we have expanded in numbers, in magnitude of our service over the 125 years, following the same ideals, same spirit of service. Just after establishing the Ramakrishna Mission, he framed the rules of the rules for the monks of this Ramakrishna Mission. Those rules bind us as well as guide us to remain the right kind of monks of this order, so that as an organization, this Ramakrishna Mission keeps functioning to fulfill the cherished dreams of Sri Ramakrishna and Swami Vivekananda.
Keeping Thakur's philosophy in mind, Swami Vivekananda wanted the Sri Ramakrishna temple at Belur Math to embody the salient features of the places of worship of different religious beliefs. He envisioned the structure of the temple, and Swami Vijnanananda was the architect. The structure is a symphony in architecture as it fuses motifs of Hinduism, Islam and Christianity. It celebrates the diversity of Indian religions and resembles a temple, a mosque and a church if viewed from different positions. It conveys the universal truth that Sri Ramakrishna believed in. The main entrance of the temple has a facade influenced by the Buddhist styles as in the Buddhist stupa at Sanchi and the main entrance of the Ajanta caves. The structure which rises above the entrance is modelled on the Hindu temples of South India with their lofty towers. The windows and balconies inside the temple draw upon Rajput and Mughal styles of northern India. The central dome is derived from the architecture of the Duomo of the Florence Cathedral. The sanctum is serene and austere, devoid of any ornate decoration, befitting the ideal of Sri Ramakrishna. He is sitting on a full-bloomed lotus sculpted in white marble. The temple is visually called a symphony in stone. The front, left and right side of the altar have a Hamsa engraved on it, designed by Nandalal Bose. The foundation stone of the temple was laid on Sri Ramakrishna's birth anniversary on March 13, 1926 by Swami Shivananda. For paucity of funds, the construction started over 5 years later with substantial contributions by Miss Helen Rubel and Mrs. Anna Worcester, known in the mott as Bhakti and Annapurna. The temple opened on January 14, 1938. Swami Vijnanananda, the then president, himself carried the urn containing the master's relics from the old temple and established it here. Since that day, countless people visit the temple every day to share their pains and tribulations with Sri Ramakrishna and seek his blessings. They return peaceful, inspired and strengthened in mind.
आणि इथे येऊन मला खूप शांत वाटते आहे, सुख शांति समाधान वाटते आहे।
रामकृष्ण मिशन আমার কাছে আশ্রয়।
रामकृष्ण मिशन हमरा लेल भगवान माता पिता एवं संसार सब कुछ हमरा लेल।
இந்த இடம் ரொம்ப அமைதியாகவும் ரொம்ப மனசுக்கு நிம்மதியாகவும் இருக்கு.
It's a ray of light where we get knowledge as well as wisdom.
The symphony is seen not just in the structure of the Ramakrishna temple, but also in the song accompanying the evening worship. When the ringing of bells and blowing of conch shells announce the onset of the twilight hour on the Belur Mott grounds, the monastics and lay devotees gather in the Nath Mandir to sing the Vesper hymn in adoration of Sri Ramakrishna. The cadences of the hymn: Khandana Bhava Bandhana, Jagabandhana Bonditomai. O breaker of bonds, we adore thee, are wafted by the winds across the vast expanse of the Ganges flowing by. The hymn was composed and sung by Swamiji himself at the evening prayer on the sacred birth anniversary of the Master in 1898.
If it is pure Yaman, only that scale, then you can say, he has taken an Indian raga, Indian-based raga, and combined both north and south, taking that Yaman, which is also, we have Kalyani, that same raga, we call it Kalyani. Then they're doing it multiple speed, it's a regular, it's one of those traditional things in Ragam, Tanam, Pallavi form. It's beautifully, it is mixed like that. But then there is also the Daivat, both Daivat there. So in Western music, even though you have modal music, sometimes you modulate, you use a foreign note, you use another note to just kind of give that, energy or attention. So you can really take that and harmonize and build it up very nicely. So this is basically a global melody.
Not only has Sri Ramakrishna's life provided the ideology of the Ramakrishna mott and mission, but has also played the most active role in bringing into existence and giving organizational shape to the Ramakrishna order, the mother institute of both the mott and the mission.
I must very clearly spell out the word inclusion, which is the basic tenet of Sri Ramakrishna. Like he says that every religion is true, all religions lead to the same goal. So he himself practiced all the religions. And this harmony, harmony of religion is not only preached at the religious or spiritual level of life. Even in ordinary existence, this harmony can be practiced. Sri Ramakrishna showed, Vivekananda showed that this harmony can be practiced.
The origin and growth of the Ramakrishna mott and Ramakrishna mission is a case of divine origin in which Sri Ramakrishna played the most crucial and important role. The Holy Mother, Swami Vivekananda and his brother disciples, both lay and monastic, also played their respective parts. For the last 125 years, the light of Sri Ramakrishna's philosophy and spiritual vision is being propagated by the invisible hands of Swami Vivekananda himself, working through the monks of the Sri Ramakrishna order. And the Ganges continues to be the silent witness.
এটা খুলে ইকো हो रहा है इको The documentary was so nice. We were all spellbound by seeing this. After this documentary, we'll start our next lecture session, that is second session of today's program. I would request our Bade Maharaj, once the chairs are ordered, to bring all the revered speakers, Swamijis, onto the dais. Maharaj, please bring the revered speaker Swamijis. So we are now going to start our second session. First lecture of the second session is on the relief work by Ramakrishna Mission. And here we have a speaker who rarely speaks on open forums. And today we'll have the rare fortune of listening to him. Revered Swami Gopalanandaji Maharaj, who is now living in Ramakrishna Mission Home of Service, Laksua, Varanasi, and he was also former head of Relief Section Headquarters, Belur Math. Pranam Maharaj.
Revered Swami, Secretary Swamiji, other senior monks, brother monks, ladies and gentlemen. As you already, our Jayagopal Bhai told, this is my first attempt to speak. So I hope you all will forgive me for my mistakes, if any. Actually, I am asked to speak in Hindi. Maybe they have doubt about my English. I don't know.
No, never.
Ramakrishna Mission की सेवा कार्य के बारे में सवेरे से आप बड़े बड़े विद्वान लोगों का वक्तव्य सुने, शिक्षा के बारे में, ट्राइबल डेवलपमेंट के बारे में, उसके बाद में मेडिकल के बारे में। मुझे रिलीफ के बारे में बताने के लिए इसलिए कहा गया है कि मैं तकरीबन 20 साल से ज़्यादा बेलमठ में रिलीफ में था और 12 साल से ज़्यादा रांची में रूरल डेवलपमेंट का काम किया है। तो दोनों अनुभव मुझे एक दूसरे के पूरक साबित हुए हैं। अब ये रिलीफ का नाम लेते ही पहले हमारे दिमाग में नाम आता है आत्मस्थान जी महाराज का। वो उनका प्राण था। तो जब रामकृष्ण मिशन के रजिस्ट्रेशन का 100 साल पूरे हो गए 2009 में, तो उस समय के जनरल सेक्रेटरी महाराज स्वामी प्रभान जी महाराज ने 10 साल मेरे पीछे लग करके, ही वॉज इन गोलपार दैट टाइम, कि तुम एक डॉक्यूमेंट किताब निकालो जो रिलीफ का बहुत काम होता है लेकिन कहीं रिकॉर्डेड नहीं है। तो एक किताब हमने उस समय छापी थी 2010 में। उसकी एक कॉपी मैंने आपको देने के लिए कही है, आशा है आप सबको मिल गई होंगी। उसमें शुरू में आत्मस्थान जी महाराज का इंट्रोडक्शन है। उन्होंने लिखा है कि सर्विंग पीपल बाय सीइंग नारायणा और डिविनिटी इन देम इज द हॉलमार्क ऑफ रामकृष्ण मठ एंड रामकृष्ण मिशन। दिस सर्विस गेन्स एडेड मीनिंग when the people served are victims of the natural and man-made calamities। मैंने जो सेवा भाव से हम लोग काम करें शिव ज्ञान से जीव सेवा का, उसमें अगर नेचुरल कैलामिटी, नैसर्गिक आपदा, उनकी अगर सेवा की उसका कुछ अधिक महत्व होता है। और फिर उन्होंने डिटेल में लिखा है, आप लोग पढ़ लीजिए, क्योंकि यहाँ बेल आइकॉन बजेगा जैसे 30 मिनट हो जाएंगे, मुझे तो अनुभव नहीं है कहाँ रुकना है। अब ये प्रभान जी महाराज ने उस समय इसका पब्लिशर्स नोट लिखा है। उनका पहला ही सेंटेंस है कि डॉक्यूमेंटिंग द रामकृष्ण मिशन रिलीफ सर्विस इज ए चैलेंजिंग टास्क। अब प्रभान जी महाराज लिटरेचर लिखने में इतने उस्ताद आजकल के दिन में हमारे मिशन में इतना पैरेलल आदमी मैंने नहीं देखा है। वो भी बोलते हैं कि चैलेंजिंग टास्क है। और ये रिलीफ के बारे में मुझे बोलने के लिए स्वामी जी का फोन आता है। मैंने उनको कहा कि आपने बहुत बड़ा रिस्क ले रहे आप, न मैं कभी बोलता हूँ और न मुझे बोलने की आदत है एज ए स्पीकर। तो बोले कि कोई बात नहीं, हम रिस्क लेने तैयार है। मैंने कहा आप रिस्क ले रहे हो, लेकिन मुझे कहानी याद आती। मैंने स्वामी जी को बोला कि एक जगह में ऐसे एक सभा का आयोजन था और कुछ 4-5 लोग शुरू से ही खड़े हुए थे। तो आयोजकों ने कहा कि आप लोग बैठ जाइए, जगह है। तो बोले नहीं नहीं, हम ढूंढ रहे किसको, आपको किसी ने आपको बुलाया यहाँ, हम उनको ढूंढ रहे। तो मैंने कहा आपको ढूंढने के लोग, बोले ढूंढने दीजिए। अब इन्होंने जब इतना साहस लिया तो मैं भी मेरा साहस करके आपके साथ मैं ये कुछ फिलॉसफी या डाटा इसके बारे में बोलूँगा नहीं, क्योंकि इसमें सब रिलीफ का इतिहास लिखा हुआ है आपको। और मैंने 2 आर्टिकल्स देने के लिए कहे हैं। एक में है रामकृष्ण मिशन हिस्ट्री एंड फिलॉसफी, वो हमने पिछले साल प्रबुद्ध भारत में एक आर्टिकल लिखा था, उसमें सब डाटा है अप टू कोविड रिलीफ। और एक मैंने केस स्टडी के हिसाब से हीलिंग ऑफ द हिल्स, उत्तराखंड का रिलीफ हमारे टाइम में सबसे बड़ा और चैलेंजिंग रिलीफ हुआ था, तो उसमें जो स्वामी जी ने पार्टिसिपेट किया था उनका एक आर्टिकल का कॉपी मैंने दिया है। सबसे चैलेंजिंग रिलीफ वर्क मेरे टाइम में जो हुआ है वो उत्तराखंड का केदार बद्री का। अब वो जो स्वामी जी ने काम किया उनका जस्ट संन्यास हुआ था और उनका आर्टिकल है। ऐसे मेरे पास हजारों घटनाएं हैं 20 साल से ज़्यादा की, कि जो यंग मॉन्क कैसे स्वामी जी के विचार से प्रेरित होते हैं और उन्होंने कैसे कैसे काम किया है। तो इनका मैंने केस इसलिए दिया है कि ये यंग सन्यासी, मैं इनको जानता भी नहीं था बहुत ज़्यादा, देखा अचानक इन्होंने एक हेलीकॉप्टर वाले से दोस्ती बना लिया आर्मी के, और बद्री के पास जो गांव पूरे उजाड़ गए थे वहाँ उन्होंने वो हेलीकॉप्टर से फ्री में रिलीफ का मटेरियल ट्रांसपोर्ट किया, आर्मी ट्रांसपोर्ट करवाया आर्मी का, जो हम लोग अपना फिलॉसफी से नहीं कर सकते थे। तो इसलिए मैंने वो केस स्टडी दिया। ऐसा नहीं इसका मतलब क्या और कोई लोग काम नहीं किया, बहुत सारे काम हुए हैं, मैंने ये चुना इसलिए। अब मैं आपके पास जब से मैं रिलीफ में था तब से लेके जो मैंने अनुभव किया उसमें से कुछ घटना शेयर करूंगा। उसमें क्या होगा कि जो हमारे वरिष्ठ सन्यासी लोग जिनके दर्शन के लिए घंटों घंटे लाइन पड़ती थी, वीरेश्वरानंद जी महाराज, अभयानंद जी महाराज, उनके साथ रिलीफ का मेरा अनुभव मैं आपसे शेयर करूंगा। अब यहाँ अगर कोई बोलेगा अपने गुण गा रहा है तो मेरा उसमें लिमिटेशन है, क्योंकि मुझे कहा कि तुम्हारे अनुभव बताओ, तुम्हारे पास बहुत खजाना है, तो मैं मेरा अनुभव बता रहा हूँ, गलत मत समझिएगा। 1978 में पश्चिम बंगाल में न भूतो न भविष्य ऐसा बाढ़ हुआ था, और ये बाढ़ के टाइम में रामकृष्ण मिशन के 35-36 सेंटर्स दिन रात का काम कर रहे थे। बाजार में चावल दावल नहीं था, चावल दाल। तो उस समय मैं मठ में कुछ काम के लिए गया था, रिलीफ का काम से ही, मैं भी एक कैंप में था। तो उस समय एक जो डिसीजन हुआ वो मेरे मन को चुभ गया है। कहीं बाजार में चावल दाल नहीं मिल रहा है, तो वीरेश्वरानंद जी महाराज ने अभयानंद जी महाराज से, भरत महाराज से बातचीत करके निर्णय लिया कि इस बार दुर्गा पूजा का विराट भोग होगा नहीं, इस बार बाढ़ पीड़ितों के लिए वो पूरा चावल दाल का खिचड़ी वही हमारी विराट सेवा है। ये मैंने खुद वहाँ देखा है, सुना नहीं। अब इसमें बहुत सारे इतिहास है, वो सब उसमें मत जाइए आप, ये कैसे हुआ क्या हुआ, लेकिन ये निर्णय इसका इतना महत्व होता है। मुझे उस समय पश्चिम बंगाल में दुर्गा पूजा मैंने हमारे महाराष्ट्र बॉम्बे में गणेश पूजा दिवाली का कॉम्बिनेशन, वो पूजा में बोले भोग होगा नहीं, भक्तों लोग जाएंगे जाने नाराज हो गए। अब ये वीरेश्वरानंद जी महाराज ने, जब हम जहाँ रिलीफ कैंप करके बैठे थे, 4 साल चला था कैंप, 1980 में वहाँ आके हमारे साथ रहने लगे। 1980 में वीरेश्वरानंद महाराज स्टेड विथ अस इन रिलीफ कैंप। मठ से साधु लोगों का जो मुझे गाली मिला है आपको मैं बोल नहीं पाऊंगा, तुम लोग कोई अक्ल नहीं है, ये उतने बुढ़ापे में तुम लोग ले जा रहे हो, महाराज को वहाँ ठहरा रहे हो। तो महाराज ने वहाँ का हालत देख करके पल्ली मंगल की स्थापना की, जो पल्ली मंगल बाद में कामरपुर जयराम मठ में अभी बहुत बड़े उसका आकार लिया है। 1981 में फिर महाराज बोले मैं जाऊँगा, कैंप में रहूँगा। उनके साथ भरत महाराज भी आ गए, बोले मैं भी रहूँगा कैंप में। अब आत्मस्थान जी महाराज ने मुझे कहा तुम दोनों को देखना। मैं जूनियर मोस्ट था, छोटा, दौड़ाने के लिए सुविधा था। अब मैं प्रभु महाराज के पास जा रहा हूँ, महाराज कुछ चाहिए, आगे भरत महाराज को पूछो। वहाँ जाकर बोले आगे प्रभु को पूछो जाओ। मैंने वॉलीबॉल फुटबॉल जैसा दोनों दौड़ा रहे थे, मैं आत्मस्थान क्या जवाब दूँ जाके। तो ये घटना बोलने का कारण ये है कि उनकी जो प्रेरणा हमें मिलती थी। बाद में सुना कि मठ में लोगों ने बोला कि आप लोग क्यों जा रहे, बोले लड़के लोग गांव में पड़े हुए मैदान में, थोड़ा उत्साह नहीं देंगे हम लोग? तो पल्ली मंगल की स्थापना की, महाराज का लगन गांव के विकास के लिए। और आज आप लोग देखिए कामरपुर जयराम ने जो बृहत आकार लिया है, उसका मूल है ये बालीगांव में रिलीफ कैंप। उसके बाद में मैं आपके पास दूसरी एक बड़ी रिलीफ की घटना लेके आऊँगा, वो है सुनामी रिलीफ। नहीं, सुनामी से पहले हमारा हुआ था उड़ीसा सुपर साइक्लोन रिलीफ। तो उड़ीसा सुपर साइक्लोन, अभी इसमें मैं कुछ घटना ऐसी बोलूँगा कि कैसे ठाकुर आपको मदद करते हैं। सुपर साइक्लोन रिलीफ शुरू हुआ, अच्युतेशन में हमको सवेरे चाय पिलाते थे, वहाँ ब्रह्मचारी थे कि आप काम में जा रहे कम से कम चाय तो पी के जाओ। कभी झगड़ा करके भी लेना पड़ता था उनसे। ही वॉज इन भुवनेश्वर, भुवनेश्वर से 4 घंटे का रास्ता। अब वहाँ जाना है तो पारादीप पोर्ट के पास का गांव हमने सिलेक्ट किया था, इनर मोस्ट, कि वहाँ 300-350 मकान बनाने हैं, स्कूल शेल्टर बनाने हैं। तो ऐसे जगह में जा कर के काम करना, सामान ढोना। और अभी के जो वर्तमान प्रेसिडेंट महाराज है, ही और जनरल सेक्रेटरी, वो हर 2 महीने बाद मुझे देखना है काम कैसे चल रहा है। 4 व्हील ड्राइव जीप गाड़ी लिया था, लेकिन वो भी गाड़ी नाव जैसी कादों में रास्ते में हिल रही थी। तो मुझे डांट लगा रहे थे, तुम यहाँ आ रहे हो, रास्ता क्यों नहीं बना रहे हो? मैं उनको बोला कि मैं बोल बोल के थक गया हूँ, वो मैं कुछ नहीं जानता हूँ, रास्ता ठीक होना चाहिए, नहीं तो काम जल्दी होगा नहीं। कुछ महीने के बाद मेरे पास खबर आती है भुवनेश्वर मठ से कि मुख्यमंत्री के जो विशेष सचिव है, ऑफिसर ऑफ स्पेशल ड्यूटी, मिस्टर सतपति आपको ढूंढ रहे। मैंने कहा कौन सतपति है? तो ठीक है, मैं अगले बार जाऊँगा, मिलूँगा। मैं जाके देखा तो ही वॉज ए कलेक्टर इन रांची। उनका स्पेशल डेपुटेशन हुआ था। जब मैं रांची में ट्राइबल डेवलपमेंट कर रहा था, ही वॉज डीसी। अब यह इनका स्पेशल डेपुटेशन हुआ था। तो मुलाकात हुआ तो बोले स्वामी जी सुना कि आप लोग रेल का काम कर रहे, हमारी तरफ से क्या मदद मिल सकती है? मैंने कहा आप तो चीफ मिनिस्टर नवीन पटनायक ही थे उस समय, उनके सचिव हो, एक काम करिए, गांव का रास्ता नहीं बन रहा है, आप मेरे साथ चलो। हम लोग गए, बोले, देखे, होने रहा। तो उन्होंने कहा समझिए क्या किया जाए। मैंने एक काम कर रहे हैं, ओपन सीक्रेट है, चीफ मिनिस्टर को हम बुलाएंगे फाउंडेशन फॉर दी मॉडल हाउस। तो बोले चीफ मिनिस्टर तो हेलीकॉप्टर से जाएंगे। मैंने कहा ये आप और मैं जानता हूँ, लोग नहीं जानेंगे। अगर उसके बहाने रास्ता बन गया तो काम हो जाएगा। अभी हम 1-1.5 महीना पहले से पत्रिका चीफ मिनिस्टर को मिले, वो राजी हो गए। 1-1.5 महीना से हम प्रचार कर रहे हैं, लेकिन बीडीओ और एसडीओ टस के मस नहीं हिल रहे। बोले चीफ मिनिस्टर थोड़ी आता है इनके सब काम के लिए फालतू, इनको काम धंधा नहीं है। 2-3 दिन पहले मुझे जनरल सेक्रेटरी महाराज ने भेजा कि जाओ क्या तैयारी देखो। मैं जाके कार्ड बांटा। बोले सचमुच आने वाले? हाँ। मेरे सामने 300-400 ट्रक लगा करके 2 दिन में लोग दिन रात 24 घंटे काम करके रास्ता बना दिया। चीफ मिनिस्टर हेलीकॉप्टर से आए, लेकिन हमारा काम बन गया। अभी यहाँ ठाकुर का इंटरवेंशन, कहाँ रांची का डिप्टी कलेक्टर, वो उड़ीसा में चीफ मिनिस्टर का स्पेशल ओएसडी होता है और वो मुझे ढूंढता है। तो मैंने उनसे काम निकाला। अब ये उड़ीसा में एक घटना है कि कैसे ठाकुर भी मदद करते अगर आपकी इच्छा है। उस समय क्या हुआ कि वो गांव में एक संस्था आके उन्होंने क्या हमारा जहां हम लोग काम शुरू किए थे, शुरू में अपना बोर्ड लगा दिया, इन कोलैबोरेशन विद रामकृष्ण मिशन। तो मेरे पास खबर थी कि लातूर रिलीफ में ये लोगों ने बहुत गड़बड़ कर दी थी। अब इनको कैसे निकालना है? तो हमारे स्वामी जी लोगों में 2 मत हो गए। अरे वो लोग कुछ पैसा दे रहे, आपको क्यों तकलीफ हो रहा है? मैंने कहा ऐसा नहीं, हम गांव वाले की मीटिंग बुलाएंगे। क्योंकि मुझे संदेह था ये संस्था के ऊपर, मैं नाम नहीं लूँगा, लेकिन लातूर में उन्होंने मार खाया था लोगों से, ये मेरे पास खबर थी। तो मैंने उनको कहा गांव वाले को मीटिंग करके, देखिए एक राजा के पास 2 औरत जाके के एक बच्चे के ऊपर क्लेम करती है कि बच्चा मेरा है मेरा है। तो राजा ने निर्णय पूछा तो दोनों माएँ क्लेम कर रहे थे। राजा ने कहा बच्चे के 2 टुकड़े कर दो, दोनों को आधा दे दो। तो एक औरत चिल्ले कि नहीं बच्चा मेरा नहीं है, उनका है। तो राजा ने जो औरत बोल रही थी मेरा बच्चा नहीं है, उनको देने के लिए बोल दिया। ये सही माँ है। वैसे आपके गांव में 2 संस्था आ रही है, दोनों की फिलॉसफी अलग है, विचार अलग है, तो हम चाहते कि आप उनके साथ काम करिए। हम नहीं चाहते कि आपके गांव में 2 ग्रुप हो जाएंगे। हम आपको 4 दिन की मोहलत देते हैं। हम 4 दिन चले जाते हैं वापस। हमारा बेस कैंप था, कुजंगा करके जगह है, वो वहाँ से 18 किलोमीटर पहले। 4 दिन के बाद सवेरे 8-10 गाड़ी जीप आई, स्वामी जी आप चलिए। मैंने कहा हमारे गांव में, गांव वाले की इच्छा है कि मिशन ही काम करेगा। मैंने कहा वहाँ तो शुरू में बोर्ड लगा है वो संस्था का, और जहाँ बोर्ड, हम लोगों ने गलती की बोर्ड नहीं लगाया। मुझे असल चाहिए तो बोर्ड उखाड़ना गाँव वाला, लेकिन मैं बोला बोर्ड जब तक हम नहीं जाएंगे, बोलो बोर्ड हम उखाड़ देंगे। वही लोग बोले। फिर बोर्ड उखाड़ दिया, गांव से रेजोल्यूशन हुआ, हम लोग काम किए। वही उड़ीसा सुपर साइक्लोन में जोगोदा सत्संग का नाम आपने सुना होगा। वहाँ के स्वामी जी को पता चल, रांची हेडक्वार्टर को, कि गोपाल जी महाराज वहाँ काम कर रहे हैं, तो बोले हम भी आपके साथ वहाँ काम करेंगे, आइए। और रास्ते में जाते समय उनकी हालत खराब हो गई, बोले हम आपको पैसा दे के जा रहे, आप काम करो। मैंने कहा हम आपका नाम लिखा देंगे, कोई बात नहीं। एक मार्बल प्लेट है जोगोदा सत्संग। तो हम ये रिलीफ काम करते समय किसके साथ कोलैबोरेशन करना है, किसके साथ नहीं करना है, इसमें बहुत आपको सजग रहना पड़ेगा। क्योंकि ये संस्था ये फोटो खींच करके हमारा 90% पैसा, उनका 10% विदेश से पैसा ला के पैसा इतने काम करते। ये उड़ीसा की घटना मुझे याद आई। उसके बाद मैं चलता हूँ सुनामी साइक्लोन रिलीफ। सुनामी की बहुत सारी घटना है। सुनामी उस गुजरात के करीब 2001 में हुआ था। तो रंगनाथन जी महाराज प्रेसिडेंट थे, और वहाँ मिशन बेलूमठ में एक नियम था कि सवेरे नाश्ते के बाद महाराज को प्रणाम करने जाना। तो मुझे देख के ही बोलते थे 10 करोड़ का प्लान करो, मॉडल टाउनशिप बनाना है। मैंने कहा महाराज 1 करोड़ भी नहीं हुआ। मनी विल कम, यू स्टार्ट प्लानिंग नाउ। तो 10 के जगह 20 करोड़ रुपए आ गया। 20 करोड़ हमको बंद करना पड़ा पैसा लेना, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट का नियम था कि 100% एग्जम्पशन दिया था, और अगर वो समय पर नहीं खर्चा करेंगे तो प्राइम मिनिस्टर रिलीफ फंड में जाएगा। तो बहुत सारे डोनर बोले हमको 100% से मतलब नहीं, हमको रामकृष्ण मिशन को ही देना है। हमने गुजरात और का 80G का रिसीट उनको दिया। ऐसा भी बहुत हमारे पास करोड़ रुपए आ गए। अब ये रिलीव करते समय वहाँ हम लोग कर रहे थे भुज में, कच्छ में। तो वहाँ मलेरिया का बहुत प्रादुर्भाव, अभी भी मैं गया 2 महीना पहले, वहाँ भी अभी मलेरिया का है। तो मलेरिया पकड़ लिया था, मैं वापस आया। हमारे डॉक्टर जवाहर महाराज हमको ट्रीटमेंट कर रहे थे। बोले केस रिपेयर नहीं होगा, हॉस्पिटल में भर्ती करवाए। डॉक्टर ने आईसीयू में डाल दिया। बोले 72 घंटा कुछ नहीं बोल पाएंगे। तब जनरल सेक्रेटरी महाराज, प्रेसिडेंट महाराज गए रंगनाथ के पास, बोले ऐसे ऐसे केस है। बोले ही विल कम बैक, डोंट वरी, आई नो ही विल कम बैक। तो उस समय मुझे आईसीयू में से जब केबिन में लाया गया तो डॉक्टर निरंजन मैनेजी मुलाकात करने के लिए आए। अब निरंजन मैनेजी को हमने देखा था, वो प्रभु महाराज को, भूतेश महाराज को सर्व करते थे शायद मेरे पास। तो मैंने कहा आप यहाँ कैसे आ गए? मैं देखना है कि आपका बीमारी जैसा सीरियस था, रिकवरी भी उतने जल्दी हो रहा है। तो वहाँ एक स्वामी जी थे जो बॉम्बे में थे, अतुल महाराज। वो मुझे एक दिन बोले आप क्या रंगनाथ से दीक्षा लिया? मैंने कहा नहीं। तो महाराज का रोज वहाँ से फ़ोन आता है, उसकी तबीयत कैसी है? मैंने कहा मुझे क्या मालूम। बाद में पता चला कि उन्होंने कहा था ही विल कम बैक। तो ऐसे लोगों के आशीर्वाद भी मिलते हैं अगर काम करो ईमानदारी से। तो मैंने कहा कि मैं जब से मुझे हॉस्पिटल में से छोड़ोगे, मैं पहले महाराज को प्रणाम करने जाऊँगा, उसके बाद जाऊँगा ठाकुर के पास। तो मैं जैसे महाराज के पास गया तो महाराज बोले यस आई न्यू यू विल कम, हैव नाइस समचस फूड एंड देन गो टू टेम्पल। तो ये सौभाग्य जो मिलता है, काम करते हो तो बड़े लोगों का आशीर्वाद मिलता है, जिनके दर्शन के लिए घंटा घंटा लाइन लगानी पड़ती है। तो ये गुजरात अर्थक्वेक रिलीफ का हमारा अनुभव है। लेकिन मेरे एक छोटे भाई जिनका भी प्रवचन अगले महीने यहाँ भागवत पर, वो भी रिलीफ में काम कर रहे थे। तो उन्होंने मुझे जो घटना बताई तो हम लोग को सबके आंखों में आंसू आ गए। एक दिन रात में देखा एक ठेला गाड़ी में, जो गाड़ी होती है ना, उसमें कपड़ा ढाके कोई आदमी ले जा रहा है। बोले क्या ले जा रहे हो? वो आदमी कुछ बोला नहीं। बोले क्यों, क्या चाहिए? तो रो रहा था। उसके 4 बच्चे अर्थक्वेक में ख़त्म हो गए थे। बोले ले जाने के लिए, जलाने के लिए कोई नहीं है। तो उसका महाराज ने उस समय एक फ़ोटो लेके मुझे दिया, क्योंकि मैं विश्वास नहीं करूँगा। तो ये गुजरात अर्थक्वेक रिलीफ में ऐसे बहुत सारी घटना हुई है, उसका मैं अगर अभी इतिहास बोलूँगा तो घंटा घंटा लग जाएगा। लेकिन विशेष उल्लेखयोग्य घटना यही है कि गुजरात अर्थक्वेक में रंगनाथन महाराज ने मुझे कहा तुमको 6 टाउनशिप बनाने हैं, पैसे की चिंता मत करो, मनी विल कम, मनी विल कम। मैंने कहा 6 टाउनशिप क्या महाराज, वहाँ लोग मकान लेना ही नहीं चाह रहे, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट ने स्कीम बनाया था जो संस्था से मकान लेगा उसको फिर कैश पैसा नहीं मिलेगा, नहीं तो अपना मकान अपने बनाओ। उसमें भी गवर्नमेंट का एक ऐसा विचित्र नियम था, अगर संस्था से मकान बनाएंगे तो अपना ओरिजिनल जो जगह है वो छोड़ना पड़ेगा, और अपना से अगर पैसे मकान में तो अपनी जगह में रिपेयर करो। तो मैंने आके रंगनाथ महाराज को बोला कि महाराज वहाँ तो मकान नहीं बन रहा है। तो मैंने रेलवे कमिश्नर और मिनिस्टर लोगों से बात किया है, तो दे वांट अस टू कंस्ट्रक्ट द स्कूल बिल्डिंग्स। ज़बरदस्ती मकान देना ठीक ही नहीं, तो वहाँ गाय और छागल सब बांध देंगे अंदर। तो महाराज बोले गो अहेड। तो हमने 84 स्कूल बिल्डिंग बनाया, 1-2 नहीं, 2 साल के अंदर। अब उस समय सरकार ने यह बताया था कि कोई भी संस्था अगर 1 रुपया खर्चा करेगा रिलीफ के लिए तो हम भी 1 रुपया देंगे। हमको चारों तरफ से गाली गलौज पड़ रही थी कि मिशन का सरकार का पैसा क्यों नहीं ले रहे। तो हमने स्टडी किया था, उसमें प्रोसीजरल बहुत कॉम्प्लिकेटेड था। एक गांव की कमेटी होनी चाहिए, उसमें मुखिया होना चाहिए, महिला होनी चाहिए, ये होनी चाहिए, उसमें पास होगा, उसके बाद बिल पास होगा। तो आपके प्रेसिडेंट महाराज ने बोले ये सब झंझट में नहीं जाना, इंडिपेंडेंटली काम करो, निकल जाओ। हम लोग 2 साल के अंदर 84 बिल्डिंग बना करके हमारा बोरिया बिस्तर पैक किया, और जो छोटा मोटा 200-400 मकान बनते वो 2 साल के बाद भी लटकते रहे, क्योंकि प्रोसीजरल में उनका इतना डिले हो रहा था, कर नहीं पा रहे थे। तो कभी कभी निर्णय लेना पड़ता है कि सरकार पैसा दे रही है करके हम नहीं जाएंगे, सरकारी की लेकिन प्रोसीजरल डिले। ये भी एक गुजरात अर्थक्वेक रिलीफ का मेरा अनुभव मुझे आज याद आ रहा है। उसके बाद मैं चलता हूँ सुनामी रिलीफ। आपको मालूम है माँ का 150वां जन्म शताब्दी चल रहा था और सुनामी से चारों तरफ हाहाकार मच गया, लेकिन हमको पता ही नहीं चल रहा था। बेलूर मठ में तालाब में, डेयरी के तालाब में पानी हिल रहा था। हम सवेरे से फ़ोन कर दिए कहीं भूकंप का निशानी है, तालाब का पानी उछल रहा है। तो 10 बजे तक कुछ पता नहीं चला। 10 बजे अचानक मुझे शिलांग के एक स्वामी जी का फ़ोन आता है, अंडमान में बहुत बड़ा भूकंप हुआ है, वहाँ थोड़ा पता करिए आप। तो फिर उसके बाद अंडमान हुआ। फिर मैंने गौतम जी महाराज को फ़ोन किया, चेन्नई में भी हमने देखा टीवी में गड़बड़ हुआ है, ये चेन्नई में। गौतम जी बोलते बड़ी बड़ी बात करो मत, पहले 1.5 करोड़ रुपया भेजो, उसके बाद रिलीफ की बात करो। मैं कहा डन, आप काम तो करिए। गौतम जी महाराज से भी मेरा यहाँ 1970 से बहुत नज़दीक संपर्क रहा है, इसलिए मैं उनको बोला महाराज सुनामी में काम करना हम लोग को चेन्नई में, फंड हम देंगे आपको मठ से। तो वो सुनामी का रिलीफ हुआ उस समय 2 घटना यहाँ उल्लेखयोग्य है। एक तो है कि हमारे कोलंबो के स्वामी जी ने हमको फ़ोन किया कि हमको पैसा नहीं चाहिए, सामान नहीं चाहिए, 2 ऐसे स्वामी जी को भेजो कि जिन्होंने सिंगली भाषा जानता है। हर एक का घर से कोई 1 आदमी, 2 आदमी, 4 आदमी गायब हो गए हैं, लोग रास्ते में पागल जैसे घूम रहे हैं। उनको कंसोलेशन के लिए लोकल लैंग्वेज जानने वाले 2 स्वामी जी को भेजिए। तो बेलूर मठ ने भेजा था। लौटने के बाद वो बोले महाराज बहुत सक्सेसफुल रहा। उनके एक्सपीरियंस भी रिकॉर्ड करके रखे हमने अभी तक। ये हुआ एक सुनामी का अनुभव। माने रिलीफ माने केवल सामान देना नहीं होता है, कंसोलेशन रिलीफ का भी एक महत्व होता है। अब उस समय इतना बड़ा रिलीफ का काम चल रहा था और सब हमारे अथॉरिटी लोग माँ के 150th जन्म वार्षिकी में लग गए थे। दोपहर को 3-4 बजे फ़ोन आता है कि हमें कुछ कपड़े देने हैं। तो मैंने कहा हम पुराने कपड़े नहीं लेंगे, नहीं नए कपड़े देंगे। दीजिए, कितना देना आपको, आप कितने लेंगे। वो आदमी मेरे से जीत गया 5 मिनट पर फ़ोन पर। मैंने कहा भाई आप देने वाले, आप 1 2 2 2 50 2 100 2 200 2, आप जो भी दें हम लेंगे प्रेम से। नहीं, आपको संख्या बोलना पड़ेगा। मुझे भूख लग गई थी, दोपहर खाना नहीं खाया था उस दिन। मैंने कहा 1 लाख शर्ट लूँगा मैं। बोला डन। मैं लगा कि ये आदमी आज मज़ा कर रहा है कोई। तो मैंने कहा ठीक है, आप एक ईमेल भेजो ऑफर आपका। मुझे लगा ईमेल में आएगा, नाम पता है, ईमेल आया, केवल नीचे नाम है साइन अस्थाना, कोई प्लेन कागज़ पर, फ़ोन नंबर भी नहीं है। मैंने फिर ईमेल भेजा कि आपका फ़ोन नंबर चाहिए, इसके बारे में आगे और बातचीत करनी है। तो उन्होंने फ़ोन नंबर भेजा। फिर मैंने कहा कि आप दे रहे हैं, आपका हमारे कोई परिचय नहीं है, संस्था का नाम आपको बाद में बताएंगे। तो मैंने कहा फिर हमको सैंपल लगेगा, हमारे अथॉरिटी से पास करवाना है। मैंने कम से कम मुझे पता तो चाहिए कहाँ से आ रहा है कि मजाक कर रहा है। तो दूसरे दिन सैंपल लेके आए। जॉन एंड प्लेयर के शर्ट थे, एक एक ओवर कीमत था 650, 700, 750 रुपया। ऐसे 1 लाख शर्ट उन्होंने ऑफर किया। तो पता चला कि आईटीसी, ये आईटीसी वालों ने बाद में कई साल तक रिलीफ को और रामकृष्ण मिशन के विभिन्न सेंटर में गारमेंट का डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन किया एज ए पार्ट ऑफ देयर CSR स्कीम। तो कभी कभी एक मजाक भी मैंने इतिहास बन जाता है। तो मैं जब चेन्नई गया था तो गौतम जी महाराज ने उनको तमिल में बताया कि ये शर्ट स्वामी जी आ गए। सब लोग शर्ट स्वामी जी बुलाते थे। अब ये शर्ट को ट्रांसपोर्ट कैसे करना है, उनका कंडीशन था एज इट इज़ वेयर इट इज़, गोडाउन में से ट्रांसफर करो आप। तो सबसे बड़ा चैलेंजिंग कलकत्ता से था। तो दिल्ली में लकीली एक IAS ऑफिसर बैठे हुए थे जो रांची में DC थे, उनका नाम सुधीर कुमार। तो मैंने उनको कहा कि आप हमको हमेशा बोलते कुछ मदद नहीं लेते और मैं कई जैसा वर मांग रहा हूँ आपके पास। मेरे यहाँ से 60-70 हज़ार शर्ट ट्रांसपोर्ट करने हैं रेलवे से। तो उन्होंने तुरंत रेलवे की व्यवस्था कर दी, बोगीज की, और पूरा ट्रांसपोर्टेशन फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट करवा दिया। जो ट्रक लोड से ले जाना हमारे बस के बाहर था, क्योंकि इंडिविजुअल बॉक्स था, वो ITC वाले हम खोलने नहीं देंगे। तो ऐसे ऐसे ठाकुर कहाँ कहाँ अपने आदमी रखते हैं और अपना काम निकालते हैं। हम लोग जस्ट इंस्ट्रूमेंट है, ये पता चलता है हम लोग को उस समय। अब सुनामी के बाद आयला साइक्लोन हुआ है, बांग्लादेश सीडर साइक्लोन रिलीफ हुआ है, उसके बाद में उत्तराखंड रिलीफ सबसे बड़ा चैलेंजिंग और टफ था। हमारे कणखल और देहरादून दोनों आश्रम लगे हुए। उसमें जो भी स्वामी जी ने काम किया, हर एक आदमी मेरे सामने हीरो है। एक हीरो हमारे बीच में भी है, बम्बई में चल नहीं पाते थे, तकलीफ था, शरीर ठीक नहीं था। देखा उनका फोटो माथे पर रेल के बोझा ले जा रहे, यहाँ अभी है बम्बई आश्रम में। तो ये शक्ति कहाँ से आती है? ये शक्ति देते हैं स्वामी जी, ठाकुर और माँ। तो ये उत्तराखंड के रिलीफ में तो गजब गजब के अनुभव है। उसका पूरा मैंने आपको एक पेपर दिया है और सोवेनिर भी निकाला है। अब मैं आऊँगा आपके पास कि ये रिलीफ करते समय हमारा बॉम्बे चैप्टर, मुंबई चैप्टर मैंने अलग से रखा इसलिए कि रिलीफ माने और मुंबई हमारा 2 पैरेलल चलता था। कहीं भी रिलीफ का काम शुरू हो तो मुंबई से तुरंत कलेक्शन का पहले एक फंड आ जाएगा, 60 लाख 70 लाख। पूछते भी नहीं थे महाराज यहाँ कि आपने रिलीफ में काम शुरू किया नहीं किया, तुरंत कलेक्शन करके भेज देते थे। तो बॉम्बे का इतना जनरस डोनर और कहीं से हमको नहीं मिला। सेकंड लाइन में दिल्ली था। तो एक बार 2005 में यहाँ बहुत बड़ा फ्लड हुआ था। तो बागीशान महाराज ने फ़ोन किया मठ में कि मठ से किसको भेजो, यहाँ इतना बड़ा नुकसान हुआ है। तो मुझे भेजा गया। तो महाराज बहुत नाराज गुस्से में थे। जाओ रामकृष्ण को साथ में लेके जाओ, सर्वे करो और रिलीफ का काम शुरू करो। तो मैं रामकृष्ण महाराज को लेके गया। हम लोग देखे 4-5 दिन के अंदर बॉम्बे हुआ नॉर्मल। यहाँ लोग इतने बिजी है कि उनको टाइम ही नहीं है। हम ढूंढते ढूंढते फिर 2 दिन यहाँ ढूंढा, कहीं नहीं मिला। मैंने कहा चलो हम लोग सकवार जाएंगे, सकवार में बेस करेंगे। फिर वहाँ से हमने खबर मिला था कि भिवंडी, कल्याण, ठाणे, बहुत जगह में इंटरमीडिएट रिलीफ का ज़रूरत है। वहाँ हम लोग जाके रिलीफ का काम प्लान किया, सर्वे किया। तो बागीशान जी बोले पैकिंग तो यहाँ होगा, नहीं तो हमारे भक्तों को मालूम कैसे होगा। मैंने कहा भक्तों को मालूम होने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, इतना सामान ढोएगा कौन, हम वहीं से करेंगे रिलीफ। तो सकवार से हमने रिलीफ किया था। अब इसके लिए फंड, बागीशान महाराज ने मुझे जो जवाब दिया था मैं तो हिल गया था। बोले 1 पैसा यहाँ से नहीं मिलने वाला है तुमको। मैंने कहा हमारा बॉम्बे से पैसा नहीं मिले, कहाँ से मिलेगा? वो मैं नहीं जानता हूँ। मैं कारण तो मैं जान सकता हूँ महाराज, पैसे का हमारे पास भी कमी नहीं है रिलीफ के लिए। बोले यहाँ हर घर में कोई ना कोई डायरेक्टली इनडायरेक्टली अफेक्टेड हुआ है, और इनके ऊपर मैं टैक्स नहीं देना इस बार। मैं मठ में गया तो जनरल सेक्रेटरी अभी के प्रेसिडेंट कुमार को बोला कि ऐसा ऐसा है, तुम पागल हो, बॉम्बे से लोग पैसा ले आते, यहाँ से पैसा भेजना चाह रहे हो, ऐसा कभी हुआ है क्या? मैंने कहा हुआ नहीं है, लेकिन इतिहास में आपका नाम लिखा जाएगा, आप भेजिए पैसा। तो खुश होकर के उन्होंने राजी हो गए, पैसा भेज दिया। तो ये बॉम्बे से आश्रम में तो भक्त लोग तो देते छोटे बड़े, लेकिन बॉम्बे के जो पार्ले बिस्कुट का नाम आप सुनते हो, केवल बिस्किट का, इज वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट डोनर ऑफ आवर रिलीफ। दूसरा है ये आपका एसपी चैरिटेबल ट्रस्ट है, काइटेक इंडस्ट्रीज है, ये सब लोग अपने से फोन करके बोलते हैं स्वामी जी रिलीफ का काम शुरू किया होगा, थोड़ा शॉर्ट रिपोर्ट भेजिए। उसके बाद में आता है सुधा मूर्ति, इन्फोसिस। उन्होंने जब भी कहीं कोई कैलेमिटी हुआ कि उनका फोन आता था, और मराठी में बात कर मेरे साथ अभी भी, महाराज रिलीफ शुरू केले का, एक पत्र पाठवा, एक चिट्ठी भेज दीजिए, फाउंडेशन को नियम है करके कम से कम 20 लाख से लेके 50, 60, 70, 80 लाख रुपए का डोनेशन पहला चेक आता था उनका, इन्फोसिस फाउंडेशन। इतना कंसर्न, इतना फेथ रामकृष्ण मिशन के ऊपर। अब ये होने के बाद एक उत्तराखंड के टाइम में सुधा मूर्ति जी ने मुझे कहा कि रिहेबिलिटेशन के हमने करोड़ों रुपए रखा है। मैंने कहा आप दूसरे को दे दीजिए, हमसे होगा नहीं। उत्तराखंड रिहेबिलिटेशन का अभी सोचना ही नहीं है, अभी प्राइमरी रिलीफ, सेकेंडरी रिलीफ होगा, उसके बाद में देखेंगे हम लोग। तो वेट किया, बाद में बोला कि नहीं हमने भी स्टडी किया है, हम पूरा प्राइमरी रिलीफ के आपको देंगे। उन्होंने कई करोड़ रुपए हमको फिर भेज दिया उत्तराखंड के लिए। तो ये सुधा मूर्ति का मैंने नाम लिया। ऐसे बहुत सारे छोटे छोटे संस्था है, बड़े बड़े लोग हैं, हम लोग उनके नाम पेपर में सुनते हैं, लेकिन रिलीफ के लिए इतना लगन क्यों है लोगों को? क्योंकि रिलीफ में क्या होता है कि आपको मालूम है, रात में सोए, मकान गिर गया, भूकंप आ गया, बाढ़ आ गया, कौन कहाँ जाएगा? तो बॉम्बे ने जो लातूर का रिलीफ किया है, वो जो हमारा सेंटर का सोविनर निकला है, आप पेज नंबर 33 में देखिए, विष्णु प्रधान जी महाराज ने लंबा आर्टिकल लिखा है, एंड ही टुक लॉट ऑफ ट्रबल इन कैरिंग आउट दैट लातूर रिलीफ वर्क। उसमें स्पेशलिटी ये है कि रिलीफ वर्क करके हम लोग निकल जाते हैं, लेकिन यहाँ ये लोग रुके नहीं बॉम्बे वाले। इकोनॉमिक रिहेबिलिटेशन का फॉलोअप भी किया है लोक शिक्षा परिषद नरेंद्र के माध्यम से, वो भी मैं करते रहा। अब और एक मज़ेदार घटना है, आंध्र प्रदेश में साइक्लोन हुआ था 96-97 के आसपास। तो राजमंदिरी जो आपने नाम सुना अभी, वहाँ से 100 किलोमीटर दूर एक छोटा सा द्वीप है, 15,000 की बस्ती थी उसमें फैमिली, और साल में 6 महीना से 8 महीना तक ये द्वीप पानी से घिरा हुआ रहता है चारों तरफ नदी से। तो वहाँ के लोगों का जो नुकसान हुआ था, तो मिशन ने प्राइमरी रिलीफ शुरू कर दिया। प्राइमरी रिलीफ के बाद फंड थे हमारे पास 1.5 करोड़ का बचा हुआ, तो निर्णय लिया गया कि हम लोग तकरीबन 8-10 स्कूल कम शेल्टर हाउस बनाएंगे, ताकि लोग भाग नहीं पा रहे थे वहाँ से। 3 स्कूल कम शेल्टर सक्सेसफुल बन गए। अब चौथा बनाने गए तो लोगों ने अपोज किया, सब लोगों ने मिलकर, नहीं हमको चाहिए स्कूल शेल्टर। पता नहीं चल रहा था, ये बेलूर मठ ने जिम्मेदारी दिया था विशाखापट्टनम के स्वामी जी को। विशाखापट्टनम ने वहाँ कैंप इंचार्ज को साथ बात किया, बोले करने नहीं दे रहे, महाराज गए वहाँ मिलने के लिए। क्या दिक्कत है आपको? बोले हमारे गांव में हमको पुल की ज़रूरत है, हम कब से बोल रहे एक छोटा सा पुल बना जाए आने जाने का, वो नहीं आप ये बिल्डिंग बना रहे, इससे क्या फ़ायदा हमको? तो उनको बहुत समझाया गया कि ये पुल का काम सरकारी काम है, मिशन का नहीं है। बोले हम नहीं जानते, तो हमको नहीं चाहिए आपका बिल्डिंग। फिर उस समय के विशाखापट्टनम के बड़े महाराज तत्वोधान जी वो चले गए हैदराबाद, रंगनाथन जी से मिले कि स्वामी जी इनके यहाँ एक बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है, सोशल प्रॉब्लम है। ये लोग बोलते हैं कि हमारा एग्रीकल्चर क्रॉप बिक्री नहीं होता है, सब ठीक है, लेकिन हमारे के लड़कियों की शादी नहीं होती है क्योंकि एक्सेस नहीं है, तो इसलिए कुछ करना पड़ेगा, नहीं तो ये रिलीफ हेल्ड हो जाएगा तो बेलूर मठ में मैं क्या जवाब दूंगा। रंगनाथ ने हमारा बेलूर मठ गए, ट्रस्टी लोगों से फाइट करके पुल निर्माण का सैंक्शन करवाया। तो आंध्र प्रदेश में हमने एक ब्रिज बनाया है। लोगों की इच्छा थी केवल एक पैदल चलने का, लेकिन अभी ट्रक दौड़ सकता था। अब ये जब ब्रिज बनने का था तो संजोगवश से वो बाल जोगी का कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी निकला। बाल जोगी वर दैट टाइम द स्पीकर ऑफ द पार्लियामेंट। अब उनका हर 2 दिन के बाद फोन आ रहा है, ये मिनिस्टर का नाम छापिए, वो मिनिस्टर का नाम छापिए उद्घाटन में, उसका नाम छापिए। हमने कहा 14-15 नाम हो गए, टाइम कहाँ है? 45 मिनट का तो टाइम दिया चीफ मिनिस्टर ने। बोले आई एम हैंडलिंग मोर देन 500 MPs एंड MLAs, आई एम गोइंग टू कंडक्ट द प्रोग्राम, डोंट वरी, यू सिंपली प्रिंट द नेम्स। तो एक्चुअली बाल जोगी ने हमारा वो इनॉग्रेशन फंक्शन कंडक्ट किया एंकर करके। वो बोले इन लोगों को नाम में रुचि होती है, बोलने में रुचि नहीं होती है। तो उस समय बाल जोगी ने पहले आके देख लिया था, तो वहाँ ब्रिज हुआ है, बोले स्वामी जी का स्टैचू नहीं है। हमने कहा नहीं, रिलीफ के पैसे से हम स्वामी जी का स्टैचू नहीं बनाएंगे। तो ऐसा कैसे होगा? हम पैसा कलेक्शन करेंगे, गाँव वाले से कलेक्शन करवाएंगे, स्टैचू बनना ही पड़ेगा। तो उसका यहाँ बहुत बड़ा एक स्वामी जी का स्टैचू है और नाम भी उन्होंने कहा विवेकानंद ब्रिज करके रख दीजिए आप। अभी भी वो ब्रिज है वहाँ। तो ये आंध्र प्रदेश की कहानी। टाइम हो गया। अब मजेदार 2 घटना बोलता हूँ, 2 घटना बस। एक घटना है, गुजरात अर्थक्वेक के टाइम में पोस्ट कार्ड आता है बेलूमठ में कि रामकृष्ण मिशन 1 साल से यहाँ बहुत बढ़िया काम कर रहा है। तो मेरे तो मकान सही सलामत है, लेकिन मेरी वाइफ गुजर गई अर्थक्वेक में, आई एम मोर देन 65, तो फाइंड आउट ए सुटेबल वाइफ फॉर मी एज ए पार्टनर। अब वो पोस्ट कार्ड के ऊपर स्मरणानंद जी महाराज ने रिलीफ सेक्रेटरी को लिखा है, फाइंड आउट ए सुटेबल वाइफ फॉर मी। अब वो रिलीफ सेक्रेटरी ने मेरे पास चिट्ठी भेजा है कि टू डू द नीडफुल। तो मैंने वो हमारे गुजरात के सबसे वरिष्ठतम सन्यासी, उनको मैं इंग्लिश में लंबा चौड़ा चिट्ठी लिख के पोस्ट कॉपी का लिखा कि बहुत बड़ा नया इनोवेटिव प्रोजेक्ट आपको आ रहा है, आपका पास बहुत अनुभव है और ऐसे बहुत प्रोजेक्ट आपको फ्यूचर में मिलेंगे। वो कंफ्यूज हो गए क्या है। उन्होंने फ़ोन किया, फिर मुझे जीएस महाराज ने बुलाया, क्या बात है? मैंने कहा मेरे पास इंस्ट्रक्शन डू द नीडफुल, मैंने उनको लिखा आप करो। और एक बार हम लोग बिहार में 1978 में फ्लड विलेज में काम कर रहे थे, तो रिलीफ का सर्वे हो रहा था। गंभीरानंद जी महाराज का इंस्ट्रक्शन था तुरंत काम करके आ जाओ, पश्चिम बंगाल में रिलीफ शुरू हो गया है। गंभीरानंद जी वॉज जनरल सेक्रेटरी। अब हम लोग सर्वे किए, 100 मकान का सर्वे करना था, उनको 100 मकान में रिलीफ सामग्री बांटना था। अब ये मुखिया ने और जिन्होंने बोट का ऑर्गेनाइज किया था, उन्होंने उसको बोट वाले को बोल दिया था कि हम आपको भी रिलीफ दिलवाएंगे, चलो। और उसका नाम तो आया नहीं। अब वो बोला भाई बोट गंगा में घुमाते रहूँगा, आपकी ट्रेन छूट जाएगी, उसके बाद छोड़ूंगा। तो वो महात्मा जी बिगड़ गए हमारे बड़े महाराज। मैंने कहा ठीक है, काम करते हैं, आपका नाम हम वेट लिस्ट 1 में डालते हैं। बोले वेट लिस्ट 1 क्या होता है? मैंने कहा 100 में 100 आदमी थोड़ी आने वाले, कोई तो बात हो। बोले ये पंडित जी ठीक बोल रहा है। नाम लिखा हमने, उसका छोड़ा उसने, हमने दौड़ के ट्रेन पकड़ी। दूसरे दिन सवेरे प्लेटफॉर्म पर पूरे गीता महाभारत के सब श्लोक गाली गलौज सुननी पड़ी, सभी लोग आए थे। तो रिलीफ में ऐसे बहुत सारे अनुभव भी आते हैं, मजे के भी आते हैं, अच्छे भी आते हैं, लेकिन एक ही है कि ठाकुर माँ स्वामी जी सहायता करते हैं, हम लोग इंस्ट्रूमेंट है, निमित्त मात्र है। और स्वामी जी इमोशनल होने के लिए बेलूमठ बेचने के लिए जो तैयार थे, लेकिन वो वेरी प्रैक्टिकल, कहे कि रेलवे का पैसा ऐसा वैसा खर्चा नहीं करना है, उसको संभाल के खर्चा करना है। तो शारदा जी महाराज पर भी बहुत क्रिटिसिज्म हुआ था कि रेलवे पहले बंद कर दिया, उसका भी जवाब मैं सब पेपर में लिखा हुआ हूँ। तो मुझे लगता है कि महाराज ने बहुत बड़ा रिस्क लिया है, तो मैंने भी थोड़ा रिस्क लेके बोल दिया मेरा इतना क्या। मैं सवेरे जो सवाल हुआ था ना कि ये जो काम करते हैं तो कोई विरोध होता है कि नहीं, अपोजिशन होता है कि नहीं, तो बहुत सारा अपोजिशन होता है ये सब काम के लिए, रिलीफ का हो, रूरल डेवलपमेंट का हो, आदिवासी का हो, क्योंकि लोगों के कमीशन मार खा जाते हैं। तो एक वीडियो ने बोला कहाँ है वो गोपालानंद, रांची में, आने तो उसका हम ख़त्म कर देंगे उसको। तो आदिवासी लोग बोले कि उनको तो आप ख़त्म कर देंगे, आपकी लाश हम ऐसे गाड़ देंगे कि वो ढूंढ के भी नहीं मिलेगी। उसके बाद से कभी कोई हमारे खिलाफ नहीं गया।
अनेक प्रणाम महाराज। आप अपने स्वयं के अभिज्ञता से जो अभूतपूर्व वक्तव्य रखा है तो अत्यंत प्रेरणादायी था। सो नाउ मे आई इनवाइट रिवियर्ड स्वामी सुपर्णानंद जी महाराज, सेक्रेटरी रामकृष्ण मिशन गोलपार्क, टू डिलीवर Institute of Culture, to deliver his address.
Om Jananing Sharadang Deving Ramakrishnam Jagat Gurum Pada Padmitayo Sritva Pranamami Muhurmu. Revered President Swamiji, Srimad Swami Visatmananda ji, my dear intimate friend, I should say, Swami Satyadevananda ji. We were together at the training center. That's why we have developed a genuine love between us. My love regards to him. Swami Gopalananda ji just spoke about relief activities. Swami Achyutesananda ji, the trustee, my love and regards. Swami Narasimhananda ji, who spoke impromptu on tribal welfare in an excellent way. I salute you, brother. And Swami Sevabhratananda ji. He is a doctor by choice. And Swami? And Swamiji by chance. Now, I love you very much, you know. Not as a Swami, but as a doctor. Yes, as a doctor. He has earned a very good name at Seva-Pratishthan. I am the last speaker. No. Now, of the speakers, he is the president, he is not a speaker. And I pray that I am not be lost. I am not going to be lost. The topic allotted to me is very, very serious. So long you have been listening to the activities we embarked upon outside ourselves. Now is the time to see our own face. We have been carrying out all these activities with the sadhus. And you know, they are supposed to do all these jobs in and around us in order to have the fulfillment, in order to have the vision of the divine within. That's the goal. We are to attain freedom. And these activities, when we do, we feel that these are the means to attain the goal. Goals and means. These have been put together in this seminar, and for that I congratulate our Bijunda, Satyadevanandaji. A very beautiful concept. Now, if these activities lead us to live a life of meditation, then of course we have in ourselves spiritual culture imbued in a genuine way. If not, then we are just candidates only. You know the term candidate. A student has filled in the form for higher secondary examinations. Examinations are yet to start. During that period, he says, I am a candidate to HS. So we are all candidates to humanity. Not yet be able to be called humanity. Candidate to humanity. Candidate to this spiritual culture, this and that. I will let you know some of the grim facts. While conducting this spiritual culture, at the institute, it has got a very brief history. To me it is brief, but to the organizers who used to take the trouble entirely on themselves, it was really a Herculean task. Till then, 1936, when Ramakrishna Mott and Mission, they were observing the centenary of Sri Ramakrishna's advent. They felt that they should start one center, particularly devoted to spreading culture. Mind that. Till then, there was no some such idea taking any step. Accordingly, some high-powered team or committee came into being. And from 1937 up to the end of the celebrations, they found it in a rented house at College Street, Albert Hall. It is very famous now. It is the coffee house, the famous coffee house of Calcutta. They changed its home 4 times. And ultimately in 1961, it came to its present home at Gold Park, Godiata. And it was celebrated by the whole of India. The then Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru came, the Vice President Dr. Radhakrishnan came, Padmaja Naidu came, Nurullah, Padmaja Naidu, and so many dignitaries were on the dais. Why? 61, mind that. Till then, there was not a single some such center in the government, though they have a department. They had a department, Department of Culture, promotion of culture. But promotion has to be made through some institutes. This foundation of an institute was lacking. That's why they took upon themselves that this is going to be, this culture, Institute of Culture, Gold Park. Secretary was then Swami Nitya Swarupanandaji, the disciple of Holy Mother, who spent a lot of years in US preaching Vedanta. Very able person, very knowledgeable person. A formidable scholarship he developed. We used to visit him with trembling heart. In what way he would catch us, we could not follow, could not have any imagination. Anyway, it was done. And its main aim is to find international understanding for human unity. International understanding for human unity, religious unity, unity in the material world, unity in human world, and the resultant of it, the effect of these two in making every individual an epitome of love and divinity. Divinity and love. All the yogas that we have been asked to practice, they ultimately lead to love. In the life of Holy Mother, if you sincerely note, you see that she did not go for some such, say, spiritual paths. She didn't go through Jnana Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, Raja Yoga, and Karma Yoga. But she used to make a synthesis of all this, and she found that it is love that must persist in each and everybody's heart. Love. So that love, if that is missing, our ultimate aim would be vitiated then and there, mind that. So you have to develop unconditional love for others, because others are different from you or us. Humanity is one. That has not only been said by the sages and seers, by this yogi or that Gyani, but it is our day-to-day common experience of all that we are one, but as human bodies, as bodies we are different. As bodies we are different. We have found out these differences in so many various ways. The difference between man and woman, difference between the rich and the poor, difference between the learned and the ignorant, difference between the weak and the strong, and difference between the sinner and the saint. So all these differences that we see around is the result of thinking that we live on earth as human bodies. That's how you see differences. But if you go to sleep and dream, what would happen to you? In dream, you get out of your physical body. Your physical body is lying on the bedstead, eyes closed. You get out of the body as what? As mind. Mind is the karta, the doer. Mind that. And you create a new world in mind and suffer it, enjoy it. And sometimes you see your own body in dream. You can see all others' body in dream. It is possible that you can see your own body also. What does it mean that I have a body? I am not the body. If you can enter into your body, then you get up and you remain the same old man or woman. But if you cannot enter, then you are dead. Mind that. That is death. That is death. So, we say, while somebody is dead, we say he has given up his body. In Bengali, we say, se shorir rakha koreche, shorir rekhe chole geche. Se chole geche, he has gone away, but body remains there. So we give so much prominence to our physical body in the waking state that we rarely forget that this is just a passing phase. This is not true. Ultimately it is not true. When we dream while sleeping, we have separate existence. We can segregate our mind from our body in dream. There is a very nice song of Tagore, Mon che roy mone mone here madhuri. Mind is seeing. In mind is seeing everything. With what light? It is a light of Atma Jyoti. Eyes are closed. Mind's eye, we see everything in dream. And you remember Thakur's story. In dream we create a new world. And dream we see it in mind. And mind is the subtle form of my existence. Body is the gross part of my existence. So whatever you see in the waking state is not true. Because they do not, or all our visions there, seeings there, feeling there, are not compatible with what we see in dream. A beautiful story in the Kathamrita Gospel, you can read. Which one is true? The things we see in the dream or that we see in waking state? And when we develop a culture around our body, we call it civilization, mind it. It is called civilization. High civilization means high consumption level, keeping our body nicely, making it secure from all hazards. And we depend so much on doctors, mind that. Science and technology has given us more things to enjoy, even to enhance our life expectancy. Your heart is blocked at 45. But your heart can be repaired and you can live up to 85 or 90 and you will die not of heart diseases. Mind that. So all human parts are available now. And I don't know, Jahar, someday you may develop a clone body of yourself, a standby of myself, so that I can get, free of cost, all these spare parts of that to help me live long. Because those who have money, those who are affluent, they can go for that even. So this is all that we are having. This is called civilization, high civilization. Now comes mind. When you accept that there is another aspect of my existence, that is mind, then try to feed it. You have to feed mind. Feed mind with music, with literature, with art, this and that. Mind that. That is it. That's very, very important. But if feeding our mind with these things, you get only pleasure, that is worst type of culture. Probably you do not know the difference of opinion between Mahatma Gandhi and Rabindranath Tagore. Mahatma Gandhi visited Shantiniketan, and there he saw the way Shantiniketan was governed. He objected and said to Tagore, "What is this? You do not look into the ethical and moral aspect of the lives of your children that put together this and that." Tagore answered, "I have faith in aesthetics, not ethics. Ethics will come to their life on their own, but I have faith in aesthetics." So this aesthetics for enjoyment, that cannot automatically land you on a higher level of purity. I won't explain it further. You all know. Almost all of them, barring a few, they live a life of all the artists and all such people who have faith in aesthetics only and nothing else. They are voluptuous in a way. Very sad. So that's why, along with these, if they have love for ethics and morality, that may pave the way for higher understanding of their life, higher understanding of existence of their life. And that comes when we sleep, deep sleep, without any dreamless sleep. That is a state of spirit. Spiritual culture means evolving a culture around the spirit. We call divinity, purity. That is it. And all of us sleep. And in sleep, we are one with our spirit, the divine nature. Our real nature is deep sleep. There is no outward consciousness of ours. Why? Because you all know, mind is absent. Mind is the feeling faculty. If mind is absent, who will experience the pleasure and pain? No. So knowing that we are all spirits, humanity is one. Humanity is one. Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Nidra Rupena Samstita. That divine mother She is present in all of us in our sleep, making us all equal. That has to be experienced. And Swamiji has given us the royal path. Path to Seva Yoga. Path to Seva Yoga. All the relief activities, this and that, we do as a Seva Yoga. You have to do also. It is not the business of us only. Every one of you, the devotees. This is the very, very important duty of the devotees, to develop the love for that spirit and love for everybody else, because everybody else is nothing but ultimately the spirit itself. There we are all one. When they are suffering, we must suffer. When they are in happiness, we are also happy. That sort of attitude you have to have when you are serving others. There is a basic difference between Seva Yoga and Karma Yoga. Karma Yoga entails that you have to give up the fruits of your karma. So it's very difficult. How can we give it up? How can we give it up? But Seva Yoga tells that you serve others with love. Make your duty a service by adding love to that. For example, some of the mothers are here, working mothers. Is there anybody? Working mother? Yes. She is doing her household chores. And she is also attending a school. She serves her children, husband, mother-in-law, this and that, with love. There is no fatigue in that while performing all these activities. But when she is in the school and she has to spend for long hours from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., she feels tired. And when the headmistress asks her to be in the school for another half an hour's time, she would protest. No, I am very much tired. I can't. I can do your job. I go back. You come back. Come back to what? To take rest? No. You engage yourself for preparing food, this and that, for your near and dear ones you love. What is it? What is that? And through this service, you can overcome your fatigue. So love, you have to add love to your duty and make it a service. And from this begins a great movement, as Swamiji has visualized. Swamiji has visualized that work is worship, no secular, no difference between secular and sacred. So you convert your work as worship. You are a pujari, a shikkak pujari, a ukil pujari, a businessman pujari. Who are the objects of this worship? My students, my clients, my customers, this and that. Everyone is a pujari. Your occupation has to be made sacred. And your occupation has to be the meeting ground of the divine and human. occupation, profession, your job is so important. So much importance you have to give to that occupation. Purify your occupation, purify your karma. And Sri Ramakrishna says you have Suddha karma. From Suddha karma you have Suddha Mon, from Suddha Mon to Suddha Buddhi, and Suddha Buddhi and Suddha Atma, one and the same. That is the running equality, identity. So you have to take up Suddha karma. So this is Seva Yoga. You have to convert your duty into service, adding love to that. Bring love. And it is not so difficult if you have intellectual conviction that we are all one. We are all one. One is spirit. So your entire day-to-day movement would be centering around the spirit. The spirit. So I at Gold Park, I got only one or two such mothers. Only one mother I can remember. She used to come on foot. I knew she is not no more. I knew that she had a beautiful son living in US. And she made all arrangements. A big house, two cars ready for her service. So many maid servants, this and that. But she didn't care for anything. Being asked, he replied, Maharaj, it is his duty to provide all these things, but why should I make use of them? Why should I make my life complex? Such a brilliant mind, my life complex. When you enjoy a costly thing, mind that you are consuming that thing, but in and through this consumption, you are consuming the labor of other people. If you make your life complex, then you have to be indebted to so many people. Those people's labors you are consuming. So try to be very, very simple. Anyway, that mother told us. And I also tell you, here is one parent sitting in the midst of this audience. I know their only child has joined the order and they are moving about without any purpose. Everywhere they are going as if they have become mad. No, they should feel proud that they have given up the best fruit of their action, lifelong action for God. In the morning, there was a call from a Swami over here that each of you prepare yourself for your work. Be good people. Being good people means you have to be unselfish, sacrificing. Good people, be good. Be unselfish. We want unselfish people. So can you tell me what is the best fruit of your action, lifelong action? You have been engaged in activities. Your lifelong activities have produced some best fruits. Who? Can we recall? Your own children. Your own children, they are the best fruits of your lifelong action. And Karma Yoga says that you have to give them up. You have to place them before the altar of the Lord. Take them, take them. Best fruit. While bringing them up, you had undergone tremendous trouble, tribulations. I know. But there is no entanglement. There is no bandhan. Why? Because you serve them with love. All your prarabdha karmas are attenuated and it would become zero at the end. ভালোবেসে কাজ করলে পরে প্রারব্ধ কর্ম ক্ষয় হয়, প্রারব্ধ ক্ষয় হয়. It is a scriptural injunction. And then, when you do not ask for anything else, when you do not ask for anything else from them, then there is no further addition to your karma. That is called mukti. Prarabdha karma is gone because you serve your children with love. Whosoever you are serving with love, you are say, becoming free from prarabdha karma gradually. But if you do not ask for anything in return from your children, I told some of the mothers, you are fortunate that your children do not look after you. She became furious. She became furious. Like all of you. I am not speaking to you, fathers. I am speaking to them. Because their attachment is greater. That is it. So you have to give up. All sorts of asking for from your near and dear ones. It's very difficult. If you have prepared, if you have brought them up that way, then they would not prove to be wayward. Mind that. But if they even do so, then you take it as a blessing. Mind that. It is a necessity. Anyway, my time is up, I know. We have many things to say. So Shankaracharya wanted to serve society. The society was not ready. Mind that. The spiritual culture he wanted to introduce, but society was not ready. Shankaracharya had in his mind this karma yoga, this and that. He constructed 4 mutts, the 4 parts of India. And he was a monist, Advaita, you know. But Advaita culture could not persist for long after his demise. And those people preaching Dvaitaism, dualism, they came to the forefront and became prominent. And after 1300 years or so, Swamiji came and gave out this clarion call. I just read out one passage from Sri Aurobindo. The going forth of Vivekananda, marked by the master. You all know, Sri Ramakrishna beckoned while, say, walking on the surface of the sea. Come, come, follow me. And Swamiji had this vision that Sri Ramakrishna is calling him to follow. So marked. So going forth of Vivekananda, marked by the master. And who was Vivekananda? As the heroic soul destined to take the world between his 2 hands and change it. actually, by Vedantic concept of divinity and oneness of existence. He galvanized the entire world. He changed the face of the world by two strong hands. And this was the first visible sign to the world that India was awakened, not only to survive, but also to conquer. Whosoever is going to the West and make a mark must remain indebted to Swamiji. Swamiji paved the way for that. It is Swamiji who did this. Mind. Another point I will come, I'll end my talk. You see, there is a passage in Nivedita's writing. Henceforth, the distinction between the secular and sacred is obliterated. There is no distinction. Work is to worship, labor is to pray. This year. But after that, only a single sentence appears. And that is it. To have and to hold. Mind that. To have and to hold is as good a trust, a truth, as to quit and to avoid. So you are all very good, nice devotees. You do not miss any of the meetings held over here. Very good. But you have to change from within. This is this. To have and to hold. To have and to hold. You do not have so many things. So you try to collect all these things, isn't it? You want to have so many things. A gross example. You are finding a match for your son. Your son has no marriage, so you want to have a marriage. It is important to have, yes, you get, which was not yours, you get it, but you have to hold it. Acquisition is not all, but you have to preserve. Preservation is more important. You have to see that marriage does not fail. So we have only concern for this half, to have and to hold. So many things you do not have, we want to have, buy from the market. If you have more things in your house than you can keep, what do you do? What do you do? You do not know. You're piling up. So accumulations and preservation, these are the two goals. Yogak Semo. They are. But there is term need Yogak Semo Atmavan. No injection, where there is no Yogak Semo. So Nivedita is referring to that, following Swamiji. So to have and to hold is as good a trust as to quit and to avoid. First up, you all enjoy. But you do not learn that you have to avoid and to quit everything before you leave this beautiful world. So you have to bequeath your all. To what? To your grandchildren who are living in US, who are never to come to India. So still you have been accumulating and preserving for them. Before leaving this world, you have to make some arrangements. As good, this is half first half, this is the second half. It is equally important. And Swamiji said, all accumulations are for subsequent distributions. Only the fools do not know that. So don't be fools. Whatever you have accumulated, you have to part with it at death. So, as devotees, you have a greater responsibility to live a life of culture. You have to develop a kind of culture. Which kind? This. We have to avoid and to quit everything that comes on our way. Very much important. It is very, very difficult. Once I had to go to the Government of India office, Finance Secretary's office. He summoned a meeting, Then he told me, yes, you will get sufficient grant, but I tell you to submit the details of the beneficiaries. How many people were benefited so long? Can you imagine how many people are benefited? And how many people you have been made cultured? So I told him point blank, I can give you crores of people, those who are coming to our institute to read in the library, to have learned as many as 21 languages offered to them. We have regular lectures in 7 or 8 halls at a time. They're coming. I have seen all the time, the same faces are coming, and they do not change. I know. So I can submit the report. But I tell you, we are working in the cultural front. Our business is with mind, and mind is always unstable. You cannot say that mind would behave in a very certain way, definite way, next moment. Then I told him, sir, you are a very good, honest officer. So can you certify that after 5 years or 10 years you remain so? What Sri Ramakrishna says, Bhagavan labh hole ar tato bhoy nei. Still there is fear. What fear? Fear of fall. Fear of fall. So how much vigilant you have to be towards maintaining this life of culture, to develop spiritual culture. We are very used to develop physical culture, mental culture. But when it comes to spirit, that is the purest of pure. Purity. And we have seen in the life of Sri Ramakrishna, Ma and Swamiji. Examples galore you can cite from their lives. Education is the nervous association of certain ideas. Your nerve will make you aware, make you conscious. No, you cannot go that way. So anyway, I spoke more than necessary, and I know that. Kindly excuse me. Thank you. But don't be angry with me, mothers especially. Don't be angry.
Many pranams, Maharaj, for your very in-depth Vedantic discourse on Indian spiritual culture. So it was, as you said, it was on mind, basically. All the other lectures were on the outside, but this is really dealing with your inside. And how to imbibe Indian spiritual culture for a devotee. You have given very, very important and serious inputs. Many pranams, Maharaj. Since we are running late, so we will straight away go to presidential address now. We are waiting for the presidential address. Today's president of this forum is revered Swami Vishwatmanandaji Maharaj, Secretary, Ramakrishna Mission, Ramakrishna Advaita Ashrama, Varanasi. So may I request revered Maharajji to deliver his presidential address. And may I request all the devotees to keep silence and maintain silence by not, please, I don't know whether you, your mobile on silent or how the mobiles are ringing in between.
Oh, you cannot understand.
Please.
Hindi.
Hindi is better.
Hindi, English. दोनों ही बोलेगा. स्थापकाय च धर्मस्य सर्वधर्मस्वरूपिणे अवतार वरिष्ठाय रामकृष्णाय ते नमः। मंच पे उपस्थित मेरे प्रिय साधु भाईगण, स्वामी सत्यदेवानंद महाराज, नरसिंहानंद महाराज, सेवाव्रतानंद महाराज, गोपालानंद महाराज, सुपर्णानंद महाराज, मेरे सामने उपस्थित अच्युतानंद महाराज, मेरे प्रिय मित्र, उनको ही भूल जा रहा हूँ और मेरे सामने बैठे मेरे साधु भाईगण और मुंबई के एनलाइटन्ड सिटीजन, मेरे प्यारे भाइयों और बहनों। मिक्स करके बोलूँगा क्योंकि महाराज बोलते हैं मुझे हिंदी पूरी नहीं आती। Today's subject is, this is national seminar and Maharaj has given some ideas focusing on ideas and ideals of Ramakrishna mission. I can add one word, focusing on ideas and ideals and services of Ramakrishna mission, because we discussed the services here. So we shall take one by one. Number one, Ramakrishna mission, because this is 125th anniversary, foundation anniversary of Ramakrishna mission. भारत के इतिहास में रामकृष्ण मिशन की स्थापना वह एक विशिष्ट घटना है। भारत में अनादिकाल से धर्म संघ चले आ रहे हैं, अखाड़ा, आश्रम, विविध मठ, संकुल ऐसे चले आ रहे हैं, मगर कोई भी ये पूरे इतिहास की परंपरा में रजिस्टर्ड सोसाइटी हिसाब से सन्यासी संघ का ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं बना। Ramakrishna Mission is the first registered society of sannyasins and also householders in India. ये भारत में एक यूनिक है और उससे भी अद्भुत है। ये रामकृष्ण मिशन वह कोई महापुरुष, कोई सोशल लीडर, कोई पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स ने स्थापित नहीं किया। गांधी जी करते हैं, विनोबा करते हैं, इवन कोई मार्क्स भी करते हैं, मगर वो सबके पीछे ह्यूमन थिंकिंग बीज में होता है, मूल में होता है। रामकृष्ण मिशन की स्थापना के मूल में ह्यूमन थिंकिंग नहीं है। रामकृष्ण मिशन की स्थापना में डिवाइन बीज है। युगावतार श्री रामकृष्ण, प्रकट ब्रह्म, जिसको श्री श्री माँ ने बोला जे तुम्हारे जे गुरु उन्हीं तो अद्वैत। ये अद्वैत ये संघ का मूल है और ये संघ का जो मूल अद्वैत है उनको मूल में रख के उनका प्रीचिंग जो यहाँ लिखा है, आइडियल्स एंड प्रैक्टिकल एप्लीकेशन को प्रसार प्रचारित करने के लिए स्वामी विवेकानंद ने यह संघ की स्थापना की। कलौ संगे शक्ति, ये स्वामी विवेकानंद हाड़े हाड़े बांग्लाते बुझे ने हाड़े हाड़े बुझे गिएছিলেন। ये कलौ संगे शक्ति, मजाक में बहुत इंसिडेंट बोलते हैं। विदेश में कहीं स्वामी विवेकानंद थे और बोले आई हैव फॉलन इन लव, और अमेरिकन महिला फ्रेंड्स उनकी थी, तो वहाँ ऐसा शब्द बोलने से उसका अर्थ ही होता है कि कोई लड़की का साथ में प्रेम में पड़ गए। तो बोले स्वामी जी हु इज सी? स्वामी से इट इज नॉट सी, इट इज एन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। विदाउट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ए बिग वर्क, change in whole society and world cannot be taken place. विवेकानंद वो समझे थे बड़ा काम करने के लिए संघबद्ध होना जरूरत है, और संघबद्ध होने के लिए रामकृष्ण मठ और रामकृष्ण मिशन, ए ट्विन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की स्थापना की। ये एक यूनिकनेस। नंबर यूनिकनेस, भारत में कोई सन्यासी संघ सेंट्रली ऑर्गेनाइज्ड नहीं है। रामकृष्ण मिशन सेंट्रली ऑर्गेनाइज्ड है एंड सेंट्रली कंट्रोल्ड है। इतने अखाड़े हैं और उनके हजारों साधु हैं, मगर कोई सेंट्रली कंट्रोल्ड नहीं है। सन्यास लेकर इधर उधर चले जाते हैं, उनको एक आश्रम बना करके दे देते हैं, मगर रामकृष्ण मिशन के प्रत्येक सन्यासी और प्रत्येक एक्टिविटी और समग्र रामकृष्ण मिशन की समग्र संपत्ति पूरे भारत और विश्व में रामकृष्ण मिशन हेडक्वार्टर के अंदर में टोटली कंट्रोल्ड। ये यूनिक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, एक मिलिट्री ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जैसे जहां हार्ड डिसिप्लिन है। और एक दूसरा यूनिकनेस है, भगवान बुद्ध। भारत में धर्म प्रचारक की दृष्टि से भगवान बुद्ध से बड़ा धर्म प्रचारक कोई नहीं हुआ, मगर उनका शरीर जाने के बाद में थोड़े दिन के अंदर में ही कितने टुकड़े हो गए, कोई बोलते हैं 36 डिवीजन हो गए। रामकृष्ण मिशन आज 125 साल हुआ, कोई डिवीजन नहीं हुआ, कोई ब्लेम नहीं लगा। अभी भी ठीक एक बॉडी रॉक, वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग एंड बिकमिंग स्ट्रॉन्गर एंड स्ट्रॉन्गर बॉडी, क्योंकि नए नए सन्यासी आते जा रहे हैं। ये रामकृष्ण मिशन की एक विशिष्टता है। यहां जितना भी डोनेशन आता है, पैसा आता है, सब अकाउंट, प्रत्येक आश्रम का अपना इंडिविजुअल अकाउंट होता है और बेलूर मठ में उसका इंटीग्रेशन होता है, कंसोलिडेशन होता है। आश्रम का अपना तो है, मगर एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन होल अकाउंट होता है, ये सेंट्रली कंट्रोल्ड। ये सब संपत्ति यहाँ जो है, यहाँ का महंत के नहीं है, सब बेलूर मठ की है। This is wonderful. Swami ji is pointing out. Of course we know, but he is pointing out कि हम लोग का जितना अकाउंट है और अकाउंट में पेन कार्ड भेजते हैं, कोई महंत का, कोई आश्रम का अपना पेन कार्ड नहीं होता, एक ही बेलूर मठ का पेन कार्ड में सब चलता है। ये इसका इतना ही यूनिकनेस रामकृष्ण मिशन की है जो हम लोग को इसमें सरप्राइज हो जाता है कि ये कैसा यूनिक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है। डायरेक्ट वी कैन नॉट सेल एंड बाय, जो भी होगा वो बेलूर मठ का इससे ही होगा, उनका सहमति से होगा और उनके नाम से होगा। तो ये रामकृष्ण मिशन एक यूनिक संघ है। और ये यूनिक संघ बना क्यों? जो युग प्रयोजन लेकर के होली ट्रयो आए, भगवान श्री रामकृष्ण, मां शारदा और स्वामी जी, उनका युग प्रयोजन का जो संदेश है, डिवाइनाइजेशन ऑफ मैन एंड डिवाइनाइजेशन ऑफ सोसाइटी, आत्मन मोक्षार्थम जगत हिताय च, ये प्रयोजन लेकर के आए और एक संघ स्थापना किया। और ये संघ स्थापना मात्र सन्यासी को रहने खाने पीने के लिए नहीं, सेवा का काम आरंभ, जो ये महाराज ने इतना यहाँ एजुकेशन है, हेल्थ है, कल्चर है, ये सबको इसमें इनमें इंक्लूड करके एक बहुत सुंदर विषय बनाया, जिससे पूरे रामकृष्ण संघ का हम लोग को आइडिया हो सके। और ये जो कुछ भी हो रहा है वो रामकृष्ण का ही काम हो रहा है। नीलांबर बाबू के बागान में एक बार माँ बैठी थी और अचानक उन्होंने देखा जे माँ स्वामी ठाकुर आ रहे हैं। उस समय ठाकुर शरीर में नहीं थे, दिव्य शरीर में आ रहे, गंगा में विलय हो गए, गंगामयी बन गए। फिर स्वामी जी आ रहे हैं, स्वामी जी गंगा में उतरे और किनारे के तरफ में देखते थे असंख्य लोग खड़े हैं, सबके ऊपर रामकृष्णमयी गंगा, डिवाइन गंगा, उनका जल छिड़कना, जय रामकृष्ण, जय रामकृष्ण, जय रामकृष्ण। ये जल छिड़कने का काम ये रामकृष्ण संघ कर रहे हैं अपनी एक्टिविटीज के द्वारा। एजुकेशन, रिलीफ, हेल्थ और सब में यहाँ इन वक्ताओं ने जो बोला है मैं नोट करके जाता था, तो मुझको ठीक ठीक जो लगता था, क्योंकि ये सब फील्ड में मैं काम किया हूँ। एजुकेशन नरोत्तम नगर में मैं तो था, वहाँ पर चीफ वार्डन, और ट्राइबल एरिया में कैसे एजुकेशन काम होता है काफ़ी डिस्कशन हो गया, इसलिए मैं उनको नहीं बोलने जा रहा हूँ। मगर हमारा एजुकेशन, रामकृष्ण मिशन जो एजुकेशन शिक्षा दे रही है, वो मात्र शिक्षा देने के लिए नहीं है। रामकृष्ण मिशन जो एजुकेशन दे रही है, और स्वामी अच्युतेशानंद महाराज ने जो पॉइंट आउट किया था, परा और अपरा विद्या, अपरा विद्या हम लोग सबको देते हैं और सब गवर्नमेंट स्कूल और प्राइवेट स्कूल में अपरा विद्या तो सिखाते हैं, मगर अपरा विद्या से जीवन में पूर्णता नहीं आती। एक पंख से पक्षी उड़ नहीं सकता। जहां तक उनके साथ में आध्यात्मिकता ना आए, भौतिक विज्ञान और भौतिक विद्याओं के साथ में जीवन आधा रहता है। आधा जीवन गति नहीं करता। जीवन को समग्र रूप से अगर गति करना है तो उसमें भौतिक विज्ञान ज्ञान की भी जरूरत है, आध्यात्मिक ज्ञान की जरूरत है। और ये एक यूनिक आइडिया स्वामी विवेकानंद ने चालू किया, एजुकेशन इज द मैनिफेस्टेशन ऑफ परफेक्शन ऑलरेडी इन मैन। ऐसा स्वामी विवेकानंद ने, और बहुत कुछ आपने कोटेशन पढ़ा स्वामी अच्युतानंद महाराज का वीडियो में, बहुत सुंदर ढंग से ऑडियो वीडियो का उन्होंने बनाया है। फिर सेवाव्रतानंद महाराज, वो तो खुद ही स्पेशलिस्ट है, और हेल्थ के संबंध में उन्होंने बोला रामकृष्ण मिशन के प्राय सब सेंटर में कुछ न कुछ हेल्थ एक्टिविटी चलती रहती है। हजारों लाखों की संख्या में यहाँ लोगों को स्वास्थ्य की सेवा मिलती है। मगर वो क्योंकि वो खुद भी डॉक्टर है, और उन्होंने हम लोगों को जो हेल्थ का एक आइडिया दिया, स्कॉलरली होलिस्टिक हेल्थ क्या होता है, वह उन्होंने हम लोगों को समझाया सब आयामों से। ह्यूमन बीइंग इज नॉट ओनली बॉडी आयाम, ह्यूमन बीइंग हैज डिफरेंट आयाम, प्राणमय स्थूल शरीर, प्राणमय शरीर, मनोमय शरीर, विज्ञानमय शरीर, इस सब को लेकर के एक होलिस्टिक जब अप्रोच होता है, तब वहाँ एक दूसरी ही हेल्प होती है। बहुत सुंदर ढंग से उन्होंने समझाया। स्वामी नरसिंहानंद महाराज बोले मैं तो रिलीफ वर्क नहीं किया हूँ, मगर रिलीफ वर्क का जो रिपोर्ट उन्होंने दिया, ट्राइबल का उन्होंने जो दिया स्कॉलरली था। जहाँ जहाँ हमारा काम अरुणाचल प्रदेश में है या रांची एरिया में है या फिर नारायणपुर एरिया में है या केरला में है और भी दूसरे जगह में एक रिपोर्ट दिया। मैं और अच्युतेशानंद महाराज और हमारे गोपालानंद महाराज ने ट्राइबल एरिया में काम किया है। और जब का ट्राइबल की बात आती है तो हमारे अंदर में बहुत से इमोशन, बहुत सी कहानियां अंदर से निकलने लगती है। कैसे कैसे एक प्रिमिटिव स्टेज में हम गया था आज से 45 साल पहले। तब अरुणाचल प्रदेश में आज जिसको हम करप्शन बोलते हैं, नाम मात्र नहीं था। चोरी अरुणाचल प्रदेश में होती नहीं थी, भिक्षा वहां कोई मांगता नहीं था। फिर नई शिक्षा आई, हमारे साथ में तो गवर्नमेंट बहुत से स्कूल खुल गई, बाहर के लोग आने लगे, बाहर के ऑफिसर्स आने लगे। और धीरे धीरे जैसे मैं बोला पराविद्या, महाराज ने जैसे बताया था अपरा एंड पराविद्या, अपराविद्या तो बहुत बढ़ गई, पराविद्या देने वाले हम लोग कुछ लोग रह गए वहां, मगर उस अपरा विद्या और मॉडर्न पॉलिटिक्स और मॉडर्न आइडियोलॉजी गई। ये एक पीरियड होता है जो देखा है वो जानते हैं, द ट्रांजिशन पीरियड इन प्रिमिटिव सोसाइटी। जब वहां करप्शन आता है ना, तो करप्शन भी इतना बहुत बड़ा वेव में आता है। और आज शायद अरुणाचल प्रदेश से ज्यादा करप्ट जगह नहीं होगी, मगर ये क्योंकि ये ट्रांजिशनल एरिया पीरियड है, इससे धीरे 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 फिर चेंज होते होते दे ऑल्सो विल कम टू अंडरस्टैंड द रियल ह्यूमन वैल्यू विच वी आर गिविंग, विच शारदा मिशन इज गिविंग, विच विवेकानंद केंद्र इज गिविंग। दे ऑल्सो आर हैविंग मेनी स्कूल्स इन अरुणाचल प्रदेश। तो ये हुआ उनका रिलीफ। मुझको बोला था, एक डॉक्टर का हाथ कट गया था, उसका इंसिडेंट बोलना अभी मैं नहीं बोलने जा रहा हूँ क्योंकि टाइम उसमें काफी लग जाएगा। इसके बाद में गोपालानंद महाराज, जदियो बोलते हैं मेरे पैरा लेक्चर है, मगर बहुत जमा दिया था उसने। इतना ह्यूमरसली, और तुमको तो आप लोगों को नहीं मालूम है, ये प्राइवेट डिस्कशन में भी बहुत बड़ा जोक बोल सकते हैं। जोक्स बनाने का और बोलने का उनका मास्टरी है। ये आर्ट यहाँ भी थोड़ा थोड़ा बता दिया, सुंदर रंग से बताया। रिलीफ वर्क है, मगर एक नाम उन्होंने आरंभ में ही बोल दिया था, वह नाम स्वामी आत्मस्थानंद महाराज का। मैं रामकृष्ण मिशन ज्वाइन किया रिलीफ में ही, आज से 55 साल पहले 1968 में सूरत में फ्लड आया था। पुराने होंगे वो जानते होंगे। राजकोट आश्रम और मुंबई आश्रम दोनों के महंत महाराज हेड ऑफ द सेंटर मिल करके वो रिलीफ चला रहे थे। उसी रिलीफ में मैं ज्वाइन किया था। 22 गांव बना के दिया था उस समय में। उसके बाद में तो बहुत बड़े बड़े रिलीफ हुए। उस समय में हम लोग का हिस्ट्री में वो बिगेस्ट रिलीफ वर्क था। वहाँ मैं 1 साल काम किया। वहाँ भी बहुत से ट्राइबल लोग थे, ट्राइबल लोग में भी काम किया। तो ये आत्मस्थानंद महाराज का बात बोले तो मैं भी अपना थोड़ा कनेक्शन रिलीफ वर्क के साथ में बता दिया। फिर सुपर्णानंद महाराज से हमने सुना हाईली फिलोसॉफिकल अप्रोच। हमारा माथा से बाहर नहीं निकल जाए, इसको पकड़ के अंदर मेरे को साना पड़ता है। बट वेरी वेरी informative and deep thinking he is having. He has given very good ideas about practical spirituality. उनका तो सब्जेक्ट था स्पिरिचुअल कल्चर। एक कोटेशन मुझको याद आ रहा है स्वामी विवेकानंद का, सिविलाइजेशन इज मैनिफेस्टेशन ऑफ डिवाइनिटी इन मैन। जैसे एजुकेशन इज द मैनिफेस्टेशन ऑफ डिवाइनिटी हम लोग जानते हैं, रिलीजन इज द मैनिफेस्टेशन ऑफ डिवाइनिटी हम जानते हैं, मगर ये भी एक है, कंप्लीट वर्क का 5वां भाग में है, ये क्वेश्चन आंसर में है। ये सिविलाइजेशन इज मैनिफेस्टेशन ऑफ डिवाइनिटी इन मैन। जो कोई भी कर्म, जो कोई भी विचार, जो कोई भी भाव, जो कोई भी कस्टम, जो कोई भी सिस्टम आत्मा के प्रति ले जाए, वो सिविलाइज, वो कल्चरल सोसाइटी है। और जो भी आत्मा से विमुख ले जाए, वो सिविलाइज्ड सोसाइटी नहीं है, वो एनिमिस्टिक सोसाइटी है। और हमारा भारत का आइडिया है स्पिरिचुअल कल्चर, मैनिफेस्टेशन ऑफ डिवाइनिटी इन मैन। तो ये हम लोग का जो काम है, इस काम को छोड़ के रामकृष्ण मिशन इतना ही नहीं करना है। रामकृष्ण मिशन तो बहुत फील्ड में काम कर रहे हैं, बहुत ढंग से काम कर रहे हैं। ये तो थोड़े से फील्ड है। और इसके बाद में स्वामी विवेकानंद बोल के गए हैं, ये संघ तो 1500 साल तक चलेगा। इसमें 125 साल का प्रथम चैप्टर खुला है। विवेकानंद की बुक का 1500 साल तक का बुक लिखा हुआ है, और कितने चैप्टर अंदर में है हम लोग को मालूम नहीं है। भारत के गुलामी का समय का जो चैप्टर था पूरा हुआ। अब दूसरा चैप्टर है जो वैल्यू एजुकेशन और स्पिरिचुअल टीचिंग और हायर लाइफ के प्रति मनुष्य को ले जाने का एक नया चैप्टर खुल रहा है। और ये नया चैप्टर खुलने का सब बात रामकृष्ण और विवेकानंद और मां शारदा की बातों के अंदर में है। ये संघ का स्थापना के पीछे मूल आइडिया ही तो आत्मनो मोक्षार्थम जगत हिताय है। शिव ज्ञाने जीव सेवा, ये हमारी कर्म पद्धति है। तो शिव ज्ञान मन क्या, अपना अंदर में भी शिव की सचेतता होना, और दूसरा के अंदर में भी बात करते, व्यवहार करते, सेवा करते, शिव की सचेतता बना रहना। स्वामी विवेकानंद बोला है ना, माई आइडियल इंडीड कैन बी पुट इनटू फ्यू वर्ड, एंड दैट इज to preach humanity, to preach mankind their divinity, and how to make it manifest in every moment of life. यही शिव ज्ञान से जीव सेवा है, यही डिवाइनाइजेशन ऑफ मैन है। हमको ये जानना है, स्वामी सुपर्णानंद महाराज रिपीटेडली टोल्ड अबाउट द डिवाइनिटी ऑफ मैन। वी शुड ऑलवेज बी अवेयर दैट वी आर नॉट ओनली बॉडी और माइंड और इंटेलेक्ट, और अब मैं जो अपने आप को समझ रहा हूं, नारी या पुरुष, अच्छा या बुरा, वो भी मैं नहीं हूं। उस सब को प्रकाशित करने वाली जो चेतना पीछे है, वह आत्म तत्व में हूं। और उस आत्म तत्व की सचेतता रख करके समाज के अंदर में व्यवहार करना, उसको बोलते हैं डिवाइनाइजेशन ऑफ मैन। दैट विल इज द न्यू मैन ऑफ न्यू एज। रामकृष्ण के लिए कोई भजन में है ना, एक नया मान देखो यदि ऐसे छे नूतन मानस। ये नूतन मानस जो रामकृष्ण खुद बता के गए, इसका जन्म हमारे अंदर में होना है। ए डिवाइन मैन, ए डिवाइन वुमन हु इज बियॉन्ड मैनहुड एंड वुमनहुड, इज आत्मन। स्वामी विवेकानंद बोलते हैं, ये आत्मा की बात सबको बोलो, टीच योरसेल्फ, टीच एवरीवन his real nature, and call upon the sleeping soul and see how it awakens. Power will come. हम लोग सब तो पावर ढूंढते हैं, तो कौन सा पावर? एक रियल पावर भी है, आत्मा पावर है। पावर विल कम, ग्लोरी विल कम, गुडनेस विल कम, प्यूरिटी विल कम, and everything that is excellent will come when his sleeping soul is roused to self-conscious activity. Mind this word. Roused to self-conscious activity. आत्म सचेतता के साथ में जीवन में जीना, तो क्या हो जाएगा? जीवन ही साधना बन जाएगा। खाली 1 घंटा सुबह, 1 घंटा शाम को बैठ के जप करना, वो ठीक है, मगर सारा जीवन को अगर परिवर्तन करना है, डिवाइनाइजेशन ऑफ आवर लाइफ करना है, तो ये स्वामी जी जो बोलते हैं सेल्फ कॉन्शियस एक्टिविटी, अपने आत्मा की जागृति के साथ में ये काम करो। तो ये रामकृष्ण मिशन है जो समाज में सेवा का तो काम करते हैं, मगर सेवा हमारा आदर्श नहीं है। सेवा हमारी साधना का आउटपुट है। जैसे गांधीवादी और विनोबा वाला और सर्वोदय वाला और असंख्य एनजीओ है जो समाज सेवा करते हैं, हम लोग उस टाइप के समाज सेवा नहीं है। हम लोग का जब संन्यास हुआ तो हमारे गुरु स्वामी वीरेश्वरानंद महाराज ने हम लोगों को ये एक बात बताई थी, ये हम लोग जो सोशल सेवा करते हैं वो हम लोग सोशल सेवा वो हमारा मूल उद्देश्य नहीं है। हमारा तो उद्देश्य है आत्मनोमोक्षार्थम। मगर जैसे एक फाउंड्री होता है और उसमें से बहुत सा वेस्ट निकलता है, और वेस्ट में से भी ऑयल रिफाइनरी होते हैं ना, ऑयल रिफाइनरी में से तो फाइन ऑयल निकलता है एरोप्लेन का और कार का, और फिर वेस्ट भी निकलता है, उसमें बहुत से प्लास्टिक और बहुत कुछ बोलते हैं, बाई प्रोडक्ट बोलते हैं। हमारा जो सेवा का काम फिर शिक्षा में हो या स्वास्थ्य में हो या रिलीफ में हो या ट्राइब और कोई भी क्षेत्र में हो, ये हमारा स्पिरिचुअल लाइफ का बाई प्रोडक्ट है। और क्योंकि स्पिरिचुअल लाइफ का बाई प्रोडक्ट है, इस स्पिरिचुअल लाइफ की जो डिवाइनिटी है, ऑनेस्टी है, प्यूरिटी है, बाई प्रोडक्ट में ही ये आती है। इसलिए रामकृष्ण मिशन के जितने भी काम है वो बेस्ट काम होते हैं। ओके, तो ये रामकृष्ण मिशन की 125th ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, रामकृष्ण मिशन इज एन एक्सपांडिंग ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, एक्सपांडिंग इन क्वालिटी एंड एक्सपांडिंग इन क्वांटिटी। और जो भी हमारे साथ में जुड़े हैं वो भी वो एक्सपांसन के साथ में अपने को जुड़े हैं। और जहाँ एक्सपांसन है वहाँ लाइफ है, जहाँ कॉन्ट्रैक्शन है वहाँ डेथ है।
अनेक प्रणाम महाराज। आपने रामकृष्ण मिशन के भाव और आदर्श के ऊपर बहुत ही एक विशद, एक सुंदर वक्तव्य पेश किया, और आपने अच्छी तरह सम अप किया है सारे जो लेक्चर्स अभी तक हुआ है। अनेक प्रणाम टू यू। नाउ देयर इज़ अ प्रोग्राम फॉर vote of thanks, so may I request our Sri Rakesh Puri ji, member of रामकृष्ण मिशन मैनेजिंग कमेटी है मुंबई। श्री राकेश
जननीं शारदां देवीं रामकृष्णं जगद्गुरुं पादपद्मे तयो श्रित्वा प्रणमामि मुहुर्मुहुः। Revered Swami Vishwatmananda ji Maharaj, Swami Achyutashananda ji Maharaj, Swami Gopalananda ji Maharaj, Swami Suparnananda ji Maharaj, Swami Sevavritananda ji Maharaj, Swami Narsimananda ji Maharaj, our own Swami Satyadevananda ji Maharaj, monks, respected monks sitting on the other side, respected devotees of Sri Ramakrishna, ladies and gentlemen, it is a blessing for me to be standing here before you to give vote of thanks on the concluding ceremony of 125th anniversary of this great Ramakrishna mission. The work started on 1st May 1897 into a formal proposition by great visionary, great patriot, and great saint Swami Vivekananda ji took concrete steps to rejuvenate not only India, but the entire world. It is a historic movement. On 1st May 1897 at Calcutta, that formation of Ramakrishna Mission was announced. It was in collaboration of monks with the devotees. Hitherto before, as Maharaj said, in fact, revered Maharaj has made my work very simple by summing up a lot of things in his presidential address. But that gives me opportunity to put before you something which will be very unique. So, historically, it is for the first time that Sanatan Dharma is being taught in an organized way by formation of Ramakrishna Mission. It is also for the first time that monks are serving the society directly through Ramakrishna Mission. This is a great change Swamiji brought. He says for ages, the householders, lay disciples, they have served the strata of society. Now it is the time that the monks, while realizing their own goal of liberation, serve the society. What a wonderful idea. And that too, 125 years back. Salute to his vision that we all are here. And what is the motto he chose? He chose everything. As you know, as devotees, you know, everything is cast already. We just have to contribute a little and something great comes out. So Swamiji's Atmano Mokshartam Jagat Hitaya, for one's own liberation and for the good of the world. Maharaj has already covered, you know, what I wanted to say, these aspects of relief, education, culture, publication, these all are in a lighter way of crores of rupees today. And how it is, I will tell you that. In a lighter way, I am saying you. All these Maharaj, whatever they have spoken on the particular subject, on each of these, in our 2022 report of Ramakrishna Mission, which I tried to touch upon, yes, I've got it. In 2022, 18 December, though Ramakrishna Mission or its monks never speak much about their work, but certain things cannot be hidden. And at the end of the day, this is 125th year. Relief and rehabilitation, which Maharaj spoke about, 15,95,000 people were benefited. 26 crore 20 lakhs was spent only in 1 year. General welfare, 25 lakh people were directly helped. 27.62 crores was spent. Medical, about 60 lakh people have been benefited. 338 crores were spent in financial year 2021-22 only. Rural development, which our Swamijis spoke about, 87 crores was spent in 21-22 by serving around 30 lakh people. And publication of literature, the number of beneficiaries cannot be counted, so it is not there, rightly so. 13 crore was spent. 943 crores was spent as a byproduct only. So you can imagine the breadth and depth of the activities of this great mission in 1 year. And this work is increasing day in and day out. And there, the role of devotees also becomes very important. We cannot be just, coming here, participating in the initiative. That is very good, but we have to be an active contributor for it. And that also has been told, that also has been laid down by none other than revered Swami Ranganathananda Ji Maharaj. What are the duties of the devotees of Sri Ramakrishna? And I will take pleasure in reading that out to all of us, including myself. So, 4 principles, because we have to not only participate, at individual level. Our families have also to be brought in, relatives, friends, they also have to be brought in. So what are the short core principles? Potential divinity of the all beings, oneness of existence. That is the core principle. How you bifurcate it further? Freedom or liberation, synthesis of 4 yogas, that is BDJK, Bhakti, Dhyan, Jnana and Karma, harmony of religions, harmony of secular and sacred. As I've heard and been at the feet of many Maharaj, social upliftment and spiritual upliftment have to go simultaneously. None of them can be postponed. It is here and now. So that is the concept that we get here. I want to present before you the latest interview of Ramakrishna. I think all of you will be surprised, but it is not real interview, it is imaginary interview of Ramakrishna to the present world. And that is why I was saying that everything is cast, so it has been put in the latest edition of Prabhuda Bharata by one of the best or eminent writers, thinkers, Swami Chetananda Ji Maharaj. I will read that out, some part of it. Yeah. Yes. So reporter like us, he's asking a lot of questions to Ramakrishna. He says, 125 years ago, your main disciple Vivekananda established Ramakrishna Mission on 1st May 1897. In Ramakrishna Mission, this association shall be known as the Ramakrishna Mission. The name of this will be so and so. Sir, Buddhist monks, Christian missionaries also work for the good of many and for the good of all. What is the difference between their mission and yours? And just see what Ramakrishna says. Oh, you want to know the difference? Firstly, Buddhism and Christianity are missionary religions. They convert people through philanthropy and by offering their service. However, some religions use force to convert people. Look, religion and love cannot be forced. You cannot demand love from a person by putting a gun on his or her chest. Nonetheless, the Seva Dharma, service of Buddhism and Christianity is based on compassion. And Ramakrishna says, my method is different. After practicing different religion, I experience the truth, as many face, so many pass. So you see, religions are paths, they are not gods. When you realize God, you cannot do any harm to anybody, never fight with or kill others in the name of religion. Follow your own path. There is more to it, but because of paucity of time, I'm not reading it. But I will share one more thing. It is very important. Reporter, I am happy that you have described some facets of your mission. My readers know that you are a Paramhansa who is beyond worldly matters and affairs. You have driven away name and fame by beating them back with a broom. This is a question from reporter or a young inquisitive. I have another small question. He says, in your monastic order, we see many institutions and activities such as Seva Pratishthan, hospitals, and others. Are you all mission? This question is being put by a reporter. Are these all part of the mission? And let us see what Ramakrishna says. Yes, all are within the Ramakrishna mission. Reporter, he is telling to reporter, in Varanasi you have seen two institutions side by side, Ramakrishna Advaita Ashram and Ramakrishna Home of Service. In the first, monks and devotees are conducting worship services and practicing japa and meditation. And in the second, monks are serving the sick and destitute with medicine. Both are my mission. Sri Ramakrishna makes it very clear. The last one from this interview is, the other day, look reporter, I sit in the temple, I listen to the words and prayers of the monks and devotees. The other day, a senior monk told the young brahmachari, brothers, listen carefully. First Ramakrishna and then his mission. Thakur himself said, Age Ishvara Pare Jagat, first God and then the world. Hold on to the Ramakrishna pole as you move around, otherwise your head will reel and you will fall on the ground. A young monk from the west asked a senior monk, Maharaj, could you tell us the future of the Ramakrishna mission? This is Ramakrishna himself is saying. So the wise man monk replied, affluence brings degradation. You will be drowned in Maya if you do not have renunciation and strict self-discipline. Remember, this order belongs to Sri Ramakrishna. As Swami Vivekananda said, serving his mission, you are serving the master. So these are the direct words coming from Sri Ramakrishna, and they have been culled from different sources by revered Swami Chetanananda Ji Maharaj. So my work had been made very easy by the presidential address. So I will just bow down to all the monks for their wonderful expositions, advice on social issues, relief work, as well as spiritual life. But I'm very keen to share with you the 10 commandments for Sri Ramakrishna devotees given by revered Swami Ranganathananda Ji Maharaj. These are very important for us as well as for our future generations, because through us only they will go to the future generation. First is, be regular and steady in your spiritual practices. This is the best way of serving one's guru. Keep in touch with the Ramakrishna, Sharda Devi, Vivekananda literature as much as you can. Visit the mutt regularly at least once a week and take part in the prayers and discourses. Do not miss the important celebrations. 4. Try to keep in personal touch with the monks by seeking interviews with them once in a while and make the best use of it and not fritter away the time in worldly talks. Wonderful. Fifth, kindly remember to keep a percentage of your income for the service activities of the mutt and thereby help the mutt in rendering its services effectively. Sixth, try to visit Belur Mutt, Dakshineshwar, Kamarkapur, and Jairambati at least once in your lifetime, if not more, by properly planning your pilgrimage. Seventh, though you are free to visit other religious centers and persons, please remember that it should be without prejudice to your own way of life, adopted as per the Ramakrishna Vivekananda traditions. It is better, therefore, you consult the local head before doing so. How practical it is. Eighth, very important, Avoid all occult practices and magic and miracles that will harm your spiritual life. Ninth, cooperate with the activities of Ramakrishna Math and Mission as much as you can wholeheartedly. Mark the word wholeheartedly. 10th and last one, make it a point to present only Ramakrishna Vivekananda literature as gifts on happy occasions to your relatives and friends. This is the best form of spiritual practice for this age. This is coming from the most revered Swami Ranganathananda Ji Maharaj, 11th President of the Order. In fact, one of the best representatives of Sri Ramakrishna, 13th, 11th was my Gurudev, Gambhirananda Ji Maharaj, 13th President of the Order, and I had the occasion to be at his feet for 17 years. And his word is a word of command because it comes from realization, and this is the path which he has shown to all of the devotees, including me. So let us try to implement that. 125th year's closing ceremony was held in Balam Mandir with participation of 200 monks and 2,300 devotees. The underlying principle, it was on 1st May. We are holding it late because 100 years is also coming. Just one more point. Imagine 150 years of Ramakrishna Mission, 75 years of India's independence, and 100 years of Ramakrishna Mission Mumbai, financial capital. One is erstwhile political capital, 125 years. 75 years is the current capital, and 100 years financial capital. You are all intelligent, you can draw a correlation, who is guiding whom. The whole ecosystem is working in the name of Ramakrishna, Shardama, and Swami Vivekananda. Swami Vivekananda had proclaimed, if India has to rise, it has to hold on to the feet of Sri Ramakrishna. And that is what we are seeing in today's context. Thank you so much.
Pen. Hello. Yeah, so the next program will be the musical offering by Sri Niladri Kumarji. He is a classical sitarist. And may I request Sri Sharat Kilpari ji, our senior volunteer, to introduce the musicians. Whilst we have called the volunteer. So there will be 10 minutes break before we set up the stage.
Hello, hello. Namaste. Can we please have some silence in this auditorium till the musicians set their instruments? Thank you.
Silence has to be after actually. Now it's fine.
Okay.
Now they can talk. Once we start, then the rest is
Then the mobiles have to be silent.
difficult to ask for the
Namaskar. To round off the quasi-sequential program of the Ramakrishna Mission's 125th anniversary, we have with us Shri Niladri Kumarji on sitar. Please give him a big hand. He barely needs any introduction, except, in fact, I had prepared a small introduction biography of his, and he very humbly said, I would just like to be introduced as Pandit Kartik Kumarji's son and disciple. And he also happens to be the 5th generation of sitar players in his family. Besides, he is very brilliant and he's very, very innovative in his style. He is also very popular not just among the cognoscenti, but also among the younger generation. And I think that's his very big contribution to Hindustani classical music. Accompanying him on the tabla is young Ishan Ghosh, who too needs no introduction to music lovers in all over the world. He too happens to be the fourth generation. His great-grandfather was Akshay Kumar Ghosh, who was a sitar player. His grandfather, Padma Bhushan Pandit Nikhil Ghosh, was a tabla player. His father, Pandit Nayan Ghosh, is a sitar and tabla player. And Ishan is one of the leading tabla players of the generation of India today. Swamiji once famously said, music is the highest art, and those who understand it, it's the highest worship. With these few words, I would request Secretary Maharaj Swami Satyadevanandji to felicitate the artists of the evening. Shri Niladri Kumarji, Shri Ishan Ghosh ji, I would now request Secretary Maharaj Swami Satyadevanandji to felicitate Pandit Kartik Kumarji, who is in the audience. Please give him a big hand. Pandit Kartik Kumarji. He is the senior most disciple of Bharat Ratna Pandit Ravi Shankar ji. Thank you. With these few words, it's all over to you, Pandit Niladri Kumar.
so much. There is some tea and snacks, which is the most important thing in any function, especially with Bengalis.
Thank you so much, Niladri Babu and Ishan Babu. Thank you so much. It was absolutely exhilarating, and also it was so inward. The Bhimpalasi was superb. Thank you so much. I would now request the audience to please partake prasad in the hall. And Ji. Thank you so much.